Day one has been a banger, of course, ladies and gentlemen, for the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe 2026. My name is Kronos, and alongside me is Dakota Hessen. Like I said, day one has been a banger, and now we're going on to day two after all the matches that took place. And boy, am I excited to see the upper brackets come through. We're going to have two best of fives, of course, coming your way right to kick off the stream. And if you're just joining us, make sure you like, subscribe, follow on Twitch if you can. And if you want to chat, make sure you follow on the Twitch and get there. But at the same time, if you could give us a follow, we'd appreciate it. But enough chatting about that. Dakota, what's up? Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning to you, Kronos. I mean, it's going to be an impactful day. As I said, two best of fives back to back. And after that, it's going to be two best of threes. And again, very exciting games. They were going to have bangers. We talked about them a little bit before the stream started. The first one is going to be a little bit of a favoritism match because, you know, there are some pro players on Team Basics and, you know, you already have a little bit favoritism towards them. But the second game, that's what I'm most excited about. I think it's the most balanced game we've had so far. But we weren't here for the last three games, Kronos, so let's take a quick look at yesterday's results.
Yeah, I think yesterday's results would speak for themselves. We were there, of course, for the first half, and the second half went down the way of Team Entity. 2-0 against Fake Time, Zero Vision, beating out Memento Requiem, and of course, Final Rain taken 2-1 against Fake Time. But for the first three matches, Dakota, what did you have to say about that?
I mean, they're all sweeps. They're all really great games. I think the best game of the day was the third one, between Metashift and Final Rain. I think that was the best one of the day for me. But man, it was such a good day because most of the games were swept. Just the last one was a full best of three series, and you know, we weren't there for it, Kronos, so I feel a little bit bad. But you know, maybe today we're gonna get two full best of fives. You know, that's the possibility right there. But yeah, it's unexpected. Fake Time has a new roster, and they still went down to a team who was, I would say, relatively new in shape, I guess, in form. Final Rain is a bit new on the scene, so it's glad to see that they took a game against Fake Time, which is, you know, I mean, Fake Time took a game against them, which is pretty safe. They have a new roster, they don't have the same synergies, but man, it's gonna be a great day today.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking about Final Rain, right? I think we against Metashift yesterday, the 2-0 that Metashift took against them, it wasn't easy for Metashift to do so, if I may say. And you can see why they got that 2-win against Fake Time. So they're here to provide some action for us. And looking at how this went down, folks, of course, you've seen the first two BO5s is going to be up for today. Basics versus White Army. That's the first match. We're going to kick things off. After that, we have Metashift versus Team Entity. And that is going to be a banger, if you ask me. A certified one, because I think that might go all the way to game number 5. Only because we love Wicked so much. But then again, after that, on the lower half of the bracket, you're going to see Final Rain go against the one that loses out and against Basics and White Army. And of course, Zero Vision to go against the loser of Metashift versus Team Entity.
I mean, I feel really bad for Zero Vision, honestly, because both of those teams are really good. Doesn't matter what you do, both of those teams are really good, so I think it's going to be a really hard game for them. But Basics and White Army, I mean, obviously for me a prediction is I think Basics are going to win. But man, Final Rain can put up a fight. As you said, they didn't let Metashift go on the easy way. They put up a good fight. They almost won game one, if I'm not mistaken. It was a little bit close. But man, let's take a quick peek at the most picked heroes. I mean, we were gone for half of the day. We just stayed for the first. We saw a little bit. But
Grok?
I'm curious.
Yeah,
Claude.
look at Claude, of course. What am I even talking about? Claude is in the meta. We've seen him there. I mean, no questions asked. I love to see the Claude there. So at least we understand that Europe has understood the meta, right? Understood the global meta, understood what works. And of course, what works is that Claude with that Brave Smite, run him on the Fighter Emblem, make sure he is tanky, can sustain. And you said about the Radiant build where you can, you know, basically survive for days. And we've seen what damage he does on a Kai, just on a Blazing Duet. So the Claude, the highest picked hero, Gatotkacha, again, one of the best roamers in the game currently. And then, of course, the Grok to follow up later on. Although, I think, Zakota, we spoke about it, the Grok hasn't been really working out for teams. It's so great, don't get me wrong. The kit is absolutely amazing. You know what the Grok has got to do. But in the Land of Dawn, when it counts, it's just not working out.
No, I agree with you completely. I think it's just because of the nerf, removing some of his like crowd control immune skills, because back then it would have every single skill, even the basic enhanced target to be control immune. And I think, it was a little bit, people will say overpowered, and I would agree with them. But right now I think Grok is in a great place. He's balanced. He's really hard to play, but he's good. If you know how to play him, you reap what you sow. It's a great choice for hero, but still the bans are looking quite nice. We're gonna see the Baksha, which was picked twice by Basics the other day, Sora getting banned out, and Kimi as well, which was picked twice if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And if you ask me, right, if Claude is the most picked hero, I bet Sora is the most banned one. I bet the guy's broken, man. The Tempest form, and then you got that Thunder form just going crazy at it. Yeah, I feel like Sora is definitely one of those heroes that needs to be watched out for, at least respected for a while, maybe until the next patch drops, because this guy is so versatile. The only position we probably haven't seen him being played quite a lot is maybe the roam position, because it does not make a lot of sense. But even then, there is a possibility someone wants to get really creative, in your rank games and whatnot. But of course, speaking about the heroes that were played most, Grok, one of them gets banned out. 7 picks, Zakota. I don't know. I never really thought I could have seen Grok being picked 7 times.
It's still a really good set here. I mean, he gets such a huge AoE stun. I would say, it's similar to Gatotkacha in the sense of the ultimate. But the ultimate for Grok, it's almost instant sometimes. You can also extend it with Flicker. But comparing it to Gatotkacha would be unfair, because Gatot has a hit potential that Grok doesn't. He has a taunt, and a taunt is really annoying because it's so easy to use. It does so much. And also, with Gatotkacha, you have the sustain again, hit back. With Grok, it's a little bit iffy. But the Jux is going to get banned out, and I'm expecting Basics to maybe ban out either the Claude or maybe even the Eve. Either of these, I think, would be great, because you don't want to give first pick Eve or a Claude, but we've not seen them first pick that often, Kronos, have we?
Yeah, I don't think we have, but I'm still leaning in towards a Claude. I mean, why not? Right? Why not? Is there any reason why not to pick him? Knowing that he has been working out so far, knowing how White Army are going against Basics, you don't really want to give Carvey a comfort pick. First up, he's one of the most experienced players right now in the entire tournament, and you don't want to give him something that he knows how to play. Claude has been one of the heroes that's been there forever. He's been in the meta forever. And every now and then when he gets a slight bit of a buff, he just makes it automatically back. And you know what this leaves open? Zakota, that Yuzhong. Yuzhong,
there's so many.
Yuzhong, Yves, Claude. Oh my god, that's too much. And they go for the Yuzhong instead.
Do you think Basics are going to counter possibly with like a Kalea Eve or something along the lines? Kalea Claude, Kalea Carry, something to burst down them just easily. Because Yuzhong, you can pick him off. Because I saw a little bit of a sneak peek through the new patch notes, and they're gonna completely nerf him to the ground, Yuzhong. I mean, his Sha Essence is gonna get nerfed super hard. But right now, let's see what Basics think. I mean, for me, the best choice would maybe go for a jungle pick right now, or maybe for a roam pick, because you have the Kalea open, you have the Eve open, you have the Cloud, you have the Carry. And also, we've seen the other day how the Sissy does on XP. She's still pretty good. She's still not picked that much, but the Lunox is gonna get picked with the Kalea.
Start off, you get that pick off. We get that pick off, right? And then you're able to use that Chaos Assault single lockdown onto someone. So
I don't know.
I think having that single pick off just makes sense a little bit with the Lunox and the Kalea. But then again, I probably would have gone for the Eve. You're giving too much right now in the hands of White Army. They could go for the Eve. They could go for the Claude. If they really want to get greedy, a Yuzhong, Eve, Claude in the same lineup, I never thought I'd see that in this current meta. Not in 2026. Not in January 2026. But they go for the Hayabusa and the Claude instead. Apply more pressure. Apply more kill pressure early on with this Hayabusa. And of course, you have that late game scaling with the Claude. You can play macro with it as well. Lots of fast rotations in and around the map. You know the Eve's not going to be picked up on the other side, so you don't really care leaving it out open. But they go for the carry just to respond back.
Hey, Kronos, this is looking like a gacha pick for White Army or a gacha ban for basics. I mean, what is there left? The choice, a great choice. The Hilda is possibly going to be the roamer for White Army with the Hayabusa to try to go for an early invade on a force. But what is basics going to pick? Are they going to go for a Fredder in jungle, perhaps? Or maybe even a Leomord?
Maybe a Leomord, if you ask me. I'm looking... It's looking like a Leomord could pop out. But looking at White Army's composition, I think they're probably definitely going to ban out the Fredrin because they don't want to give something as a frontline pick. Maybe the Fredrin and the Leomord being banned out. Gato Tkachi is a great ban because you want to protect the carry. You don't have a lot of range. You need to be up close and personal for that. But I'm looking more at the lineup of basics, right? Dakota, I love the Kaleo being picked up, and then you pair it up with two heroes that can pick people off, the Lunox and the carry. That's a good synergy coming through for them, and I think it's going to work out really well. You're really forcing the Cloud on the Purify. Whichever mid laner comes out, you're forcing them on a Purify as well.
I was thinking, what if they go for Joy Jungle on basics? And for the XP, they go for an Arlot. White Army needs to ban the Arlot right here. Or maybe even the Lapu Lapu, because Dave is going to get banned out. And they need to ban the XP, because Joy is going to go in the jungle. And if you don't have anything for the Joy to try to literally set her up, it's going to be hard game for basics. Because Arlot is going to be good set with Kalea as well. But I don't know, it's looking real rough here. The draft is great. There's the Lapu Lapu I was talking about. I think Cassidy is going to go for the Arlot. But they're maybe even going to go for the Joy pick early on.
Joy is good, but then again, you don't want to go with the Joy against the Hayabusa, I feel like. But there's not many assassins left open. The Lancelot is still available. That could still cause some troubles to be there in the back line. You know, get those neutral objectives with the Thorn Rose Retribution combo, but still leaning in towards the tank jungle, right, Dakota? You still want to see maybe a Panda, maybe a fighter like Little Leomord that we spoke about.
I don't know about Panda into Cloud. We saw what happened.
I know, but then you need some sort of a front line, some sort of a disruptor coming in as well, right? Because you have the Kalea, you have the carry, you have the Lunox. You definitely have enough damage coming into your side. You just need someone to tank through. And that you can see, they go, instead of going for someone like an Arlot to make a set play, you go for the Uranus just to provide the frontline presence, that peel. Not going to have a great time against the Yu Zhong, but definitely can apply pressure, can definitely split push around the map. Not a bad pick.
I was thinking that they're still lacking CC. Basics are lacking CC.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the Panda, it's, I think, the only... Maybe even a Baratz here. A Baratz would go great, the Kalea into Yu Zhong. Wouldn't be that bad. It's not that bad. I've played versus Baratz recently. And he does damage. He hurts.
I mean, it's not bad, but I feel like going up against a Claude, though, you know what I mean?
I mean, there's not many choices. Regardless, it's a Claude. You're going to get melted down, but you have the carry on your side. The Farsa is going to get picked up. And the Hylos on the roam. This is a great choice of Romus in it. It works well into the carry because of the anti-attack speed. Also into the Lunox because you're so tanky. Our Dark is still not going to do much to you. But what is the jungle going to beat? A Panda or something, maybe an assassin-like? Because they have one stun.
Yeah, it could be a Joy, because of the fact that they have only one form of proper crowd control on stun on command with the Hylos' Law and Order. So it could be the Joy, if not possibly moving it. I still feel like it's got to be a fighter. It's got to be some sort of a front line, man. The Uranus is not going to be enough. The Uranus is not going to be enough.
A Ling.
Oh, what?
I don't know about this
They're
one.
trolling, man. They're trolling.
we've seen other Lings in Europe do pretty well, but into a Yu Zhong Hylos, I don't think so. Maybe if he plays it perfectly, goes only for farm, doesn't go for fights, it's gonna be good. But if he forces fights too much, it's gonna be a pretty bad day for basics.
I don't know, Dakota. I feel like he just wants to flex. So the rest of the team said, "Bro, you play whatever you want, we'll carry the game." That's what I feel like coming through here. I don't know.
It's still a lack of crowd control. It's still a lack of crowd control for me, Kronos.
I mean,
only two stuns technically. I mean, Kalea with her skill 3 and her skill 2. and Ling with his ultimate, but still, Ling ultimate is not really that big of a game changer as per se. He has damage there, but the stun is not really a lockdown. They don't have anything to engage. The Kali is going to try to pick up, but who's going to go in? Who's going to start a round? Who's going to commit to it? The Uranus is going to peel, he's going to be there, he's going to get tanky, but it's going to be really hard for basics.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I'm not a big fan of the Ling. The Uranus, again, it should have been something with crowd control. I agree with the R-Lot, especially knowing that Castle is a really good R-Lot player. You know, it could have gone a different way, but hey, man, the draft is set. I think we both agree we're not big fans of the draft coming in from basics. But then again, these are a set of players with one of the most experience in all of Europe. But this is game number 1 of match number 1 in this best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. So you got 5 games to go. Let's see who comes out on top.
There are 5 possible ways this game could go, but even so, the mid lane pressure is looking in the way of basics. It is to be expected. I mean, Kalia heals a ton in the mid lane. So does Lunox, but the jungle clear. Warcry Ling, I was expecting maybe, you know, Killing Spree.
Yeah,
because the enemies are so squishy, you know, you're gonna get a little bit of healing back, but right now you're pretty much risking it.
Yeah, you want to last long in team fights. You don't want to be in there providing basic attacks, because I feel like this Warcry, you want to be in the fight. You want to make sure you get a lot of those basic attacks down. Or unless you're really relying on the Tempest of Blades to do a lot of damage. But then again, against the lineup like that, I'm not sure if the Tempest would hit that much quite often.
It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be a really difficult game for basics. But still, who knows? Maybe they're gonna prove us wrong, because I already think they have a lot of damage with the Kaya with the Lunox. I think they're just lacking crowd control. Maybe if in the form of an arrow of an XP would have been better. Or as you said, the fighter on jungle would have been also great. But look at the mid lane pressure they put in. Kodiak might fall.
Oh no, Lanex might be able to get that kill. Flickers out of harm's way. Here comes Quad Shadow as well. Look at the Link making his way. Walkie there. Tempest of Blades goes up, drops it down onto Lanex. Might get first blood. No, Revitalize to survive along with the Law and Order. This is why the Link's not a great pick, but then again, that is why he's one of the best picks indeed. The fast rotation, making sure he gets that Finch Poison, gets that first blood for Team Basics.
But still, it's gonna be not Tempest of Blades for the turtle objective, and the Hayabusa still has his ultimate. Yuzhong has the Petrify, the Black Dragon form available. The only peak will also be the Farson not getting level 4 super early, but you know, it's still gonna be doable. Top lane is looking like a pretty nice day for Mr. Cloud over there. Karaf is gonna try to freeze the minion waves a little bit. He has the speedy light tools, but the turtle objective is gonna look like a pretty nice fight. Looking at the high loss right now. Oh, Farsa still got her Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, you can see Feather Airstrike drop down. Walkie comes in with a Finch Poise, looking to go on top of Ghost. Purify, no flickers, so it's gonna be difficult for them to play around. The kill pressure coming in from the Ling early on is great, but here comes Victor. Retribution to be able to take that turtle away. Castle doing Uranus things against Realize.
No, Purify was used, Mr. Koros, in that fight. Farsa just got out. She just flew away. It wasn't that bad of a fight. Look at the Ling though. He's gonna be in a pretty bad mood when he realizes he's very far behind.
Oh, Tempest of Blades on top of Raybik, but you can see it. Purify popped in along with the Blazing Duet just to make sure he survives. Great play coming in from Raybik. Does have the mechanics, can definitely hang with some of the best there.
The lead is in favor of basics still. It's 200, 300 gold. So it's gonna be just 1 kill difference. It's the 1 kill difference right now. The Yuzhong is gonna be a pretty big game changer in the next turtle objective fight. Same with Kodiak. Maybe Victor can get the pick up on Boro before.
Oh, wait, at the same time, again, goes into the Brilliance, already popping in. Oh, wait, Tidal Strike comes through. Ogi Shadow Kill might get one. Yes, they do, but here comes Walkie a little late to the party. But that's where you want him to be. Victor,
still,
yeah.
Kodiak is down. Boro went and ulted L9 Ghost, used that Purify, he escaped. The Tsunami Slam, I don't think is looking pretty great for basics. The lead is the same. The Rabbik is going to get a little bit help from the big horse marching down from the side bush. Right now, Turtle, 40 seconds to spawn. The items are looking pretty similar. Just that Cloud is going to go for Demon Hunter Sword early on to heal a little bit better. Hunter Strike first in the hands of Hayabusa. And we're going to see the Ling going from possibly Berserker Fury.
Oh, wait, there he goes. Tempest of Blaze going up, already getting the pick on Boro. Victor able to walk out with a kill. Now you know it's not going to be there in the hands of Walkie for this turtle. So should be an early take from White Army.
He still didn't use his Oogie Shadow Kill in that fight. He still has it. He could maybe shut down the Uranus. Could maybe take him down before the objective. Maybe even take Kodiak down for a ride again. Well, he doesn't have his Tempest of Blade. I think he's going to get it a few seconds after Attack of Forms, but it's not looking great for Team Basics.
Turtle already being started. Here you go. Victor able to get that one. Oh no, Walkie, what are you doing? They threw everything on him. Gets decimated, absolutely. Castle now low. Here comes the Black Dragon going to the back line. They walk under the safety of the tier 1 in the mid lane. Oh, Lanix with a cheeky recall as well.
Big Lanix is doing big things in the top lane. We're gonna see Lirabi taking down the top tier 3 turret. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
Oh no, Lanix going in. I don't think he's in the smartest of places. Might get taken away. Carvey has the damage. So does Walkie. Goes in. Tempest of Blade goes up. I'm not able to pick up the swords as fast as we like, but still walks away with a kill.
He got his Berserkers here. He ready to rock and roll. He's 3-1 nails, so he's doing pretty well for himself. But he's the same score as the Hayabusa. Just one level behind. Castle is gonna be the deciding factor in this game. He's gonna be the guy who's gonna get so farmed. You cannot kill him. It's all down to Castle and Kodiak right now. Boro is getting some pickoffs. He's getting a ton of Tsunami Slams, but the Purifiers are a big hindrance. And he cannot go really for many targets. Carvey.
Oh yeah, you can see Lanix here catching Boro. Carvey is absolutely farming up so well right now, moving into the mid-game point where he can definitely start dishing out some damage. We saw what he did to Lanix, and that's a high loss that says about 8,000 HP. Nice feathered airstrike coming through. Boro gets a Tsunami Slam down. Ogi Shadow Kill revitalized to try and survive, but Victor in the back line able to get Kojic. But here comes the Blazing Duet at the same time. Raybik picks up one. Carvey has to run away with the help of the Speedy Light Wheels. Walkie forced with the Tempest as well, and here comes Victor to be able to pick up that kill. But he goes down instead. Castle waiting for him right on that last shadow, but the rest of White Army will pick up that kill.
It is a 3-for-1 trade. The gold gap is 200 gold. The treasure is going to be the deciding factor going forward in this game. But still, Lirabi was doing so much in that fight. He was taking down every single member of Basics HP. Kodiak also coming into the Federation. He's getting so much damage.
Oof.
Look at that.
That's just 2 shots, man. That's 2 shots of the Feather Airstrike.
It's going to be a really hard game. I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, it seems like Basics are gonna have a tough time. We might be seeing this series go all the way. Zakota, it's only game number 1.
Game number 1, it's bright as day outside. Maybe they're just so hyped for this. You know, that adrenaline is rushing.
Hey, for me, it's still quite a bit dark, man, not gonna lie. The sun's still not up yet completely. But you know what is that Feather Airstrike? Oh, wait, I'm not sure if that was a misclick.
Maybe vision checking?
I don't know, probably, yeah, could be. Just to make sure they get their hands on the turtle. Boro goes in, title strike already down. You can see Realize gets it down on the turtle. Here comes a glorious pathway. Black Dragon form in the back line as well, trying to zone them out. Boro makes it out of harm. Shadow Kill should pick it up. No, it doesn't. Splits the damage, but he still gets it. Carvey trying to shout the damage onto Victor. Lanix deep in enemy territory. And Walkie should be able to pick up that kill. No, he doesn't. Revitalize comes through, but Walkie trying to get something. Raybik goes with the Blazing Duet. Not enough damage. I don't think he had the complete 5-stack while going in.
Still, I think there are too many targets for the Clutter to do that much damage, but right now it's looking still pretty good for the side of White Army. In the top lane, we're going to see Victor denying Walk that tier 3 turret, but Lirabi is going to be a real game for him because he is going to be the main focus in the late game and mid game, which has started right now. Castle is going to get melted though. Few basic attacks take him down to almost half HP. Lirabi is going to be the main focus, as I said. Boro is going to be, you know, in for a treat. Because he has the Purify. The Bimia, he can maybe dash away if he's fast enough from the Ling. It's gonna be difficult.
And you know what else is Dakota? I think I want to take a look at the items just to see if they got themselves a Chastised Pauldron. Oh no, Boro, what were you thinking, man? Gets caught out, taken out super low. Tsunami Slam, but for what? Well, here comes the glorious Pathway. Now Raybik in the back line with the Blazing Duet as well. Carvey dishing out as much damage as he can, but he can't sustain what comes in. And Walkie's there, wants to pick on Lanix, but look at the back line. Realize goes in with a Petrify, and Lanix still walks out alive. A 3-0. White Army know how to punish Basics.
I don't know if you noticed that, but that Petrify coming from Realize at top of Kodiak. Oof, that was really, really bad because that instant, I thought he was going to swap to his Brilliance, but it was not enough. Otherwise, in the top lane, we're going to see Walk taking down that tier 3 inhibitor, but they're going to trade it for a mid turret and a bot side tier 2 turret. It's going to be difficult. Look at the damage dealt right now. 39,000 for Farsa, 37,000 for Claude. And it's only a 5 kill deficit. Basics are not that far behind. Only 3k gold. It could be a big change. But right now, the Lord is up. It's going to be just a fight breaking out, and whoever gets the Lord is going to be, I think, in the winning side.
Yeah, but Glorious Path already been suspended early on. Lanex gets the pick onto Castle. Ogi Shadow Kills pick that one up. Feathered Airstrike being used as well. And realize Black Dragon has zoned them away. White Army should pick up this Lord quite easily. Should be marching down, I don't know, the bot side?
It's going to be the mid lane. It's gonna be the mid lane because it's the fastest lane.
Yeah, I think it's gotta be the mid lane because they have 3 towers.
They didn't touch the bot nor the mid turret yet, so it's, you know, it's gonna be hard to say. But just as Paladin comes in the hands of Yu Zhong right now, as you said, the quick look. Linux as well gets it. It's gonna be really bad for Carvey because he gets multi-attack, and I think it stacks. If I'm not mistaken, it stacks the effects.
Yeah.
Looking at Victor right now.
Oh, Glorious Path. Linux doesn't want to wait. He just wants to charge in, not even letting them take that purple buff away. Oh my god, the Blazing Duet straight to the back line with the Winter Crown, able to get 2 with the help of the Feather Airstrike. Oh my goodness. Basics are not having a good start to their day. Ogi Shadow Kill to clear things out, but the Lord is taken down low. Look at walking into the back line, gets petrified, and that's a kill in the hands of Victor. That is 5 members still standing tall for White Army, and you have another wave crashing down the mid lane. Basics can only watch. Carvey needs the damage, but they don't have it. He's our front line.
Oh my god!
Forward, able to get 1 kill, but for what? The base crystal might be going down. They have the wave clear, and I think they might just be able to survive this. Realize goes in, Boro with a play, and Basics live to see another day.
It's still really good for White Army. They got so much done in that one team fight. They got an inhibitor and they got almost the game dealt end. But Kari with an amazing play with the flicker and the speedy light wheels, plus the dash just dodging out of L9's Ghost with their airstrikes. I don't know. 60 seconds almost to the next Lord is gonna be a first comes first served scenario. I think they need to fight for map positioning right now, but still in the lead it's White Army. They unlocked so much of the map. They have so much possibilities. They're not gonna be punished as easily as before, but Linux is gonna be checking the bush as the Law and Order is ready to proc. But man, a quick look at the replays here.
Oh my god, you can see already Castle doing the best that he could, right? You can see everyone locking on the base, really well. And Kojic flickered forward. There was only 1 minion though. That's the difficult part for them. But here, back into the action, Ogi Castle taken down low. Ogi Shadow Kill, they're not afraid. He even used the Flame Retribution to make sure to secure that kill. And now White Army are playing so aggressive. Basics, I don't know what they can do at this point. Walkie needs to split the map. They need to apply lane pressure. It's coming on the top side, but the Lord is right next to it. They need to play for the far lane and realize it's splitting the map perfectly.
It's gonna be difficult. Realize, as I said, it's splitting perfectly. He is gonna go on opposite side of the Lord and clear the way, forcing Walkie to show positioning because he's the faster rotator. It's gonna be difficult. Boro gets the white mark on him, but still we're gonna go for a punish. Linux with the Radiant Armor built in. Everyone has justice. Paladin Yu Zhong does not have the Warak still. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, Feathered Airstrike to make sure they get themselves the Lord, zoning out the rest of the members. Boro comes in with a Tidal Strike, but Kojic, oh my god, that Winter Crown, Blazing Duet, too much for them to deal with. And look at the Black Dragon just stopping them in their tracks. For Carvey as well, petrified, but he's still able to survive.
He falls!
No, he does not for too long. Walkie comes in. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. He gets 1 kill, but that's not going to do a lot. The rest of the members, it's a 4v2. Ghost with a Feather Airstrike right in front of his face. And he's still able to survive the slightest bit of HE.
Wiped out!
No. White Army able to take game number 1 in his best of 5 against Basics.
What a series. What the first game of the day. It was an upset for me because I was thinking, man, Basics are looking real good in the first day. They were just completely slaying everything around. But White Army, You know, the draft just came their way. I don't know what basics are thinking with the link right there, but still. What a game, Kronos. The first one of the day. Remember, it's a best of fives. They have 4 more chances to turn it around.
Yeah, it's just... It didn't even look like basics had a chance, right? So Korea was completely one-sided. Especially when Victor realized, like, he doesn't care about the Uranus. Let's just pick him off when we get the chance. Not letting Castle breathe whatsoever, so he's not able to peel for the team. And we don't have someone to peel for the carry. It's gonna be difficult. And again, Walkie, you're a Ling walking into a Petrify Yu Zhong. You have a point-blank stun with the help of the Law and Order from Lanix. Boro did try a lot, but every time he went in, gets picked off himself. Too much damage coming in from the hands of White Army. Not something that Basics could take down.
It was just really a hard game for Basics here. I think they just got outdrafted because, as you said, the Ling had to choose. Either going to the Yu Zhong with the Petrify or going to the Hylos with Law and Order. And, you know, it's the same side of the coin. But it wasn't really great for Ling that game. Maybe, as I said, they went for an Arrow to have an additional stunt. Maybe try to zone out the Hylos with the final slash. Just push him away. Give the space Ling needs. It would have been a little bit different. But I don't know, Kronos. It's still... It was hard. It was just so many turtles in the hands of White Army. The turtles were already just a lead. Plus, they're getting the tier 3 inhibitors. It's just difficult.
It is very difficult indeed. And look at the damage being split through as well across the rest of the team. Oh my god, Linux definitely the standout hero. Only died twice. Playing a Hylos as a frontliner? Yeah, that Chastis Pauldron as the second item early on definitely hurt the chances of Basics to make any sort of a comeback.
Kronos, I don't know if you realized, but during, I believe, the first Lord fight, Lanix and Lirabdik went and he used the Revitalize just to heal him the Blazing Death. So whatever damage he took, he was healing with his Demon Hunter Sword and with the Revitalize coming from Hylos. So it was unkillable. He was just unkillable. They didn't have any dominant sizes that early on. They didn't have that much to stop the Cloud. We saw Castle getting the Chastis Pauldron, but it was not enough. It was just not enough. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't turn it around. But it's only game 1 of the best of 5 series. I'm excited for game number 2. I mean, if this was game 1, what's going to happen in game 2?
Yeah, you never know. I think Basics needs to pull up their stocks, get the draft in order. Don't go for something so comfort, because we saw yesterday as well with some of the players going for comfort picks. Doesn't work out. You need to understand what the win condition is. Find ways to victory. Make it easy. You don't have to thread the needle, right? You don't have to do that all the time. But find yourself an easier task. In the jungle pick could have been different. The EXP could have been different. The first half, they were cooking on the first half, not going to lie. But then for the second half, they just kind of botched it. So hopefully in this next one, they come through quite easily and give us more than a one-sided game.
I mean, I think Kronos, we're going to have to see that after the little break. We're going to give them a little bit of a breather chance, just them to talk over the strategy. I'm going to be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number one was one-sided victory in the hands of White Army. Of course, Basics looking to clap back. Are we going to see that in game number two? Sorry for the slight bit of a long pause. I think they wanted to get their strategy straight. They want to get their head straight. And I think it's about time they get that too. Basics needed that wake-up call. It's quite early in the morning, depending on where they live. For Zakota, it's nice, bright and early. For me, I would say the sun's still coming up. It's still coming up slowly.
I wouldn't say very bright. It's looking like the weather in the UK is just raining here. You know, it's a drizzle of rain. But still, as I said, it got a little bit of a longer break. You know, we're just so kind as to casters. We said, yeah, let's go a little bit more of a break. But still, we're going to stick a leg getting banned out by Basics, and again the Bucks are getting banned out. I mean, it's a respect ban, I would say, because in the first day we saw Volky going 2 out of 2 games with the Bucks, and he was such a popular hero. In the first day he was picked 7 times out of, I believe, 9 games. So you know, that says a lot about Baksha, how strong he is.
Yeah, I agree. I think Baksha definitely going to be strong, but I think the Kalea, not such a strong hero in this current meta. You need to kind of change the way you play. I mean, hear me out. I feel like a little more of a, you know, insurance policy so that Walkie can play the assassins when he goes close, right? We know he's going to play the Joy, Hayabusa, and Ling, right? And then you have Baksha. That's his 4 hero pool that we definitely know of that he's going to play. So 3 out of that being an assassin, that gets kind of countered by the Kalea. So maybe, you know, playing it a bit safe there as well, giving Walkie as much as he can to do it in and around the map. But we saw that in the previous game. The Ling definitely did not work out. However, the Claw this time not going to go in there on the side of White Army, neither in the hands of Basics. They could have picked that up first, but banning out the Claude, maybe go again on the other side. They go Jushin and Eve.
I think the Yisun needs to go. I think the Yisun needs to get banned out, and maybe, as you said, the Eve or the Juxin. I mean, yeah, they're counter-exchangeable. I mean, the Eve is good, the Juxin is good, but for me, I think I'd rather play against a Juxin than an Eve. Because Eve is just so dangerous if you put her down in the proper beatdown box. But what is basically going to ban right now? I mean, they're possibly looking to ban a roamer. Maybe they're going to ban out as well an XP laner, the Yuzhong. Maybe they're going to take it for themselves and ban out a counter. Maybe they're going to ban the Lapu Lapu. Maybe they're going to ban the Esmeralda. It is difficult. You cannot call the meta is so volatile. It is the same. It is similar. There's the Lapu Lapu. But you know, there are so many twists and turns in this meta that it's really nice. It's refreshing.
I agree. I think it's a slight bit of a refresher, but I mean, right now there's Sora, there's Yuzhong, there's Eve that's available. The Yisun Shin still up for grabs. So are they going to on carry? Are they just going to gamble and leave everything open? The Gatot Kacha is still a great pick that's open. Expanding Rivers is going to be the map. So I don't know, maybe what are we going to do? Hilda is still another option. That would be great if they go against Basics, because you know they're going to pick a Hayabusa or a Joy. I don't know here. I mean, ban out the Yuzhong. Don't give that away. That's too strong a pick. You can still deal with the Eve, or ban out the Eve and let them go for the Yuzhong because you get the Sora.
Difficult. I mean, with the Sora, you can deal with the Hayabusa is going to get banned out. I mean, I was thinking the Hayabusa, but if you pick out the Sora, they can pick the Valentina up from the side of White Diamond. They can take another pick being the Yuzhong, like for the first pick Sora. But I think they're going to go for a jungle pick, possibly, or maybe even the Roam. Well, the Roam is looking great. Maybe you got to catch a first pick, just to set in a record, something to be a staple pick. He's viable on 2 roles. Still, you know, he can be played on XP, but on Roam is better. Just hard to call. What are they going to go for?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a slight bit of difficult. Maybe Hilda still open, Gatot Kacha. Man, Yuzhong is just too good to let go of.
It is true. I mean, Sora as well. Sora is so strong right now. But the Yuzhong is going to get picked up first. I think White Army is going to answer it possibly. I mean, if you take the Sora, it's going to be really hard to deal with, because you cannot take the Valentina. And they're already going to take out the Kimi, but it's really difficult. They're maybe going to take out another Hylos here.
Hylos is good. Hylos is good with the Kimi, right? You paired them up, a lot of slows, a lot of range. You definitely have mid prio. You definitely have river control coming through as well from there. But they go for the Sora instead. They're okay with them going for the Valentina. The natural response should be a Valentina in the hands of Basics. They could go for the Farsa also, but then not against a Sora, I feel like. It's just too vulnerable with that Feather Airstrike state. So it has to be a Valentina coming through. The Eve instead. Still okay.
Even to a even to a Kim is not that bad, but as a Kim you have a little bit more movement. You can dash out with a Fredrin as well. I mean that's good. Fredrin, Eve, Yuzhong, that's solid. That's the first 3 solid picks. But right now, the second phase is coming through, and the golds are not looking that great. The Cloud is gone. I believe the Carry and Granger are gonna be gone after, because on the roam they can pick whatever they want. I think they're gonna go for something of a support type roamer, maybe the Minotaur. It's difficult. It's really difficult.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they take the carry. I mean, it's a given. And right now they're gonna ban the Granger, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Don't leave other response. Ban the Granger.
Yeah, I agree. Ban the Granger. You don't want to give them extra range. You don't want them to give them extra damage in that RWM. The Grok comes off, knowing that it's Boro's comfort pick. I like the carry, but also at the same time, I don't like the carry because you're playing in the RWM. But then again, it's probably the best pick to go here in terms of gold laners to go against a Fredrin and a Yuzhong. Not many other options apart from the Claude being taken away already. So they need some sort of protection. They definitely need some sort of peel coming through for a white army, right? They need some tanky, beefy frontline boys. Could be the Uranus this time on their side.
No, I don't think the Uranus. You already have realized on the Sora. I think they're maybe going to go for either a Leomord or a Guinevere jungle.
A Guinevere jungle would make sense, yeah. But again, that's another hero with like a 0% win rate throughout January so far in pro play competition. Never know.
Oh, Moscow's getting banned out. They're leaving the Granger up for grabs. A little bit weird, but you cannot go Assassins for White Army. They already have 3 damage heroes because they're Sora one.
I agree.
But you need tanks. You need the Gatotkacha. I think the Gatotkacha or the Hylos work great. Still in the RWM, the Hylos can be great. He can heal during the initial blasting. It's hard. On jungle, what do you go for? I mean, I'm thinking the Yisun Shin is open, but you're going to have 3 MMs. Not great. Not good. Not worth it.
Yisun Shin, yeah, I don't know.
The Panda possibly?
Hylos is a great ban. It has to be Gatotkacha here. Has to be Gatotkacha. You can't let it go. If they let that go and Basics pick up a Gatotkacha with a Yves, Yuzhong, and Fredrin, yeah, you're chain CC'd for days.
What if Basics go for... Wait, Basics could go for an Estes? Yeah, there's the Panda. Obviously, the Panda is great.
I mean, they needed some sort of an option for the tank jungler, right? What else is left? The Bakshi's gone. The Fredrin's gone. The only other options left is this Panda, apart from the Leomord. But then we've seen what the Leomord is doing currently in the meta. It's got to be a Granger on the other side, paired up with a Gatotkacha. I think Granger Gatot is so good for Basics here.
I don't know if it's going to be a Granger still, because they need attacks. They need something to melt the Akai down. Maybe it's going to be a Beatrix. Beatrix here will not be that bad with the Fredrin, Yuzhong, Eve. You have the whole bit on, but it's still, you know, it's Granger, it's Carvey. It's a strong meta pick. I remember the first time I've seen Granger picked, it was by Carvey. It's difficult.
It's got to be Gatot here, right? I mean, it's a no-brainer.
I don't think it's a Gatot. They're gonna be too tanky. The Hilda is a great choice here because they're gonna have middle impression. And there's the Estes. There's Estes. I was telling you about.
No, I like the Estes. Estes got a nice buff. Yeah, he got a nice buff. So yeah, definitely Estes is a great pick coming through here for White Army, and he's definitely gonna be able to hold them all together. If it was a Gatotkacha coming from Basics, it would have been so much better to counter this Estes lineup, right? But then not picking up the Gatotkacha, going for a Hilda instead, definitely provides more room for White Army to work around.
It's still gonna be a really hard game, I think, for White Army. I think they got outdrafted this game. But if Basics picked another tank, it was going to be hard to play. Really hard to play. Hilda, I think, is the right choice because it's going to get Def done for the Granger, Def done for the Fredrin. She's going to just be also helping the Yuzhong early on. Versus Sora, because you can just be a nuisance. You can go and help the Yuzhong level 1 with Swords, and it's going to be game over for him. He's going to be frozen most of the time. But man, it's still game 2, and the drafts are so interesting. It's not the same draft.
Yeah, definitely not the same draft that we saw. But again, I'm still leaning towards the side of White Army, even though the fact that they have an Estes. I mean, Estes is good. He slept upon. I agree with you on that one. But the Hilda, you need to play aggressive. That's what Boro likes to do. We saw that on the Khalid yesterday. Hopefully you can apply the same amount of pressure, especially onto Lanix and Victor. You do not want Victor to roam around the map freely and cause havoc like this Panda likes to do. He's a tank, but he definitely has a lot of damage in the early game 4-1. And just like that, this game number 2 is underway.
I think Kodiak is gonna win the mid trade right here because he just has so much poke compared to Airline Ghost. Yes, Airline Ghost has more attacks, but Kodiak is just gonna do the burst in the early game. We're gonna see a little Wonder and fight possibly. Oh, Walkie.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing there. I don't know what walk he was trying.
Maybe a missed dash, maybe a missed. Ah, close, Victor.
Both the junglers starting off right with the rotation path. Gonna be going opposite sides. Victor looking to go on the top, while Walkie making his way on the bot side, making sure you get that advantage for Castle as much as possible and try to shut down Realize early on.
Realize is gonna be at a disadvantage, as I said before, because Yuzhong is just so oppressive with the shot essence resist. You hit those, the damage is crazy. 30 damage per tick. You know, that's 300 damage. Oh, Rabik. He has the tough boots. It's not the tough boots, the warrior boots. It's fine. He's a little bit more tanky in the early game. But in the mid lane pressure, look at Kodiak.
Yeah, Kojik's gonna be going down. First blood in the hands of Ghost, and he's able to flicker out as well. I think Kojik didn't see that coming. He didn't expend the flicker. He could have, but I think knowing that the turtle's coming up,
Victor.
Oh no, not a wise idea. Already taken out low. The turtle's up in 5 seconds. It's not the brightest of ideas to get so low and get an. They did get a kill. They could have had the advantage, but I think this is going to be easy for Basics to pick up.
Bronze, listen, I get how they did that. They got space for Carry to farm, and they waste the flicker of Carvey. So that's going to be a really Rabik being more aggressive. He's going to go a little bit rabid. But Walkie is going to get a free turtle objective right here. It's a Frederick. You cannot contest it. You cannot contest it as a Panda still.
Yeah, you need the level 4.
RWM.
Oh, here's the RWM coming down as well. Victor trying to get that purple, but here comes the Black Dragon. Go straight into the back line. Victor should be going down now. Along with that, another pick. Lanix barely survives. 1 HP, flickers out. Basics are here to play. They don't want to go down like they did in the first game.
And he's gonna get another invade. The Walkie is gonna take his bear prob, but I don't know. In the top lane, Boro, he has the flicker used. Solo Scarlet. They have no spells on the left side. On the right side, they have 2 flickers and Retribution ready. A possible invade on the way, or maybe even just taking the little Wanderer. It's just worth it. You cannot be asking for much. You know, you're going for scrap. Oh, Linex!
Oh, he's not level 4 yet. He needs a lot of time to hit that healing power spike. And Boro here looking to catch Ghost again. And Ghost goes down. Even after the use of the Traction Pulse, gets a consolation prize. But here, I think Boro doing well on this Hilda, applying the pressure, and even goes for the Fury Hammer to make sure you get that damage down. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Realize going in for the Thunder Form. Shifting Skies could be used at any point. Yes, he goes for a Castle. Goes down.
Just the damage from Sora is insane. He does so much in the early game. After you build the war, it's going to be even more. But right now, I wonder what's going to happen in the top lane. Look at Victor. He pins like a...
Yeah, you get the pin on the top side. I think it's going to be an easy kill. Raybik not doing the required damage early on. Carvey walks away with another kill in his pocket. So 1 for 1. Not looking good for White Army. They're taking 2 steps forward, but 1 step back.
I think it's still okay. The carry is getting farm. So is L9 and Sora as well. He's doing a ton of damage already. But the turtle as is going to be in the hands of Walkie again. I don't think they're going to contest it. Victor is so far behind. But I think they're going to be looking at the fight. Look at Walkie. Hard to say. Linux does have his ultimate ready to rock and roll. The healing is going to be there, but Carv is going to get his Skypierce to stacks.
Oh my god, Boro is doing so much damage. There's the healing coming in from Lanex, but you can see Black Dragon from going out. Boro as well taking on low RWM at the right time. And Castle petrifies. Ghost should be able to get a kill, but look at that. Realize able to pick up one of his own. Victor almost escapes away. Yes, he does with the help of the heavy spin. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but still Basics get the better half of it by taking on a mid laner for an EXP.
And they get the turtle out of it as well. And Boro is going to apply some mid lane pressure right here. He's looking at Linux. Going towards the top lane where Rabdik is going to get another gang. Look at the Panda. Vision provided right now. Carvey is going to go for the warrior boot. So is Castle. And it's only obvious. They have so much physical damage on the right side. Oh. 4-man rotation towards the top lane.
Yeah, Raybik, he can feel it, right? He can feel the 4 members coming his way. Lanex just says, I'm going to stick around, not going to get spotted out. Otherwise, it's going to be a difficult time for him. Oh, look at the bot side as well. The tower's barely hanging by a thread. Should be easy pickings for White Army when they get the chance. Victor here walks into a bush. Boro, that Fury Hammer is hurting, man.
I still don't know. Maybe if they went for the Katakashi instead of the S, it would have been a little bit easier for them to deny the invades from Hilda, but I can see why they went for the SS. The defense up is going to be really great for the Sora and really good for carry as well. It's just going to be a difficult game so far.
It's looking
to cut.
Yeah, it's looking 50-50, if you ask me, Zakota. Yes, the gold leads in the hand of basics, but it's just about 1.5k. That's not a lot. No, Rabic, what are you doing? Why are you walking into the dead bush like that? Forcing out the ultimate coming in from Lanix as well. But now that gives free room for basics to walk in, get that turret. Yeah, they should be able to get that one easily.
Still, the goal lead between the goal layers is only about like 7-9 gold.
Oh, look, this is why the Yuzhong is so great. Can just completely bypass the front line,
Sora?
realize, go to the Tempest form, go for the Shifting Skies whenever you like. But Walkie, deep in enemy territory, and I think he goes back with the help of the heavy spin. Oh, RWM drops down, Rabic flickers out, but dies instead. Lanix barely walks out of the slide up to HP. White Army not having a repeat of game number 1. Difficult game.
3 flickers used in one fight, and basics just absolutely nothing. Just a few ultimates. You know, stuff that can be easily replaced. But Victor is not gonna get his red buff. The turtle is up 7 minutes in, 3 turtles for a side of basics, and a 3,000, almost 4,000 gold gap. It's looking great.
Yeah. And look at the items as well. So realize after the War Axe, went for the Dreadnought armor, now gonna go for the tough boots, and then probably what, a brute force breastplate maybe? Yeah, it's not looking good for their side. The itemization is not really benefiting them. They need a lot more gold, but look at Victor taking out so low. Lanix, by the time the power spike hits for White Army, it might be too little too late, because already 5k gold in the hands of basics.
Rabic is still gonna have the power spike going. He's gonna get the Trinity soon. He just needs Demon Hunter sword. Right now, Castle is gonna get pinned.
Oh no, you can see a nice pin coming through, but there's no follow-up whatsoever because Boro by himself zoned away 4 members. Oh my goodness! RWM at the right time. The heal coming in from later. Castle, man, petrify. Castle into the back line, goes in. Realize can only try, but gets sniped from afar. And basics are breaking down White Army, and they get 4 members in the process.
4 members down. L9 is the only one alive. Lord is up in 70 seconds. Walkie is so far ahead of Victor. 3 level difference almost. Man, it's looking grim. Kodiak just with a poke. I think Kodiak by himself is denying all the heal coming from Estes. Boro is out zoning super good. Victor got the great stun onto Castle, but it was not enough. Traction pulls not connecting to any. And look at the damage coming from the Eve. You cannot do anything.
Yeah, definitely can't do much at this point, but the blessing of the Moon Goddess, there definitely is a way to turn things around as long as this Estes is alive, as long as they stick together. At this point, all the tier 2s are being taken away. You can see Rabic trying to farm up as much as he can on the bot side, but that's why basics are going to collapse on the top. RWM drop down, but Victor pin and walk into the wall will be taken away. Realize not going to do much. I thought he was going to pop the Shifting Skies to do some damage. But Castle's Black Dragon form just zoning them away. 15 seconds to the Lord.
I mean, right now, it's still an advantage for White Army. They got their jungler down. They have the teamfight advantage. Right now, Castle is going to be on the bot side. Has the Petrify available, but the Black Dragon form is not there. Carve is going to use the Death Sonata to poke out and smell where the enemies are. Boro is in a great spot. He's by the double green bush right now. L9 Ghost is in his vision, in his sight, so is Rapid.
Oh, he's dead. L9's gone. L9's gone. L9's out of here. Boro goes in and gets that kill. The blessing of the Moon Goddess a little too late, but Rabic able to pick up that kill himself, and I think they'll get their hands on the Lord.
Castle!
Walkie wasn't there, but Castle trying to go straight to the back line, gets pinned up, and Walkie coming in. But too late to the party. They have the Lord marching down the bot side. White Army, despite the gold deficit, bought themselves some valuable time.
It's a 6,000 gold gap between these two teams right here, but the Lord advantage is going to go to White Army. They made a pretty smart play right now. But what is the plan going for White Army? What are you going to do? We're seeing that Sora sold some of his items and he's going to go for the Dreadnought armor. Just deny the damage coming in from Castle, Boro, and Walkie. Which is a smart choice, but right now I'm looking at Kodiak. He is so farmed. He has almost 3 items. It's looking grim. The Lord is going to be almost down. Boro.
Oh, Boro taking out low. Nice use of the Skyfall. coming in from Realize, trying to go for the Shifting Skies to dish out some damage. In that form, the damage is not a lot, but you do provide slight mini stuns, slight slows. That could be enough time for the rest to follow up. Especially looking at Ghost, he is the one that they'll be relying on to dish out that AoE damage, while Ravik should be able to melt down that front line. Is it going to be enough sustain coming through for all that to happen, Zakota?
Oh, in the top in the middle, they're gonna be the MVP. They're gonna take this first tower of the game for White Army. But I don't know if you noticed that Demonic Gaze was used by Yu Zhong, so the passive of the item is not there. And also, Bor used the Flicker to escape the Shifting Skies in the Torment form. Right now, it's still looking like White Army could take the fight. Just one great pin upon maybe Kodiak or Carvi, and I think it's gonna be really hard for White Army to, for Basics to do a turnaround. Yeah, Boro is gonna play aggressive. He's gonna try to play aggressive, but the Rablik, if he gets the decision and the positioning he desperately needs, he's gonna be able to melt down most of the team Basic. I don't know about this one. It's again 6,000 gold gap between these two teams. The minions are in favor of Basics because the map is open.
Wall. Victor coming in with a heavy spin, casts 3 members, but I don't think it's the right idea. You have Lanix flickering out as well.
Look at the carry damage.
Down. Beautiful. It's 5 members getting caught out. All that damage coming through, and then RWM completely making them panic.
One flicker RWM and the Wild Hunt was used by Hilla. Oh, Kronos, what do you think? Lord in 40 seconds. Who's gonna take it? The Lord advantage is towards the side of Basics. They have the higher retribution level by 3. But I don't know. Victor, I think if he gets a great pin, he can maybe take that objective alone. But Castle is gonna be the deciding factor in the fight. If he gets an amazing 3-man Petrify stun, it could be a game changer, it could be a game ender.
Well, 14 seconds. That's gonna be the next neutral objective that's up. The only tower that's gone away from the side of Basics has been that tower on the top side, thanks to that cannon minion. That bot side's been hanging by a thread for what, about 5-6 minutes now. White Army have not found a way to penetrate through the defenses of Basics. They can barely survive themselves. Lanix, he's the one that should be providing some sort of vision, doing something as a roamer, but having to play a support, needs to sit in the back line. And knowing that this support is going to be the target, Basics are having a field day with Castle just flying and completely bypassing Victor and going on top of them and landing that fly and making their life super difficult. So Basics have got this down to a T. The only question is, will they be able to end this clean with this Lord that's coming? Because there are 3 inhibitors standing. And I think, Zakota, this could be all she wrote for White Army if Basics play the cards right.
If indeed they do, the Lord is gonna spawn in about 11 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, the advantage is towards Basics. They have no shields available for White Army's base. Nothing is gonna be able to kill the Lord extremely fast. Victor and Lirablik need to work together, and Linux as well. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess is gonna allow him to maybe out-heal the damage that's coming from Carvi and from Castle, but it's gonna be a hard one. Every spell available for both of the teams. The Petrify is going to be a pretty big game changer. Look at the position coming from Castle. And the red bush is just waiting for the Lord to pile up. After that, he's going to clear the minions and try to maybe shove the wave inside of the base. The inhibitor is already pretty weak. It's almost 70% HP, I would say.
Oh, no, look at them. They're trying to catch Kojic off guard. I was going to say, you can do everything, but what happens when Kojic drops the RWM? Everyone gets caught up in it. Traction Pulse, Walkie dashes out of there. He gets himself the Immortality. Carvi with a BOD now. He's going to be dishing a surmountable amount of damage. It's not going to be something that White Army can tank, and you can see those Detonadas already hitting, and here comes the Black Dragon from Castle. Go to the back line, petrifies, but you can see the Blessing of the Moon Goddess buys some time. Skyfall comes through, Walkie in no man's land. Immortality spot, but the Lord's already knocking at the base Crystal. They're trying to get him down. Ghost finally able to pick up a kill. They lose 2-3 inhibitors. But for what, though? Basics could have ended. They did not want to push their luck.
They walked away with what they dropped. They got 3 inhibitors. This already opened up so much of the base and is gonna allow them to end with the next Lord possibly. But still, White Army has a teamfight composition. They are just gonna try to stay around Linux and just get that Blessing of the Moon Goddess shield and HP healing. But right now, let's take a quick look at the replay. The Black Dragon form charging in with the RW and getting a beautiful 2-man Petrified, and Sora as well with the Shifting Skies Torment form, just allowing the Yu Zhong to not do anything. Linux is gonna get the the Winter Crown, as well the Oracle in the hands of Victor, just to get that bit more of healing. Look at Boro. The pin is available. But it's so risky. Carvey is always there. Also, so is Kodiak.
The problem is not... I don't think there's any problem coming in for White Army now, right? I think they're okay with taking a lot of damage. They're okay with melting down Boro. The problem I see is coaching.
Hunter... Wait. Heptas is on Hilda.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. He didn't sell out the Fury Hammer. Went for damage instead. Oh, wait. Flickers out of harm's way. They baited out the heavy spin. That's not going to be available for the Lord. Boro finishing up. He even has a Chassis Pauldron.
And it's needed, man. They have 3 Justice Pauldrons. They have a ton of healing. No, you are actually young again. I think it's just the penetration coming in from Hunter Shank is better than the damage from Warx, but still realize he's gonna go for it. Just the sustain need is coming through. 1 Oracle Guardian Helmet in the hands of Victor, just allowing him to get that extra damage he deservedly needs and the extra HP.
No, Rabik's position's kind of off. He's left a little exposed. Castle knows that they grouped up together. That's what they kind of want, to hit that 4-3-man Petrify Furious, that combo. And White Army came to scout out the bushes. Understood they couldn't hang with the big boys. Basics here know what they're up against. Get themselves the Lord. Here comes the Black Dragon. Go straight to the back line. RWM dropping down. Lanix taking out super low. Winter Crown coming through as well. Rabik. Oh my god, what a Skyfall coming through. Rabik able to dish out the damage. Realize making that play while Carvey's been against the wall. He'll be going down. Double kill in the hands of Rabik. 3 members still standing for Basics. And this is what the power of an Estes is. White Army showing that they definitely can hang. And now we'll be able to defend this Lord quite easily.
Great play coming in from Lanix with the Blessing of the Moon Gods. He just overhealed the damage of Castle. The Petrify was there. He got a 2-man stun. He got 1 on Realize, 1 on Rabik. And after that, what can you do? You cannot finish the job. Holy Crystal in the hands of the Kimi is going to be doing a ton of damage. Look at the position coming in from Castle. The left mid bush. And they're going to try to maybe go towards an inhibitor. But Kodiak is there. Boro is there. So is Castle in the top line. We're going to see the minion getting shoved. Can't they defend this? Everyone is back up. The Lord is not going to be here for a little while. What do you think? 17 minutes, 18 minutes almost of the game. It's going to be pretty much almost a turnaround. The goal gap doesn't matter anymore that much. It's only 4,000. Twin Wings in the hands of Realize. Boro with the stun on Victor. Being against all.
Nice spin on the wall as well. You can see, but Boro flickers out of harm's way. Here comes the Black Dragon from Castle Strike going in the back line. He has the Petrify available in 1 second. Goes in. RWM dropped down. Traction pulls. Pulls back Walkie. And I think now they're here for the clapback. Goes in. Here comes the Shifting Skies. Wind of Nature from Carvey, but he's able to get that kill against Realize. The fight is split into 2, but Carvey's able to snipe from downtown. Carvey! He gets himself 3. Looking for 4, but they want the base crystal instead. It's only Rabik and Linux left standing. It's a single target hero. I don't think he'll be able to defend. Gets himself the immortality. Rabik is trying, but they know Basics are here for the base crystal. It is inevitable as Basics even up the series, and it's going to be a 1-1 in this best of 5.
What a game. Game number 2 out of this best of 5 series was almost 19 minutes. It was almost a complete turnaround at the end, but still it was not enough for Basics. They just couldn't let it go. They just went for it. Marcros, we saw how good Estes was during the late game, but after that, after the Blessing of the Moon Goddess was used, he didn't have the fleeting time. If he had the fleeting time, I think he could have maybe did another play of that. But without that item, he was gone. He was just a one-trick pony. The healing was great. The healing was doing a lot. But after that, one last fight we're going to see right here in the replay. L9 goes with attraction pools missing. Oh, what a sad, sad thing.
This was the early game, right? This is around the mid game when you knew White Army were slowly hitting their power spike. Basics really needed to apply the pressure, and that's what they did, and did that beautifully. Carvey gets himself a double. This is about 15 minutes in where they were able to defend and lost out all 3 inhibitors still. If they're able to hang on to a couple inhibitors, they'll bring good. But Boro just zoning out the rest of the team just by his lonesome self, alongside Castle just flying back in whenever needed to apply more kill pressure. Here, this is where it completely turned around. Boro flickers out after realizing they're able to provide a slight bit of a push. And then here comes the Black Dragon. RWM was dropped down. Boro right in the thick of it. Walkie walks in. A nice 2-man taunt. Here's the Blessing of the Moon.
Look at that flicker.
And look at that flicker play coming through. But look at Carvey. Left completely untouched, right? Castle just being a problem, zoning away Rabic and Ghost, the two damage dealers that needed to be in that fight when Realize was able to provide some sort of a play. Unfortunate that it just did not work out.
Sora wasn't even full build at the end. He was doing so much. But I don't know, it's really hard. It's really hard to play a carry attack speed item against, you know, 3 chassis pauldrons with blade armor. And as well, a Hilda with Heptasis. He was doing so much damage. It was, I mean, the 4th most damage on the team was 46,000 damage. More than the Frederian. But look at the damage coming from Real Rabic. 100,000. Almost the highest damage in the game. Second only to Kodiak. But it was just, I think the Gacha would have been a better choice here for White Army. Don't you agree, Kronos?
Yeah, I agree. Gacha would have been so much better for either side, to be honest. But Boro did play an outstanding game with the Hilda. But even more outstanding was Kojic. I was trying to say that I mean, in the game, you can dodge, bob, and weave a lot that you want. But what happens when the RWM drops down? You have to flicker out every single time. You know when White Army were in a good position to make something happen, Kojic just pops that RWM and they had to flicker out. And that's when kind of all hell broke loose.
It's just a hard hand being played. I mean, right now they just had an outdraft, I would say. They just got outdrafted. It happened to Basic in game 1. It happened to White Army in game 2. They just didn't have enough crowd control to deal with the heal, to deal with the Yu Zhong. Sora was doing a bit of the crowd control, but still, if he was going in, he was going in alone, deep in the back, and he couldn't get the follow through. The Akai was pinning someone against all. The team was focusing on the guy getting pinned, which was usually Boro, because it was always in their face, always the backline. But Sora was alone. And when L9 Ghost tried to follow through, he got snapped by Karuto. That's Sonata. So it's hard. It's a really hard game to call.
It definitely was. I think draft definitely makes about 60-70% of the game. In this one, they lacked crowd control. Sora was the only one they were trying to make some sort of a play. He has Dakota. Oh my god, okay. But then again, folks, for the next one, after you saw what Dakota did, we definitely need a breather. We'll be back after a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere as we're getting ready to come back with game number 3 in this best of 5. Stay tuned as we'll be back with the PGL MLBB Challenger for Western Europe in 2026. Well, that was a banger of a game too, indeed, as well as Dakota. But you're watching the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe, folks, of 2026. And believe me when I say this, from what I heard, this might not be the last PGL tournament for MLBB. So stick around. You want to get those notifications. You know, subscribe, follow, do all that stuff. Ain't that right, Dakota? Serrano told us in the back, didn't he? Possible.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
possible. Yeah,
he was
before
saying,
yesterday,
yeah.
not today, but
just because of us, you know, just because of us. But anyway, we're joking a little bit around because it's gonna be such a packed day. But we saw already these two teams. I mean, the underdog, I think the dark horse, White Army. You know, let's call them the White Horse now. Why dark horse? You know, why the dark horse here? Why can't they be the White Horse? You know. But anyway, they are proving themselves that they can hold their ground against some experienced players. I mean, what a team like that Basic has, it's really great. It's an extremely strong team. But on the other side, White Army, they have some new names on the scene. A few new names I wasn't supposed. I mean, I didn't know about them till now. I mean, it's nice to see that there are new players joining the pro scene. And Kronos, what are you expecting the second game of the day to be? Almost 20 minutes.
No, man. Honestly, I wasn't with the lineup that was there from the side of Basics, but it feels like White Army, they're tough. They're not walkovers. I like what they're showing, especially Ghost and Rabic, right? I think for the damage dealers playing the gold in the mid lane, Ghost is doing a really great job, and so is Rabic in the laning phase alone. In team fights, unfortunate that, you know, that's when the composition comes into play. You got to have different things added to, you got layers of skills that come through, layers of heroes, and of course flanking from the sides. But with the way Rabic and Ghost have been playing in the laning phase, they're able to hold their own against Carvey, one of the best in Europe, and of course Kojic as well. So it feels like White Army are, you know, probably another team that we need to look out. Maybe they had my they had my curiosity before, now they have my attention. That makes sense.
I agree with you completely. I mean, they are playing against some of the best players. I mean, top 3 finalists in ECA. An M series player, you know, was #1 in ECA. It's a tough lineup to play against, and they're holding their own, as you said. But right now, we're going to see Respect ban in. That means Sora. The Fred is going to get banned out. I'm expecting the Buck to get banned out as well, because, you know, it's a tank jungler. Tank jungler is still pretty OP. Right now, it's a harmony between tanks and assassins. We've never seen this meta before. Usually, we have 2 main heroes dominating the meta. In the last big tournament we had, it was the Yisun Shin and the most picked assassin picks. After that, we had the Joyu meta, Joy and Soyu. You know, it's only 2, but right now it's so open. We have the Hayabusa, we've seen the Lancer, we've seen the Frederick, we've seen the Baxia. There are so many choices in the jungle right now, but we're gonna see Cody XP getting banned. We're gonna see them taking out the Kimi. They played it the last time, but right now, what is basically gonna go for? I was expecting a Yuzhong ban, because whoever gets the Yuzhong, I'm seeing that they're winning. We're seeing how good Realize did in the first game, and after that, Castle did an amazing just job with the Yuzhong. The Dragon, he was going down every time he was going with his ultimate. He had the Petrify ready, he was getting many stuns. But we're gonna see the Cloud getting banned out. I saw it in the first game. Lirabic did an amazing job. He was doing so much damage. The Blazing Duet, he was just poaching them down. He was hunting them down, and damage sustainability was there as well with the Revitalized Hylos. But man, what's the third ban gonna be? They have the first pick on the left side, the Baxia and Basics. I was expecting the Yuzhong ban. Yuzhong from Basics, I think it needs to go. Maybe even the Eve. Either of these two.
The Eve, the Jushin. Don't forget the Jushin. We haven't seen a single Jushin come out from yesterday and today. I think you and me.
Ooh, that's true.
Don't forget about that. You're letting that, you know.
I'm letting it go. I'm forgetting about that hero's existence because, you know, it should be maybe deleted.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're letting it go like how you let go of all those brownies when you see it. But then, again, at this moment...
the Jushin is open. The Yuzhong is open. The carry is open.
Eve as well.
White Army takes the Jushin. If White Army takes the Jushin, they give away the carry. They give away the Yuzhong. 2 really strong meta heroes. I think the best of the best, the top of the line. Only a little bit behind Cloud. The carry, the Yuzhong is, as you said, the best XP laner we have. But it's a hard trade. You give the Jushin, or do you take the Yuzhong for yourself? You have to give one of them. But it's difficult. It's really difficult. I think they got him in a chokehold right here. It's difficult. But the Jushin goes first. And I think Basics are going to answer with the Yuzhong and maybe possibly the carry pick, or maybe even a roaming, a gata catcha, something along the line, something that can hold down the mid lane pressure in the early. What do you think, Kronos?
What? I mean, the natural response to a Jushin has to be the Eve, right? I think the Eve has to come through in the first phase. Of course, maybe not in the first two picks, the third pick. It has to be a Eve because Jushin's Lantern provides a lot of poke, but then Eve is the only natural way to respond with the poke of your own. But then Yu Zhong is a great pick. I love the Yu Zhong in the hands of Castle. What a game he had. And then now I think it's definitely... And then on the other side, of course, you're going to pair up the Jushin with the Hylos. I think it's a given. These are what a natural response would be. See, now that I don't like. That we don't like. Zakota, I think you can agree. We don't like the Grok over here. I mean, I know it's Boro playing it. We know it's Boro playing it, but really, is this the best pick that they can come up in the wrong position? Right?
I mean, the Grok is just viable. He's just solid. He's a solid pick into a Jukshin as well because you have to force down her Lantern Flare. You have to force down her ultimate just because it's just such a strong ultimate. It's such a big movement skill. It's a freakle for free every 40-ish seconds. And, you know, you're a Grok, you're going to have additional stuns. You're going to have CC immunity if you...
Hylos carry.
Right? I don't know about the carry. I think the Lapu Lapu. I think Lapu Lapu needs to get picked right here. No, because they're going to ban it out in the second phase. And what are you going to pick on the XP? They're going to go with a...
I think there's enough options. There's the Uranus, there's the Esmeralda, but I think the carry here is really good just because you have the protection of the Jushin, you have the protection of the Hylos. Well, they ignore us both. I mean, I did say Uranus for the next phase, but they go
for the ban phase, not for the big phase. Come on now.
Come on, they get the carry in the hands of Carvey. So far in this series, Zakota, correct me if I'm wrong, the carry hasn't won this series, right? 2 games in. First game in the hands of Carvey did win. Second game's White Army didn't win.
No, she has not. It would be great to see a hero win rate, maybe, possibly in the future. But even right now, let's see the second phase of the bans. Of course, Basics are going to have the first pick in the second phase. And I assume they're going to ban out junglers. They need to ban out possibly the Hayabusa and the Lancelot. Or maybe even the Yisun Shin Lancelot. But the Moscow goes through. The bans. I mean, it's a viable response. Moscow has so many dashes, can respond great to a carry and to Zhong as well. He can pin him down against the wall. Against the Grok, you can have the flicker. You can have 3 dashes with the Spear of Destruction. It's, you know, it's a hero. You know, he has a lot of movement. He's good. He does damage. Trinity being this good in the meta also is, you know, an impactful thing. He gets banned out. The Farsa as well, I think, has to go out the door. Maybe even the...
No, I wouldn't say the Farsa. I definitely would like the Eve on the other side over the carry that I said, you know. That's kind of a natural response to the Jushin in the laning phase, in team fights. So, I think Hayabusa... What the problem here is what's Walkie gonna play?
I think Basics are gonna go for Lunox and Walkie is gonna go for maybe
Lunox gets banned out.
Oh, Lunox gets banned out. I mean, difficult. A Joy jungle, possibly because they're lacking so much magical. A Joy jungle into a Hylos is actually not that bad because they have Uranus. They don't have that. I mean, it's the only correct choice.
It's not bad. Right?
But what is Kodia gonna go for? Kodia can go for Kadita maybe? Here, Kadita is not that bad into Jukshin, honestly.
No, I mean, Yisun Shin's not bad a pick, but then going up against Uranus all the time, he's gonna be right in your face. You know, he's gonna be peeling for the team, but you want him to do that. Hopefully, he will get the opportunity to do that, but then you have a carry that can really melt you down if you get too, you know, if you overextend a little bit. White Army, what are they gonna respond with though? They need something to go in. Maybe a Granger.
Kronos, I know why they give the Jukshin first pick, just to take the Grok, because every time we see a Grok, we see a Valentina. And they denied the Valentina pick by forcing the Jukshin in their hands. That's why the Grok is good here. I think the Grok is going to do better here, because every time we're going to see it coming, just the Granger. And then Nolan.
I like the Nolan.
Not bad. Not bad, because I was going to say the Guinevere would be solid here, because they have so much...
What's with you and Guinevere, bro? Why are you simping so much for
Can't a man love a jungler who does magical damage and has a good stun? Can't a man, you know, love a Guinevere? You're
simping too much for Guinevere. It's the third time today.
Yisun Shin is my favorite hero, but, you know, it didn't say anything about him. The Jukshin pick, I mean, the Zetian pick, actually. It's great to do Nolan, because you push back for his basic attack, and also you push back the Hylos, this Law and Order. And the Uranus as well, but Uranus is going to force... It's going to be a great game. It's going to be a long game ahead of us.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be a long game unless the Nolan really gets a hard snowball early on, which what they're hoping for along with side the Granger. The Zetian's great to provide the poke against, against the Jushin. Keep forgetting that name. Two Chinese here, two heroes with the lore of China just going head to head against each other. It's gonna be great. It's
and
looking
the Chinese
like a solid
dragon
matchup.
as well. Let's not forget about the Chinese dragon.
Black Dragon.
The Chinese can. Oh, hold on now, man. What are we implying here, Mr. Kronos?
Oh, it's the Black Dragon that goes in the Black Dragon form.
Yeah.
Yu Zhang. I think the lore speaks
Chinese.
for itself, right? Let's cook with the lore.
He is Chinese. I'm just saying.
Never said no, man. Never said no. But I'm saying, like,
you're denying reality, Mr. Kronos.
No, I think the lore speaks for itself, but then with the way the lore goes, I don't know if the game will come out that way. Because so far, basics and White
indeed.
Army, it's been looking 50-50.
What did you just do now with your hands?
It's 50-50, man.
That's not 50-50.
Oh my God, you go say it. Say what you want to say.
I'm not gonna say it. I am not cursed. But even so, we're gonna start the game. White Army on the blue side, on the right side, red side, basics. I mean, the farm is gonna go in favor, I think, of the Nolan. I guess he's gonna place down his mine. He's gonna place down his spatial tears, I think they're called. What he's doing, or dimensional tears, something along the lines. But Verso Castle is gonna be laning against Moranos, and in the early game has revenge. But look at Boro. Already below half HP, the Revitalize is gonna bring him a little bit over. Kodiak has the clear advantage because Zetian's range is gonna be a little bit more favorable to clearing minions. But Walk is gonna be there, Verso is gonna be there.
Oh, wait.
Realize!
I'm not sure if that was the brightest of ideas. Revitalize to make sure he survives. Oh, you do not want to give a Yisun Shin a head start. He's a hero that provides consistent damage throughout the game. He has a lot of damage in the late game. Can definitely 1v2, 1v5 if the conditions are met right. You do not want to give that hero an early advantage. I like the Zetian pick because the only way that you can kind of counter this Jushin, like I mentioned before, is realize first blood. What are you doing, my guy? You do not want to go against a Yu Zhang early in the game. Level 2, probably one of the strongest heroes.
I think even level 1, he's the strongest hero in the game. Just the Shah Essence residue is just doing so much. N9 Ghost. He might fall. Walk is there.
No,
Flicker.
Ghost is getting completely zoned out. Has to flicker as well, just to survive. Mountain Shocker being used by Walkie early on, providing vision, knowing that nobody's there available. Lanex goes in. Oh no, Ghost gets caught. What are you doing? No flicker. Gets punished. White Army. Headless chickens at the moment.
At the least, it wasn't the Yisun Shin that got the kill, but it's not looking great. It's looking extremely grim. Right now, the Nolan might be able to take the turtle objective on his own, depending on how it goes, if he gets spotted or not. Then the Black Dragon form comes through.
Yeah, just zoning away Victor along with Realize. Oh
Castle
my God,
falls.
Castle gets destroyed. Absolutely. They get the turtle, but traded for a kill.
The gold gap is 700 already. It's 2 minutes, 25 seconds in the game. Kodiak.
No.
Again.
Boro tech charge used up as well, and you can see the range of Kojik just making sure he'll be able to get the kill.
Victor fall.
No, gets caught in the Mount Shocker. He might be going down. Walkie is barely able to get something. Lanex might be going down. The range of Kojik is too much for them to deal with. Revitalize, try and make sure he survives. Kojik.
Oh my God.
That is what, 100 HP even?
Maybe 11 or 6, 7. Oh.
Fear of the Phoenix comes through. Ghost is being zoned out completely. The Zetian's doing so much work against this Jushin, not allowing.
But look at the bot lane, Carvey.
Carvey gets 1v2. He was almost able to get 2 kills off of that. But White Army able to respond.
Boro. The tectonic charge is not there. He used the Vita just to get just little itty bit of healing. But Boro, he has it. He has the tectonic charge. Do you think he's gonna be greedy? Not looking bright, but the dominance ice is gonna be the first item he is looking forward to. So the Jushin is gonna go for the orb just to get an extra bit of healing, an extra bit of mana early in the game. She desperately needs in the fight. And the Sky Piercer Ranger first item, not even gonna go for the boots. Usually, I mean, I would go for the boots because they have the Yu Zhang, they have the Yisun Shin, they have, the Grok. A ton of physical damage in the early game. The Brute, I mean, the Dreadnought armor first for Uranus. It's just, okay, it's good. You're not gonna risk a ton, and I see Castle is gonna go for the Queen's Wing just to get that extra bit of healing, replacing that Warwick, just getting the demonic gaze and allowing him to get that extra reset on his skills, allowing him to pop out that black dragon.
Oh, look at the top side though, the River Bush, he's able to get that nice tech charge. The Phoenix getting popped as well. Lennox getting zoned out by the Zetian. Here comes the Black Dragon form, getting on top of goes Petrify, and goes to be going down. Castle alongside Carvey, additional damage, but look at little Rabic, able to snipe from afar.
Walkie's gonna fall.
Should be going down instantly. 3 members versus 3 now, but you can see a sandwich play coming out. Victor going for the fracture, able to get the kill onto Castle.
Forcing the flicker as well.
As Rabic picks up another. Carvey, the only one left standing for basics, but realize, making sure he's not allowed to recall.
Almost a complete wipeout, and Victor is gonna get that blue buff plus a turtle, so it's gonna put him in the lead by 200 gold. It's looking great for White Army. They turned it around. The game was looking grim from the start, but look at the gold earned already. 3.7k in the hands of Granger. That's not looking great. He has the Sky Piercer and the Hunter Strike already. Kronos. This is oof, really bad.
Yeah, White.
And he gets a turret.
Yeah, White Army slowly picking up the pace, right? They're slowly starting to pick up the pace. They understand that they've hit their power spike. Or rather, Rabic has got that Sky Piercer, and he needs those kills. He's hungry for those kills. They need to serve it up on a platter for him. Victor 3-0-1 on a killing spree already. Feels like Walkie on this Yisun Shin hasn't been as impactful as we'd like. Honestly, I'd like to see the Yisun Shin farm up a little bit more. Understand there's not a lot left on the map, but the movement of Walkie hasn't been so fluid that we'd like to see here. Lennox gets caught out, and I think he's going to be going down.
Petrify!
2 members. Petrify coming through as well. Fury of the Phoenix follows, but the Black Dragon form realizes to make out. Victor tried to go for a fracture onto Carvey. Somehow, some way, Basics able to make a comeback off of a wombo combo.
Zetiano Flicker!
No.
They're gonna take the mid. They're gonna take the mid. They're gonna trade for me. It's okay. They lost top and 2 members for a mid turret. That's not a bad trade-off in my opinion, because you're against a Yisun Shin and you can invade him. Now you have...
Oh, no.
Oh!
Fracture! Kojic goes down. Victor has been lethal on this Nolan.
Wow.
Oh, no.
No tectonic charge.
No, I think he got the purple buff as well. Oh,
Carvey's gonna fall.
Oh my god, he's just dashing out of harm's way at the right time. Rabic looking to take down that tier 2 on the bot side. Castle trying to zone them away as much as he can. Boro with a nice Guardian's Barrier has been using that quite well. Rabic,
look at Carvey, he's so low.
Tier 2. And now Carvey flickers out of harm's way. Realize, making sure a sandwich is made out of Castle. Tier 2 gone. Walkie on the opposite end of the map, while White Army get their hands on the turtle.
I don't know what to say. The most damage dealt is coming from the side of basics, but still, the ones winning are White Army. Look at Yisun Shin is gonna take that tier 2 top side turret, but look, tectonic charge!
Charge coming through. Fury of the Phoenix as well. Make sure that it's put in place, but Carvey doesn't have the range, doesn't have the protection that he needs to move forward and dish out the damage.
I think it's still fine. I think it's still okay. They got a both side turret ability out, so that could lead to a strong side for the side of basics. Great play coming in from Walkie, just getting that advantage on the top side right now. Lord, 89 seconds. In the bot side, look at Castle. Black Dragon form was used. Is this the end of the Granger?
Yeah, it's gotta go. Granger's down and out. Nice shutdown coming in from Castle as well. Carvey now has enough time to try and get those towers, get those items, and now you know Basic's gonna be a problem. Boro, Mountain Shocker being used as well. Victor able to get a top tier 1. Lennox has to use the Glorious Pathway to run away. 60 seconds to the Lord. That's enough time for White Army and Basics both to find an advantage.
You had to mention 67, right? Kronos. You're a grown man. You cannot be saying 6-7.
Oh my god, this guy. Always trying to get the poke down. Feels like he...
Castle!
No, like that Furious Dive. Oh, if Victor had the fracture, he could have gone in and gone out.
What a lucky cat. He got the 9 lives, 8 lives left now. Carvy's gonna force to recall. He's not in a great positioning right now.
Oh no, he cancels the recall. Fear of the Phoenix comes out as well, looking to take down Raybik. Will he be able to go? He's going for it with the speed of light wheels. Fear of the Phoenix comes out as well. They're able to get that kill. Tech charge being used up. Ghost goes down. Nice use of the Revitalize to try and survive, but Lanex, he's going to be next on the chopping block, and they're chasing him down with the Black Dragon form nonetheless. And you can see the emo dropped out, understanding the resources put just to take him down. And he will be in the hands of Carvy, getting slain. And now Basics turn their attention to the Lord.
Great position coming from Carvy. He was just waiting for the right exact moment. He was almost going to fully recall, but he was just waiting. He saw Rabbik, Boro with a tectonic charge, play coming through, stunning L9 Ghost as well.
Oh no, Ghost, what are you doing? Not in the midst of 5 members. Again, it's the same bush. It's the same side of the river that they would try. But then look at this replay, folks. Lanex just getting chased down completely. Carvy, a monster kill.
A monstrous play, I would say, with Bora as well. The lore advantage is going towards Basics on the top side. Still, the map presence is in the favor of White Army. They still have the mid turret fully active. The top turret is almost gone. So it would have been an even map. Look at the bot side. They got the turret where the lord is attacking. They can defend this. They have N9 Ghost. They have realized they have Lirabic just to snipe them out. And also, if Victor gets a pick of upon Kari or upon Kodiak, it could be a game changer. A bit of a vision coming through. Kodiak is in the backline. He was revealed. So is Walkie. Traceless.
Oh, wait, Walkie's down and out. Oh, Victor able to get that kill. Unstoppable. Hasn't gone down a single time.
L9 Ghost.
Okay, well, what's Ghost doing? Oh,
Victor
Petrify comes in. Victor goes down. What a shutdown with the help of the Fury of the Phoenix. Castle has been single-handedly changing the pace of the game. Chastise Pauldron coming in the hands of Realize now. And you can see Basics are slowly amping up the pace.
Carvy got another shutdown. Oh, tectonic charge!
No. He's just left by himself, and I think Basics here. Carvy able to get that tier 1 pop in the recalls after what Lanex did to them in game number 1. Realize bite me next on the chopping block. Lanex comes in as well. Ring of Punishment to slow them down. Glorious Pathway at the same time. No, Kojic can only try to peel them away.
The gold advantage is still towards the Nolan. He is 100 or so gold ahead of the carry. Considering how farm she has, how many kills she got, how many shutdowns as well. It still could be a turnaround for White Army. It's only a 4,000 gold difference between them, 4,200 gold. Real Rabdik is gonna be the main deciding factor. As you said, he needs someone to farm for him.
Oh my god, Lanex gets caught out. Mountain Chakra, Fear of the Phoenix both popped at the same time. He gets himself a double walk. He get them out of there. Basics have had enough fun time. It's time to end the game, is what they say. They still have the inhibitor standing in the mid lane along with the Holy Shield, but Realize, what are you doing? Gets melted down. Victor not allowed to go back. And I think it's enough time for White Army to try and take the base crystal.
They want him gone.
They want the kill. They really want it bad, but I think they call it a day. Get the base crystal, take it 2-1, and get on match point.
They shot them down. Almost a complete wipeout. Boro was just aggroing Victor away from the base, just pulling him away as much as possible. And that allowed Basics to end it cleanly without needing a Lord. Just one Lord was used during the entire game, and it led to them not getting that much. On the other hand, Basics did get the lead in this series. One more game for them, it could close out, or maybe White Army is gonna even it out with a 2-2 score, going to a full best of 5. But look at Boro with the turnaround play. I mean, what can he do? In that scenario, he was just doing so much. And L9 Ghost, his presence was as of a ghost. He was just going in, completely getting melted down, or he's just jumping in the stands of Boro. Jumping in the tectonic charges, and look at Castle just going in, going deep, just freezing Realize. And I don't know, the Purify wasn't used much by the runners this game. I think maybe a Revitalize or something. Look right there. Even if he used the Purify, it would have been over for him. Maybe if he used the Flicker or Revitalize something on the other hand, it would be a little better. But Linux and L9 Ghosts are slowly pulling down the team, not looking great. 0-7-2 and 0-5-5. Of course, you're Hylos, you can die, you're so tanky. It means soak up a lot of time. But look at Carvy. 9-1-8. I think deserved MVP for this game. 69,000 total damage, Kronos.
That is a lot of damage if you ask me. 69,000, just too short, right? or rather 2K gold ahead. Could have been something Zakota would have loved to say. But with the way this game's went out, you basics
I don't know
have
about
been
that
great.
one.
Carvey though is gonna be the MVP. 918 on the KDA, 9.3k gold. Finally breaks the curse of the carry in this series, and rightly so with the damage that the carry can dish out. Man, the Trinity Wind of Nature, I thought would at least need the Malefic Gun. Apparently not.
Just that one play completely changed the course of the game. White Army was taking the lead back, and after that play, it was just completely over. They were trying to win fights, but they couldn't. Just Zetian allowing to reveal Warden Nolan, and as well, the Yisun Shin using that ultimate, the Mondo Shocker, just revealing everything. It was just an improvement overall because Nolan needs mob presence. And, you know, if you're seen, you're done for. You don't have that element surprise. Yes, he can burst them down, he can force a flicker, he can force a dash, but with Carvey was never using a flicker. He always had the dash ready to rock. He just had the timing perfectly for the Nolan. But Kronos, it's still only 2-1. It could be a full best of 5, or maybe it's gonna be the game sealing the deal at the end. Basics just needs 1 point.
That Nolan was good early on. There was just no follow-up after. And I think the main problem was the fact that Jushin just didn't exist. That Jushin just didn't exist. I don't know what those Crimson Beacons were going in the midst of 5 members. Not when the carry is so fed, not when they have so much card control, not when they have a Petrify on the other side.
And also, Kronos, they just bait out the Jushin pick so they can pick the Grok. If they had the Valentina, completely different game, I think. Jushin should just be banned because it's such a bait pick. It's a strong pick, but it's a bait. You gave the Grok away for free. There's nothing to counter him. The Uranus was not doing that great. He was sustaining, was tanking. But the spell he chose wasn't that useful during the game. I think I saw him use it maybe twice. But, Kronos, anything left to say about this series?
I mean, this series was great. I think 2-1 so far. We're going into the next game soon enough. I believe we're going into a short break, and after that we'll be back for the next game. So, folks, it's going to be a nail-biting finish. Will it be 3-1? Will there be a comeback that's possible? Are we going all the way to 5 games? We'll find out after a short one. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe. And I can't say 2026 more often, because if you're still living in 2025, you got to wake up, brother. You got to wake up. We're already 17 days into January. So if you're still stuck in the past like Dakota is, living off your past glory, I think you need to move on. And that's something that Basics are doing at the moment. But to be fair, they are proving a point with their gameplay. Now with a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 series, they're looking to take this game and make it a 3-1, but White Army want to stand and fight, and they have been putting up a fight so far. Just that the previous game, I don't know, I feel like Ghost kind of lost his head. Maybe he needs a little bit of that energy drinks, maybe he needs to get some food in his belly, maybe he needs a coffee to wake up. Ain't that right, Dakota?
Maybe he needs everything listed above, but I think maybe it's just early in the morning. As I said, he needs to wake up. The first game he played real well, he played real good. Second game, questionable. You know, he was there, he was getting support from Linux with Estes, but in the third game, he had no presence whatsoever. The only thing he was doing correctly was giving gold to Carvey and giving gold to the Eastern Shin sometimes. But that's about it. We're gonna see the Gro getting banned out. The Yu Zhong 2 games. I mean, 3 out of 3 games we've seen him, he was on the winning side. Carry one time, you know, with the Yu Zhong, he was on the winning side. Maybe you need them two together to form a bond, you know, the unbreakable bond, because it's hard to play carry in this meta, especially in even the last game. Carry, if there was no Yu Zhong or there was no Krok, I think it would have been a harder game. But they best bait out the Juxin pick. They're gonna ban out the Eve, and I believe White Army needs to ban the Juxin. Is the only correct choice, or maybe even the Claude.
Claude, Carry, Jushin, Yves, Yu Zhong, Kalea.
He's banned out. Come on, now pay attention.
I know, no, I'm just saying, like, these are the usual suspects that kind of get banned out as well. So I won't be surprised if they get banned out rather than picked for some of the picks that you mentioned. But I really want to see the Claude and the Carry gone. Give us some of those fighter-style gameplays, man. You know, we've been seeing good marksmen come out, but don't you want to see that 5v5 brawl, bro? Like, you know,
I'm okay.
No macro, okay. Just pure micro, just completely brawl it out. You know, just one lane, 5 members, go crazy.
No skill whatsoever. No skill. You know, marksmen, they need to work on the position. They need to play for position. They need to play for map pressure.
Nobody wants no position right now. Give us that 5v5 brawl, man. Give us that link
maybe
from Milwaukee
maybe
again.
in epic in your rank or legend, whatever you are. But like right now, this is the big leagues. This is the major leagues. We're gonna ban out Valentina. That means they want the Sora first pick. And I think White Army needs to answer with the Sora ban. Just give out the Cloud and take the carry for yourself.
I agree.
Because
I think
that's what it's looking like.
That's the easiest trade. Just ban the Sora, give the Claw, take the carry, take the Eastern Shin.
The Baxia! No, the Sora is there. Oh,
Sora
God.
is there. It's going to be so difficult for them to deal with right now. The Sora is going to wreak havoc in the Land of Dawn. And it's going to be in the hands of Castle. Could be in the hands of Carvey. They could go for the double fighter composition. So far, we've seen only Castle play it for basics. So, yeah, it's going to be in the hands of Castle right now. But on the other side, White Army, what would they go for? Claude, Carry?
CC maybe?
Yeah, CC. I think CC's got to be coming through soon.
I think they need to first pick Claude. Let it, you know, Carry. I mean, give me Claude. I don't know.
We're starting to see a pattern here, Dakota. We're starting to see a pattern here. Ghost always wants to play the Kimmy. If you notice,
Juxin is open. I mean, no, Juxin is banned actually. What am I saying? I'm spewing nonsense, but still, the Cloud needs to be in the first or second phase pick. I mean, it's right now they need it. The Cloud is, you cannot give a Cloud and a Sora away for free. Just too much expense. I don't know. Cloud is so broken. Sora is so broken. I'd rather them have Yu Zhong over them having Sora. Sora just can do so much. He can do a ton of damage in the early game. The Fredrin, they're giving the Cloud. I don't know how to feel about this.
I think
they're going to go for Hayabusa Claude.
Yeah, I think Haya Claude just makes sense here because Haya's in the hero pool of Walkie, which is kind of limited. Claude, one of the best marksmen right now, if not one of the best marksmen right now in the meta.
Oh,
so I would say Claude and Sora and Hayabusa in the same team.
And Hayabusa.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like they're looking for trouble here. White Army are looking for trouble.
This is an execution. Of course, the map is going to be the grass, the dangerous grass mode. We didn't mention that in the first 3 games. But I believe it was all the same. I think only in one game we had the expanding river, if I'm mistaken. But the Kalea is gonna get picked out. The Hylos again. I mean, it's okay. Into this, it's okay. But they need to ban out the Hayabusa. I think that's the correct ban. The Hayabusa or maybe even the Yusunshin needs to go because
Both of them need to go.
you're getting punished. The mid lane, what's there for the mid to pick? Valentina's banned out, Eve is banned out, Juxin's banned out, Kimi is picked. Maybe a Faramis?
No. Faramis is a little too much, buddy. You're going a little too far with
Lunox. Maybe Lunox.
I think Lunox is probably what they're going to go for.
It's difficult.
Yeah. Lunox is a good
cover,
ban. Lunox just because it pairs up with the Kalea. We know we've seen Kochik play it as well, so Lunox is off the table. The three meta mages off the table. Kimi is being picked up. Not many options left.
I'd say 4 meta mages are on the table. The Kara's gonna get banned out. I'm expecting basics to ban. To pick actually the Sicilian or the Kagura. I think either of these two work great here against 2 tanks. Sicilian, if he gets it with farm in the early game, you're gonna suffer a little bit. But in the late game, you're gonna have the Cloud, you're gonna have Sicilian. In the early game, you have the Sora, and it's hard. It's gonna be a hard draft.
The Sicilian is really great here. I feel like I agree with you just because of the range it provides and how you can deal with this Fredrin. But don't forget they can play the Zetian as well. The Zetian's great here against Fredrin. Against the Hylos can definitely peel for the team. Fovi is being taken off. Ooh. CC,
I think they're gonna go for Chichi.
Yeah, it's gotta be CC. It's one of the best EXP laners here. They can provide the frontline shred if basics opt to go for a tanky jungler, or we know they're gonna go for the Hayabusa here, but CC definitely does do wonders against the Hayabusa as well. So can definitely tank and hold.
Maybe the Guinevere is coming into play. The Guinevere looks great here, unironically. I have to mention it. The Guinevere looks great here. Even if you don't like it, it's true.
I mean, where? Guinevere where?
Guinevere on the jungle.
For which basics? No.
They're already lacking magical. There are not that many magical choices left.
Joy. I think he's going to go for the Joy. But now looking at the Hylos, the Fredrin, and the Arlot, I wouldn't go for the Joy unless... Walkie's hero pool is just limited. That's the thing, right? Walkie's hero pool is so limited for them to work
what
with.
What if it's what if it's actually Kalea jungle, and we're getting trolled? What if it's
actually it could be. Looking at the way the picks are going, it looks like a Walkie on the Kalea in the jungle. It could be. And then next thing you know, they go for Magic Roman Magic in the mid lane to provide that balance.
On a Hellcourt roam. Kadita, I was thinking, yeah. But I don't know about this here.
Akai.
And Panda, Akai jungle, okay. I don't know what to think about this draft. I think White Army so far has won it. Just the Cloud is the best pick from basics and the Kalea. And the Sora, you cannot ignore the Sora. It's just such a strong pick, but it's gonna be enough to change the pace of the game because the Arlot works great against him because you can get a mark in the early game, you're dominating him. And as well, you have the Hylos, you have the Fredder, and you have so many stuns. And as well, Immobilize coming in from the Kimi and the Moscow pick. Interesting.
Moscow's not bad here. Moscow's not.
I was thinking
has a lot of protection from the Arlot, the Hylos, as well as the Fredrin, right? So I'm not against the Moscow for, very few times I say that, but looking at the pickoff that they have on the other side with the Kadita, with the Kalea, a Sora that can provide a lot of AoE damage.
Akai, there's so many combos here.
Yeah, it's looking good for basics. A lot more chances of victory for them. White Army relying on lots of sets, especially from Realize, and Victor needs to snowball, needs to be the frontliner. And if Ghost can shake off what happened in the previous game, make a comeback, then maybe White Army could really do something.
They need the Ghost off, don't they?
I'm gonna ignore that. I think Serrano is in the back as well. He's saying "What's this guy even talking about?" Zakota needs to ignore and we're just gonna ignore Zakota, folks, and just move on to the next game because I feel like we're just gonna go into the game. We don't want to see Zakota anymore. We don't want to hear it because this, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be match point for.
You're supposed to.
Basics.
Yeah, you're the bad guy. Why am I getting blamed? I'm the good guy here. Look at you, you're the yin or yang. I don't remember which is the bad one, I forgot. But come on now. Come on, you're supposed to be, I'm supposed to be nice, but look at, you're bullying me, man. I have to defend myself.
Yeah, sure. Well, anyways, this is going to be match point for Basics, folks. While on the other side, they're looking to make a comeback for White Army. It is 2-1 the score on the best of 5, and we're not going away after this. We have another best of 5 coming your way, and then a couple of best of 3s and another best of 5 indeed. We're going to see upper bracket final later on. Is it going to be a walk into the upper bracket final for Basics, or is it going to be another match coming in later on? A White Army wants to even out the score. Let's see how this goes.
It's going to be a difficult game. Right now, I think, as I said, on the XP side, Realize is going to have the advantage just because he's an Arlot. Castle doesn't have that much damage in the early game. He gets poked, he cannot regenerate that early. But look at Arlot. He's going to get the stun, he's going to get the passive up and ready to rock and roll. But we're going to see a possible early jungle invade, just a vision check. Fred is going to go for the little under. Aka is going to ignore it. In the top side, we're going to see Rabik trying to poke out the minions, freezing a little bit of the wave. He has the advantage right now. Is he going to get the crab?
Yeah, it's going to be an easy crab.
How we missed the fight, but even so, in the mid side, we're gonna see Boro jumping on Kodiak.
Oh, Boro trying to get something on Ghost again. Ghost feels like he's lost his head after that first 2 games.
He lost his cat lives, you know. Castle still has 8 left, but Cod, I mean, I don't know about Ghost. Who was using them all in game number 1? We're gonna see that boots going in the hands of Waki Kodiak as well. Warrior boots for Carvey just to deny damage coming in from Rabik. Same as well for him. So many warrior boots pairs here. I don't know, man. If I was a shoe merchant in MLBB, I think I would be rich by now. But what's happening on the bot side? Look at Volky. Is there gonna be a freeze? They're
trying to get a pick off onto Realize, right? On the bot side, I think Realize.
But he realized it.
Exactly, he realized it, so he doesn't really want to go through Castle. Doing the best that he can to protect and try and get as many minions as he can, or deny a lot of minions to Realize.
It's looking rough for the Arlot. It's looking real rough.
Yeah.
He got frozen a lot, but look at Loki's here. You're gonna start the third Boro in the mid bush, trying to give all the vision. Kodiak is gonna have the rough waves available and ready to rock and roll.
Oh, Victor gets caught out. Nice Skyfall coming through as well. Now goes to the shifting skies. The damage coming through, and there's the ocean or the rough waves. Combo coming in from Basics, able to take it all. Taking 2 members down. Final slash onto Waki. Ghost left in no man's land again. Gets caught out, separated from the fight. Can't make anything happen. Feels like Basics have finally found how to break down White Army.
Was the game one just a fluke, Kronos? Or maybe are they going to turn it around? Look at L9 Ghost. He is getting pushed so far behind on his own turret just by Boro. The Tsunami Slam is there. Castle has the Shifting Sky available. The Torment was very useful there, but Carvey, he is doing mighty fine for himself. He's just doing dandy work. Oh, Tsunami Slam! Linex!
Yeah, oh no. Not how it goes. Not how it's supposed to go.
The recall spam coming to look at Carvey. What's he gonna try?
Ghost?
L9 Ghost?
Oh.
It's gonna be
what's
rough.
L9 stand for? Zakota, what's
Low
L9 stand
9.
for? What's low 9?
It's a team. Or it was a team. Just called the low 9. I don't know why, but you know it's there.
I mean, I know low main, but I don't know.
Low main, the food?
Yeah. I like it. Do you like it?
Is it chow mein?
No, it's low main as well.
I never had low main. Oh, but
You never had low main?
Yeah, you're making me hungry. But look at the horse. He was hungry for some fish as well, and he got caught up in the rough waves. 2 fish combo on the mid lane. I mean, what are you gonna do about that?
Oh yeah, in the lore, Kadira is related to Kalea, right?
And
yeah,
Badan.
Kalea. Yeah, Kalea. And
Isn't Kalea her daughter or whatever?
I don't know. That's weird.
But even so, look at, like, they have Animal Planet on the basic side, you know? They have Panda, they have a mermaid, they have whatever Kalea is. On the right side, they have a horse. You know, so like Animal Planet right here. Oh, Tsunami
wait,
Slam,
pick off
not
to come
there.
through. Tsunami Slam? No, not being used up. Just trying to bait out the Purify as much as possible. Boro, threading the needle, finding the right times to make things happen. Realize, that's the flicker. Had to flicker out.
Well, look at Rabik. His HP is so low. Dexter, if they push the Dexter down, I think it's done for him.
Oh no, but here comes Glorious Bathroom from Lanex. Breath of the Ocean being used up as well. Trying to make something happen. Kojic could go in. Thalassophobia gets parked in. Walkie with a heavy spin onto Lanex. Could be going down. Yes, he will soon enough. But the follow-up from Ghost and White Army is there.
Rough Waves.
Through. Goes down. Rough Waves.
Tsunami Slam. Final Slash.
But Final Slash catches 3 members. And he goes for the Appraiser's Wrath as well. But in the back line, Castle finds Realize. Gets himself a double. While Carvey made his way into the fight. Made that a 5v4. And Basics walk out with the spoils.
And it's not looking great for Lil Rabbi. Kodiak is there, Carvey is there. And look at Castle. He's using a Temporal Rain emblem. He's gonna just go and try to get as many skills down as possible. That's why he went for the Torment mode. Just because you have so many clouds, you can do so many dashes after you use your Shifting Sky. It's gonna be really hard for Realize to do anything. Look at that. He missed it, but it's, you know, you get the idea. Low 9 Ghost is gonna get his... I mean, it's so late in the game. It's 5 minutes in. His first item is just now. It's looking real grim for him. Victor also, he's gonna go for the Dreadnought armor also with the Magic Robe just to get a little bit of defense up. Walk is gonna go for the Molten Essence with the Black Ice Shield. Gonna go for a full dominance ice, I assume. Almost a double item, 1.5 items for Carvey. And as well for Rabik, he's just gonna get now his dagger. It's looking real bad. Kronos, what do you think? Do you see anything out of the ordinary besides the emblems that are a little bit messed up?
I mean, yeah, you know, it's kind of jumbled up. I feel like the emblems. Oh, probably not the same that we'd like to see, because definitely those are not the right emblems. I can say that.
Who knows? Maybe he did went for, you know, Kalea Mage. Maybe it was Sora Marksman.
No, come on, Sakura.
Who are we to know?
It's alright, it's alright. But you can see Victor, he's not alright. Oh, Breath of the Ocean.
Tsunami Slam!
Waves, Kojik's not there yet, but you can see Victor coming through. Walkie with a heavy spin. Victor gets pinned to the wall, petrified as well at the same time. Appraiser's Wrath able to catch Kojik. And now looking to get the rest. Walkie caught in no man's land. 5 members making a sandwich out of the Panda. They get 2 for nothing. White Army find a crack and break that wall down. Now looking to take this tier 1 in the mid lane. Boro trying to make play happen. Doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, but they run and gun him down. Boro goes out. Final Slash coming through as Carvey able to make it out alive. This turtle in the hands of White Army. They are not going down easy.
The Bonk changed the course of the game. Just one-shotting Kodiak. The Appraiser Wrath did so much damage, but in the bot side we saw that Castle took a tier 3 turret and realize he falls down. They're going to lose another turret in the top lane as well. They're not going to gain much. Rough Waves was used by the Karita. Maybe it was not. It was just the dash and the Thalassophobia being used. Right now we're going to see the invade coming in from the Fred and Walkie. He's not going to get anything. In the middle we're going to see a fight starting to cook up. Castle, Carvey, Walkie are all ready to rock and roll. Rabik is maybe going to try to go for a stun. Lanex. The upside. Fredrin.
No, Fredrin, what are you doing? Victor gets caught out, pinned to the wall. That's 3. That's 2 ultimates being used up. That's a lot. Oh, wait, Ghost gets caught off as well. Nice Shifting Skies coming in from Castle. Now the Tsunami Slam could come through onto Lane X.
Kronos, it was using the Fredrin.
Yeah, no, I just realized it's using the Fredrin. Otherwise, Lane X would have been down and out.
I agree with you completely, but look at that. The Genius Wand and the Divine Glaive in the hands of Kadita. And she has as well the Little Initial. Carvey is doing so much. Look at the double penetration coming in through from the Kadita, and as well the Trinity almost being fully built by Carvey. Just need a little bit more of the gold. And as well, Lirabic doesn't have his Demon Hunter sword yet, and it's against a Dying Giant, and Kalea is just a mini highlight. So like Linex.
Oh no, what are they doing? It's going brawl. It's back and forth. It's like a tug of war. Both teams are pulling on the rope. Nobody able to get the advantage. Boro with the title strike, ready to pounce. Waiting for the right opportunity. 40 seconds to the Lord Dakota. Who has the advantage? Look at the items.
It will go either way. Just they need to take out Carvey first. They need to pick off a Lord. Either of the team needs to get the pick off before the Lord starts. Realize he's not doing that great. He's gonna realize that he needs the dominance just to get that extra defense up. The Oracle isn't doing him any justice. Of course, he went for the Fury Hammer just to get that extra bit of penetration that he needs. The War Axe could be a possibility, but still look at Castle. He has so much impact. He has the Shifting Clouds. He has the Torment and the Thunder from Carvey. Moro's gonna get taunted up. Tsunami Slam!
Nice taunt coming through. Tsunami Slam coming through as well. Victor taking out super low. You can see the back line.
Rough Waves!
Ghost. Rough Waves being used up. A nice Final Slash coming through. Castle who go for the Shifting Skies. He does need Carvey. The Blazing Duet gets a double. Realize getting pushed back. He has nothing to make anything work. Rabic has to be protected, and so is Ghost. They're trying. White Army just not able to get a lot.
They're going tank jungle for tank jungle. I feel like if they had maybe an assassin instead of a tank jungle for the side of White Army, it would have been a little bit better. Lord!
Oh, no, he sniped it from far the SOD. Oh my God, just when they thought they had it, Basics have fumbled the bag. The Lord is going to be coming down for the side of White Army, and Waki's going to be kicking himself about this.
He had the retribution ready. I just saw that Spirit of Destruction. I was thinking, it's not gonna hit, you know, Walk is gonna retreat. And the Lord goes to the hands of Lil Rabic.
Oh no, not like that. Not like that.
A quick replay in the slow-mo as well.
Oh, there it comes. Boom. Oh, that's 1,900 HP, man. That's 1,900 HP to be exact. And they get the Lord and the advantage just like that. It's been completely flipped.
The Moscow is doing wonders. Oh, look at Walkie.
Oh no, Waki's not in his head. They've gotten to his head now. He needs to cool off. I bet his teammates are saying the same. And I think Ghost and Rabic now have a lot to prove for their team at this point. Especially looking at how Victor has been going in front line, doing so much. Realize needs to make a play for something to happen. Carvy's there.
Charge.
They have the Holy Shield. Lord is going to get melted down. But the tier 2 is what they're looking for in the mid lane. Kojic still available. Breath of the Ocean come through. Castle trying to go for it. You can see they come through with that glorious pathway. Shifting Skies being used up. White Army do not want to go any further.
They're just taking whatever is provided and not being greedy about it. They still got a Lord out of it. They couldn't go engage because they are still weaker in the gold department. Look at the farm. The Arnold has 4.8k. He's so far behind. But the Panda has the same farm as the Hylos Rome. Little bit less. Oh, Tsunami Slam is ready.
Tidal Strike coming through as well. You
Final Slash!
Going down. Final Slash comes through. Only catches 1 members, but there's a Tsunami Slam. Realize goes in. With the Blazing Unite from Carvey. Able to get them. That is a 1-for-1 trade. Shifting Skies comes through. Ghost goes in. Lanex goes to the back line straight away, trying to slow them down after Glorious Pathway, but he might get taken out. No, he survives with the slightest bit of HP. And look at Rabic. He has been hacking away at the towers the entire time.
He's trying to go
standing. He's trying to go for more. He could get it as well, but now gets his lockdown on the inhibitor. And I think they got what they came for. White Army are looking to turn this around.
It's looking like a best of 5 full series, Kronos. That Lord still completely shifted the meta and shifted the game right now. Look at the Moscow. We maybe slept on it too much. We forgot how great he is.
Hey man, he's always been great. I told you I like the Moskov in this lineup. Usually I don't, but he has the protection that is required for a Moskov to shine. You have the AoE stuns that could come through from this Fredrin. You have the Final Slash to protect him. And of course, you have Ghost to dish out that AoE damage in the back as well, or rather from the back. And now this Moskov, left alone, shines because Kojic doesn't know how to pick him off. He has a Purify even. Castle tries to go in, but he can dash away. It's not looking good for Basics. They're backed into a corner, and Carvy's not allowed to dish out the damage. He's 4-0-3, but the Blazing Duet hasn't been used in full effect.
It does not. He has the Winter Hound. Actually, he sold it. He's gonna go for possibly... What's he building?
Oh no, Waki, heavy spin a little too early, maybe. Retribution in the hands of Victor along with that praise rap, but look at him, HP Final Slash, he goes down. Rabic able to get that kill on a killing spree. He pins into the wall. Boro might be going down. Nice Breath of the Ocean to make sure he survives. Victor gets the taunt back on him. Rabic goes down, not able to use the Purifier on time as Kojic tries to do
slam in the base.
Carvey goes down. Victor barely survives, and Carvey able to get that kill. Basics have found a way to thread the needle and survive. The Lord is coming down, but there are no members to accompany it.
What a game that the Lord was slain. The Lord was not marching down, but they were greedy. They wanted to take the fight. They were in the advantage. I think they should have left after killing Walkie, but look at Linex, he's so far deep. They got the kill on Castle if I'm not mistaken, but look at the damage coming in from Carvey. Who basically like just taken down. Great taunt coming from Victor. The Petrify coming in and shutting down Lil Rabic. He had everything ready. He had the Purifier ready to rock and roll, but look at Carvey, he's just going in. He is unstoppable. Right now, he's not looking great. The game, again, it changed pace. It changed the side of the winners. The Lord is still on the bot side. He's getting taken down by Carvey and Walkie, just defending him a little bit. Lilenex.
Yeah, I mean, it also shows why Claude is one of the best marksmen in the meta, right? Not one of the best, the best marksman in the meta. Correction there from me. But the way that Slide is very low in terms of HP. Victor almost got him, but the Blazing Duet was enough for him to survive, get back up all of his HP. It was too much for them to deal with. And now you can see Lanex trying to force another equation with the Petrify coming in once more onto Raybik. He purifies it. This time,
gonna get him.
The back line. Wind of Nature comes through as well. Goes for the Skyfall. But in the meantime, Blazing Duet from the back line. Everyone's able to dodge it out. Raybik still surviving on the top side. But 9 Ghost gets a kill. Castle goes down. Kojic trying to pick up a kill onto Raybik. He gets sandwiched. Is he going to be able to survive? There it is. Oh, yes, he gets taken down. Victor gets that one. 3-0. Raybik was able to 1v1 Castle, and now looks like White Army are looking to go for the end. They have a wave crash down the bot side. The taunt comes through onto Boro. He might be going down. Tidal Strike comes through. Ghost has the damage. Wonky's the only one left standing.
They're going for the
White
base.
Army will equalize and make this a 2-2 and take us to game number 5. Seems like Wonky's buying enough time. 7 seconds, 3, but it is not enough. White Army even out the score. 2-2.
Lil Raybik took that lower down and it changed the entire pace of the game. It turned it around. What a great comeback coming in from White Army. Kronos, you missed that lore steal. It was insane.
It was insane, man. The lore steal was absolutely insane. I was like, okay, they got the lord. I'm looking at the map, and next thing you know, oh my god, how did he get that? 1,900 HP. He was able to steal it. Oh, he flipped the script. Complete flip, and Walkie and the rest of Basics are kicking themselves. That's that. 10 minutes in, they had the advantage. They were 5k ahead in terms of goal lead. That one Lord take, and then fight after fight. White Army just had the toolkits. Yeah, and Carvey, he's there dishing out the damage, but not enough. There's no protection, and there's not enough.
Look at Linex.
He overextended. Oh, this was the survival, wasn't it? He barely survived.
He has, I think, 7 lights left. I mean, look at Kodiak. The timing of the shield disappearing just gave enough time for Moscow.
Look at the top side. Look at the top side here.
Castle.
Raybik and Castle 1v1. But he survived using the... Oh my god, he survived using the jungle creep that was right next to him the entire time. Oh my god, the Trinity build in full effect. And here, Kojic was trying to get to the Cyclone Eye, but just couldn't get there on time. After that, it was just all Shiro. Walkie knew his mistake, tried to do something, used the heavy spin, pushed the minions out, but the waves were just crashing in already.
I mean, we were expecting White Army to be the underdog, but look at this, they're the top dogs in the fight. They turned it around. They were playing a little bad in the last game, you know, but just Lil Raybik, he turned it around. He did it single-handedly, Kronos. I think he deserved the MVP this one. He deserves it fully.
Yeah, he definitely did. Lil Raybik, MVP performance put up. Oh my god, look at Carvey, the damage he dished out, man. 76,000. But Raybik, on the other hand, 78, just equaling that. The damage charts look almost 50-50. Castle, of course, being slight bit of a difference maker, but White Army, oh my god. They had the composition. It feels like they need to ban out Ghost's Kimmy. You don't give Kimmy in the hand of Ghost to feel... White Army are not the same team.
I agree. But, I mean, looking at this, he did so much. Look at the tower damage, 26,000. It's a Moscow. It's what you expect of him. The second Moscow gets fed, he's unstoppable. It doesn't matter. Only Kodiak could have stopped him, and he had the Purifier already. I think only his death. It was because he had the Purifier, but he didn't have the time to react to it because he was just burst down so fast. And I have to take another look at that steal, Kronos. It is just so good. It was 2,000 HP. I thought they had it in the bag. Look at that.
This gotta be a clip, bro.
Boom.
Boom. Oh, no. No, you know what? I'm going to make a clip out this on Instagram. I'm going to tag you, PGL. Oh, my goodness. It is absolutely amazing. Everyone else should as well because, hey, that's how the MLBB grows in and around Europe. If you're watching, thanks for supporting as well for the PGL MLBB Challenger. Oh, this is the first best of 5 of the day, Sakura. We still have another one, and you know the next one's a certified banger already.
I mean, Kronos, I have literally no words. It went to full best of 5. Both of us were expecting Basics to win a little bit easy, you know, go for a full 3 sweep. But White Army just changed their minds. They flipped the script. As you said, they got the first game, you know, they were looking extremely strong. The second game, they were looking iffy. Third game, they were looking pretty weak. In the fourth game, they turned around the script. They looked bad in the start. They just went down. The second Moscow got his farm. The game turned around for the good, for the benefit of White Army.
Completely changing the landscape of what European MLBB is about. Oh, I can't wait for the 5th game. But on that note, folks, we'll go on a short break and come back for the final game of this best of 5. I know you're on the edge of your seats, but at the same time, grab some popcorn because it's going to be a spicy one. Folks, I hope you are ready to watch the next one because it has come down all the way. We're talking about the 5th game of this best of 5 series. And yes, it is Basics versus White Army. Remember that name with the way they're playing. Oh my goodness, they have our attention now. Not just ours, but everybody else in Europe with the way that, with the performance that they're putting out, able to make comeback after comeback. And I think that Moscow steal was absolutely crazy. Definitely a highlight play of the day. But now, with this game number 5, Sakota, what are we expecting? Are we expecting to go late? Are we expecting both the teams to pull out early stops? Are we looking at comfort picks come through again?
I think it's going to be comfort. I think it's going to be the last one down to comfort pick. I think it's going to be a pretty fast game. Whoever gets the lead, again, it's going to be the dangerous grass mode. But the first team who gets their comfort picks, you know, it's the blue side first pick, left side being Basics. It's going to be a hard job because they're going to ban out the Claude. I'm expecting White Army to respect and ban the Yuzhong yet again because every time they played against Yuzhong, they lost. There it is. It's going out the map. Is Basics going to ban out the Hylos? That's my big question because Hylos played a huge role in the games they won. In Game 1 and Game 4, for White Army, Hylos was a treat. You know, was a godsend gift.
The Hylos was great. The Jushin, the Kimi. Again, I feel like the Kimi's got to go out, right? Kimi's got to go if Basics really want to disrupt the flow of the way White Army are playing. Clearly, Ghost has not performed with any other hero apart from the Kimi. So, I mean, it only makes sense to ban out the Kimi. Force them on something that he's not comfortable with. It's all right. It's a risk that you're willing to take. It is game number 5 after all. If not now, when? Because we clearly know Walkie's not going to have the greatest of times in the jungle, right? They've understood. The White Army have understood and clocked the fact that Walkie's hero pool's not massive. So they know how to work around it.
I agree with you completely, but they're going to ban out the Gorok, and I'm expecting, as you said, White Army, I want them to ban mages, because in the first map of the entire series, we saw L9 Ghost on the far side. And he was doing an amazing job at just zoning out. He did have a few misplays, of course, but that happens to every single one. Jukes is going to get banned out, of course. It's such a strong pick, you cannot let it pass. It works in both hands. We're seeing the Grok ban, that means that they want to Jukshin. If Basics don't ban out the Eve, I think White Army has to respond and they have to ban it out. And they have to take the Sora. If Basics take the Sora, the White Army is going to take the Valentina, and they put the Valentina on XP. And after that, if they have a Farsa or something else, a Mage can dish damage, a Lunox maybe, perhaps. For White Army, it would be great. That would be the game set, and I think that would be the game end. If they have the Sora on the right side, on the left side, and the Valentina on the right side, I think it would be just game defining.
Yeah, Sora, Valentina, Grok already taken off. You're right. I mean, on that note, right? The Kalea is looking. Kalea was all right the entire series, but banned out here. They're willing to trade. But what, the Sora, the Valentina,
the Baksha is gonna get banned, I think. I think the Baksha is gonna get banned.
Yeah, the Baksha's got to come through because, I mean, Walkie's good at the Baksha, one of the heroes that he plays. So, something that they don't want to deal with, already has inbuilt anti-heal. So, yeah, I think Baksha definitely got to go off here.
I agree. The Baksha needs to come first if it's not banned out. But that's gonna give White Army the choice between Eve, Carry, and Sora. And they have 2 picks, so they have to decide which do they want. They want the Carry, Eve, they want the Sora, Eve. Or they want the Sora, Carry. Because into Eve you can play it, you can maybe go faster. But again, the Baksha is going to get banned out. What are they going to go? The Eve, Sora, or the Carry? There is 3 possible choices.
I think, you know what? Carvy's been playing well on this Carry. Get the Carry first pick. Let them decide if they want to go for a Sora, Eve.
There's the Eve.
Oh, no, Eve. Now they're going to go Sora and Valentina, and that's going to be even more crazy.
Sora, Valentina. It would be great in the RWM as well. You know, you're not making a bad point right there. And it's going to deny them the Valentina XP pick. But what is there left for Basics? They're going to go for possibly a Lapu Lapu on the jungle to try to counter the Sora. Oh, not on the XP, I mean.
We have seen Lapu Lapu in the jungle.
We have seen it. We have seen it. We have seen the Yuzhong on the jungle on day 1 from Zedel. You know, so
no, see,
it's possible.
Look, that wasn't Yuzhong. That was Leomord.
No, yeah. he played Yuzhong in the second phase in the against Zero Vision. No. He played Yuzhong jungle.
Well, we know that was
Carry
kind of trolling,
Fredrin.
but
They're giving the
Carry
Sora
Fredrin's
away.
alright.
I think they want to bait out the Sora piece so they can go for the Valentina, because Valentina has a better just time all around in the game, because you can get the XP faster, because if you're higher XP, Valentina's going to get a share of that. So it could work out if they bait out the Sora pick and they go for the Valentina X. But maybe we're overthinking it, Kronos. Maybe they're going to go
No.
for something simple. Maybe they're going to go for the Lapu Lapu to try to counter the Sora, and into the Eve. Lapu Lapu is not a bad choice.
You know what? They could just go for the CC, to be honest. Just go straight for the CC. There's nothing crazy
True.
about it. You poke down the Fredrin, you get a good laning phase, you're able to rotate faster on the map. Maybe it could be CC Hayabusa just to get solid picks across the board. So you walk you something is comfortable with as well. You have the option of Castle to just do a lot of damage.
Like, I don't know about that one.
I mean,
Lancelot,
you have the
perhaps.
CC to try and peel, right? I don't know. Can Walkie play the Lancelot?
Harit
Okay,
Hylos.
They were overthinking more than we were overthinking it.
I don't know about the Harit. Nowadays, the Harit is just lacking damage. Maybe if they go with a fighter emblem to try to compensate for that, like the heal coming from it, but it's still not enough. It's too risky.
Look at the amount of magic damage that they're doing, though. It's a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, but they have a carry Fredrin. They don't care about it. Fredrin's gonna go Radiant, Athena, and what's left? Dominant size? How are you gonna kill him?
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of magic damage on the side of basic, so they don't have that physical damage split that they would like. Now they're forced to go on like maybe an Akai again or a Hayabusa, maybe a Leomord. They definitely need some sort of extra damage profile when it comes to
We
physical
forgot
damage.
about
Look
the
at
Sora
Sora
pick.
being left. So Sora is getting picked up on the other side. For all you know, they could still leave the Valentina open and go for the Valentina just to steal away. The two big ultimates, a Glorious Path or the RWM. And then you deny that Valentina EXP on the other side. So, if anything, basics are looking to ban out the Valentina. So, White Army really have a plethora to choose from. They have everything available for... Oh, no, they ban out the Valentina instead. It seems like they didn't want to go for it.
It's still... I don't know Valentina if it was a good ban, because they have a 3 magical damage. It's 3 magical.
I agree. I
The
agree.
Estes getting banned out is a great choice, because we saw Lionx did a pretty good job. And again, with the carry, you're going to be sitting there. You're going to go with a Fredrin Bidang position, with the Ube strat. We haven't said that in a long time, the Ube strat. We had the Ube strat in game number 2.
A long time.
It's 4 or 5 years, I think.
No, not that long.
Not
is
that
it?
3 years.
2
is it?
years. Two
No,
years, I
no,
think.
it was not 2024. It was 2023. 3 years ago.
Oh, Matilda as well? Yeah.
That's
they're
viable.
expecting some sort of an Ube.
Maybe the
They
Minotaur.
were expecting.
Minotaur into this wouldn't be bad choice for White Army.
It wouldn't be a terrible choice,
What
yes.
about a Hilda Rome? With a carry and a Sora into this? I think a Hilda would be pretty great.
Especially knowing that there has to be some sort of physical damage coming out from the side of basics. So yeah, I think Hilda would be absolutely great.
I
not
think
gonna lie.
basics are going to go for the Yisun Shin. I think Yisun Shin is, I'm reading the books. Yisun Shin is going to go for basics. But what is White Army
nah.
going to take on the Rome? It's...
If it's a Hilda, it could be a Hilda. Well, on the other side, or for White Army.
For the other side, I mean, yeah, the Yisun Shin for the other side. Again, Kimi. And that's a bad choice, but into Eve you're gonna lose. Chi-Chi, yeah, a great choice into Sora. We saw it in the Meta Shift game, and the Yisun Shin. There it is. But I don't know about this. What is Lion gonna pick on the Rome? The Hylos is still picked. The Minotaur is the
Gatot
choice.
Kacha?
No, I think you're gonna lose the trade with Gatot.
Yeah, you're relying too much on the AOG. I think Hilda is good here.
Hilda
But
is the only
you're going to be
choice.
extending a little too deep.
Gatot Kacha.
Gatot Kacha it is.
I don't know about... I mean, it's good because they don't have any Demon Hunter sword, but they still have the Eve. And the poke in the early game from the Eve Hylos, you're going to melt it down. So I think if Linux doesn't play it correctly, it's going to be a pretty hard job. It's going to be a pretty hard day for him on the office. It's difficult to call. I still think White Army won this round because of the Sora carry. And as well, you have the Fredrin, which is going to be a staple pick. Is going to be all around a good XP and a jungle hero. But I don't know about Harit. Harit is looking real rough here. He maybe can do something against the carry, but it's going to be hard. Really difficult.
I like the Gatot Kacha.
I don't know about him. He's just going to be too weak in the early game. The CC is going to melt him down.
But early game is fine. You got the Kimi to poke as well.
But you get
So-
outpoked by the Eve Hylos. Remember.
Yeah, I know, but it's just, like you said, a couple of items, Radiant Armors, and you're really going to do wonders, especially Radiant Armor, Dreadnought Armor. Yeah, I don't know what Basics are going to be able to do after that. But on the other side, they have so much damage, though, like the Carry, the Kimmy, the Sora.
Even the Fredrin, the big bonk.
Yeah, I know, you like the big bonk, don't you?
I love Fredrin, my goat, man. What can we say? Last game, it also got a pretty good kill on the Karita, if we remember correctly. But look at that.
Yeah, that was a really nice one.
Wallachie. Game 5 out of 5 between White Army and Basics. This is the last game of the series. This is a best of 1, as we like to say. But, Kronos, it was such an upside-down game last round. But, I don't know. The last map was such an upside-down thing. Look at the poke already coming from Kodiak. He's just gonna win. Great clear coming through. It was blast as well. The top side, you're gonna see the Sora struggling a little bit against the Sissy, obviously, but you look how fast he got poked out. Victor is gonna try to be getting the little under right there. Isun Shino is not gonna try to contest. Retribution is there. He's gonna get it. On the bot side, the carry is getting shoved so hard into her tower.
Well, at this point, I want to see how much Carvey and Rabic can go against each other, right? Because I want to see Carvey poke him out. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see the mid duo already winning out for Basics. They have the extra poke. They definitely have a mid lane prio. They have river priority as well at this point. I mean, it's not an invade exactly, but, they definitely have what it takes to slow him down. Rabic and Ghost both getting tough boots, understanding that there's a lot of crowd control coming in from the other side. Look at Lanex. He's trying to pull away Boro and the rest as well with the Unbreakable.
Level 4 in the hands of Walkie.
Oh my god, Walkie already 4. That's good. Oh my god, Lanex get caught in no man's land. Revitalize to try and survive. Walkie trying to snipe him down with a heavenly bow. Victor hits level 4. That's the advantage that you get when you're playing Eastern Shin. You can farm much faster than this Fredrin.
Indeed you can, but look at Sora. He is so weak right now. He's getting little to no farm whatsoever. Castle is gonna freeze the wave. He has the freeze advantage. You have to bait out the assist somehow to hit the minions.
Yeah, I think until level 4, the Sora can't really do much. Once it's a level 4 power spike, we're going to see White Army absolutely tear it down in the turtle. They have a stronger level 4 power spike compared to Basics with the AOG, with the traction pulse.
Oh, Castle
Victor
dodges
with
it.
that big bonk. Castle as well. I mean, rather realize on the Sora shifting skies. So Basics really had to pull the advantages while they could. They have about 200 lead, not enough. They need to get first blood. They need to find some sort of way to start snowballing. Otherwise, it started to go out of control. They need Kojic to be there. The team fights at RWM is going to be so crucial. But look at Walkie. Doesn't want to contest. A bit smart move. Understand the Eastern Shin has no place right now in that turtle fight. Boro trying to fire to poke. Curtain Call already coming through. Castle dishing out a bit of damage.
Are we gonna see a gank on the bot side? Look at the Isun Shin. He's already in the gank bush.
Oh, yeah. He goes in. He already used the Mountain Chakra. Carry right now gets caught out. I think he's gonna get stunned down. No,
he doesn't.
Not going through. Meanwhile, the mid lane, you can see Kojic dishing out a lot of damage with the white crystals. Ghost able to get out of there quite easily. Meanwhile, oh no, Walkie. Whew.
Wait.
Oh,
Was I seeing things?
what did you see?
What did Carvey buy?
Well, we're gonna find
Book?
out. Oh no.
Wait.
Oh wait, what?
What? Book on Harriet.
I don't know.
Is this a new?
It's old. It's the old traditional build, isn't it?
It is
Like
indeed,
what?
but like nowadays, don't you
2
go
years
for,
ago?
I think more than 2 when Harriet launched, when he was mega broken.
No, I mean they
don't
did
know how to
nerf his
feel.
mana region, right?
But still, it's not that bad. I tried him. I played
I
him
agree.
a little bit, but Book. In this economy,
You
a
can go
Book.
I know you can go for the Starlium site and then get the extra bit of mana regen and then play the
Yeah,
poke
you
game
get
in
the
the
book
lane
of
in the
sages.
late
You get the
game.
book of sages. You get the endless item, the little one, and you also
Yeah, the mana crystals,
Yeah.
mana regions.
it should be enough. I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe we're just outdated, Kronos.
No, I don't know, man. Imagine it goes for the demon shoes as well.
Yeah, that's all that's missing.
That would be fun. That would genuinely be fun. I was
bit.
like, okay, what's going on, Carvey? That you're not Carvey, you're a bot.
I am seeing people sometimes building the demon, like the book, but still it's usually late in the game, like in the end game, when they really need the mana and they cannot go to base. But normally it's just
you know, the regular build, you know, the corrosion side, not corrosion, Starilium into
Starlium side.
into Feather of Heaven, into Holy, into like either Queens or, you know, Divine.
Walkie. Mom Shock already coming through. Glorious Path being used up by Boro just to zone them out. Victor's there in the back line. AOG coming through. He gets the Retribution on time. Catches 2 members. And here comes the Shifting Skies to dish out the damage. RWM catches 3 of them. And now you can see they get the damage down, but Walkie able to get that first blood. Lanex caught in low man's land. Ghost trying to dish out the damage, but realize in the back line. Raybik comes through as well. Speedy Light Wheels. Flickers forward. Catches Walkie. And he takes him down. Now gets caught out by Boro with the Law and Order. They trade 2 for 2, and that might be 2 for 3. Oh no, Boro might be going down. Raybik gets taken out by the White Crystal.
Big mistake coming from Raybik. I would have gave the kill to Hylos instead of the. I'd rather have the Hylos have the kill instead of the Eve.
The Eve, I agree.
But look at the Pokari, 16,000 damage coming from the Eve, 14,000 CC. Only the damage coming in from basics. Look how far behind the carry is, but she did get a kill on the jungler, shutting him down for a little bit of gold and just slowing down his Ryan base. On the other hand, Fredrin missed out on the turtle. The gold gap is only 3k. It's 1 kill, basically. It's just a carry. Castle though.
Oh no, wait. Oh, you can see Shifting Skies coming through just to make sure he can survive. And also get rid of that minion.
He cannot defend the tower anyway.
No, he can't.
The machine is there.
Are they gonna trade though? No,
I don't think they can.
No trade. Well, folks, if you just joined us, you're watching the PGL MLBB Challengers of Western Europe. And with the way things have been going for White Army, slowly on the back foot, but they know when to bounce back. But speaking about that, AOG comes through straight away after the Skyfall. Koji gets caught up, revitalized from the 5. Nice RWM. Realize gets taken away. Lanex with a revitalize trying to survive. Castle Vengeance. I think he's going to go down indeed. Look at the damage coming through, but Boro being the separation that they need. Basics still able to fight it out. Walkie, traceless, out of there.
They lost so much map presence in that fight. War Army is so far behind right now. Almost 2,000 gold. 2,000 gold. Actually, Carvey is going to get actually a ton of free farm. He is going to get the Feather of Heaven. He went for the magic boots just because extra CDR reduction. So did Goldiak. So did Walkie. I was expecting Walkie here to go for the tough boots or the warrior boots. Just in case. Because look how much damage they have. How much physical. And the crowd control coming from Fredrin. He wouldn't be able to use her traces. Even so. It's looking real rough. Feather of Heaven finally purchased by Carvey. Lightning Truncher first item for Kodiak just to get that extra bit of poke damage in, just to bounce a little bit around. Verso Boro got caught out. Everything is ready to rock and roll. Fredrin has the Praiser Wrath. Ella goes in a pretty good spot. Oh!
No,
AOG missed!
Kojic has to flicker out as well. Nice RWM drop down, catch and realize, but the turtle in the hands of Victor. Now you can see Glorious Patrick come through as well. Lanex gets taken away. Carvey dishing out the damage after the Zaman Force. Dashing in and out. Victor has to run away. Ghost trying to peel, trying to provide damage from behind. Not possible. Raybik gets a clear in the mid lane. The 2 damage dealers surviving, but Basics got the 3 for nothing.
Kronos, how did they get the turtle on the second one? I thought it went to Basics.
Oh no, it was in the hands of Victor.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look.
This is the third one, yes, but the second one.
It was Victor.
Really? I thought. I think I'm just misremembering facts.
No,
but look at the retribution.
You're lost a bit, my friend.
I think I'm lost.
Yeah, you are.
But still, Victor getting out this 3 turtle is just gonna allow Real Rabbik to get that farm he desperately needs. He's the only soul carrier of the game. He's the damage they need in the early to mid game. So far, has realized he can do nothing the CC. He's level 12, and Realize is level 9. 3 levels behind. Carvey is behind the farm of Rabbik, but still that's to be expected because how weak Heart is nowadays in the Patch Castle. Look at that curtain call.
Nice RWM drop down as well with the AOG could come through. No, now
AOG catches him.
Catches Kojic. Zaman Force zoning them out. And oh my goodness, it's come to the point where White Army are backed into a wall. Basics are slowly moving away. I think Walkie finally able to hit that power spec on the Eastern Shin. Slowly getting to the point where he can scale a little bit further.
Right now, White Army should look for a big AOG and a combo with the Tempest form of Sora. The Shifting Sky is so volatile. You need to think real hard about how to use it. Look at Boro though, cutting them off.
Oh no! Oh,
Little Rabbit fall, solo killed.
Yeah, solo kill. That curtain called Yo-Yo Blitz does so much damage.
And they have a Flare Lord just spawned in right now. Carvy's gonna take advantage of that. Full Carvy as well. The Zendan Sword is not down yet. Kodiak has the RWM. It's gonna be real bad for White Army. Still, they have the mid pressure advantage. The side lanes, however, are in much danger. Justice Pauldron. Justice Pauldron here? Victor, are we sure?
I mean, Chassis Spawner try and slow down. I mean, to get that HP buff first up. But then also slow down the attack speed that comes in from the curtain call Yo-Yo Blitz from Castle.
I don't think it works like that. It's not attack speed based.
No, it reduces the attack speed. Oh wait, realize, goes in and out using the Shifting Skies. Victor gets caught out. Curtain call already being used. Oh no, Raven gets caught in the RWMA. He gets 3 members, but look at the backline. Walkie dishing out so much damage after the Appraised Rat. And Zaman Force did enough as Walkie's able to walk out of there. Basics still walk out without getting scathed. White Army lose the inhibitor. Soon enough, they lost the gold shield on bot side, lose the gold shield in the mid lane. The Lord is going to be crashing in soon enough. And you can see Carvy already hacking away at the tower. It's going to be difficult for White Army to defend this one, unless they can look for a miracle comeback. Oh my goodness, Carvy. Nice use of the Zaman Force as well. Trace this inside. As Realize able to get out of there with the Shifting Skies.
It's not looking great. Basics are gonna get the mid tower as well, possibly a Bristle Raptors to clear the minion wave. Linex
pathway. Boro going in. Oh, Ghost gets caught out with the Law and Order, but they're able to clear out the wave. Boro doing so much damage, getting taken down.
Look at Carvy.
Raybig has to flicker out. Carvy goes in. Oh no, they're tunnel visioning. Basics are tunnel visioning. They want to get the kills. They could have got the towers instead.
It looks real rough. I can see why Carvy went for the book early on, just to get that extra dash speed, because you get 5% more cooldown reduction when you have book in your inventory. I mean, just in your item slot. So it's I can understand it now. You know, I can see the vision, Carvy. He went for the Holy Crystal, but does not have any extra penetration. He doesn't have that much damage overall. But Castle is doing an amazing job. He's gonna go for the Sea Halberd as well, just to seal the deal, just to prove a point. Divine Glaive, Glowing One in the hands of Eve as well. Isunshin is gonna go for the Blade of Despair.
Oh, nice unbreakable tongue coming through. Boro will get melted. Walked into a death trap.
Wait, L9 goes the, you know, Sky Piercer for stuck in 12 minutes. Another Justice Pauldron. I was thinking, hey, I'm a Fredron, you know, I was thinking maybe if you went for the Guardian Helmet here to just deny the damage coming in from the Chishi, but it is scaled on HP based, so he needs to go for the Dominance Eyes. I think the Dominance Eye is the best choice here because
yeah, I think Dominance Eyes definitely would have worked out.
Better than Justice Pauldron. But maybe we just don't know. Maybe we were just, you know, we don't play that game that much, you know, we were kind of bots.
Yeah, we're bots, we're AI. Even AI knows more than us. We're the bad AI. Oh, wait, Skyfall comes through AOG trying to catch Castle, but he's able to kite out of there. Curtain call, now he dishes out the damage. Look at Walkie goes in. Spawn Chakra being used there. You allies to survive. But here comes Raving. He has damage. Look at the take down Castle. Goes in, pushes him back, but Raving gets caught on no man's land. Kojic able to pick up that kill on a killing spree. And here comes Boro. Look at a flank from the side. Glory's path to slow them down. But it seems like they will fall. Walkie left alone to dish out free damage on a killing spree. But the base Crystal Carvey is knocking on the door. He has the Zaman Force drop down, dashing in and out, but here comes the Shifting Skies from Realize, but they haven't seen that the top wave's pushing at the same time. Victor trying to survive, but will be taken away. Walking goes down! What an Appraiser Strat coming through! Victor able to turn it around, but Carvey buys loads himself. Will he be dish out the damage? Kojic taking them down low. RWM coming through as well. Ghost goes down.
Lil Robic is back.
3 members standing, and that's enough for Basics. They get the mid inhibitor. They're looking to lock down the base Crystal, but it's not going to be possible. AOG comes through, and Carvey
look at Realize
with that, but one Realize played as Kojic has to flicker out once again. White Army Army desperately trying to defend, and Basics are desperately trying to end as they're able to get a kill onto Lanex. One cannon minion left standing. They're still trying to force the equation. And now
Karvi not there,
but he gets taken away by Castle. Realize trying the best that he can to defend, but the waves are pushing in. Castle gets a double. Ghost comes through, and Raven gets shut down by Kojic.
Can
no
Ghost
one
do
is
it?
Touching this Eve, left alone standing.
Oh my
And Karvi
God.
and Eve have broken down White Army. It's a full 5-man wipeout. Basics are
So many Zaman's forces broken down by Karvi in that last base attack. And Rabik, he was trying to defend with the mightiest of attacks, but still it was not enough as Basics takes the win and end the series with a full best of 5 Chronos. Do you have anything to add? I mean, it was such a great series. Chef's kiss indeed. You know, absolute cinema. You are doing the emotes, I am doing the speaking. It was such a great series, but it's the first one of the day. I just want to see the stats. Karvi tanked so much damage at the end. He was low HP, then full HP in 3 seconds. You know, it was such a turnaround from game number 3.
absolute cinema. They really tried. White Army tried, man. This is not just No Man Team. They really tried. And oh my goodness, it just came down to those low cooldowns of Karvi. And now we see why the Enchanted Talisman worked out, right? Low cooldowns on those Zaman forces. The entire time, everything, White Army did everything right, but get on top of Kojic. The one Skyfall play that he had with the shifting skies from Realize, Kojic just flickered out. After that, they have no way to reach through. Lanex trying to use the AOG, but not able to catch Kojic. Again, that mobility, the extra bit of movement speed. Look at Kojic. He hasn't died a single time. Nobody able to catch him. Ghost comes through.
Look at Karvi. Look at Karvi. Just give me a second.
Karvi's just bobbing and weaving. And Kojic, again, left completely untouched. 4-0-12, 5-0-12 in a game where White Army were supposed to target him. And in the end, just showing the recalls that Lanex did in the first game to them.
They couldn't do anything about it. Didn't realize that he could play the damage mode of Sora, and he had a chance to actually go for a double kill. I don't know if you noticed, Kronos, but it looked grim. It looked real grim. The game was starting out pretty fine for White Army. They got all 3 objectives. They got all 3 turtles in the early, but still, they couldn't do anything to Castle or Kodiak. Castle was just going ham in their base. He is, I think, one of the pillars of the team, if not the pillar of the team. He built almost full damage. He went for 1 defense item. He went for Sea Halberd almost at the end. Went for Hunter Strike War Axe. He was doing so much damage on top of everyone in White Army. He 1v1'd Lil Rabik under tower.
It was crazy, man. It was absolutely crazy. The way that this game went about. Whew. The push, the pull. Everything woke up, everyone that's watching, and now the standout hero Kojic on this eve left completely untouched. And that lightning truncheon, that buff to the lightning truncheon really made a massive difference to those void bursts that came through the skill 1. Just couldn't handle it. And when you drop down the RWM, before it was a tool for utility, now with the utility you have the damage. If you pick the Lightning Truncheon as an item, pair that up with a Genius Wand, oh my goodness, you know the combo of the old, the negative pen that everybody talks about, it's trauma. They traumatize them with this Eve. That's why this Eve is always banned out, and that's why it's always first pick if it's available. It is one of the best heroes in the mid lane.
I think it is the best hero in the mid lane. I think only Juxin is a little bit ahead, but still, she is picked a little bit more often. Juxin is always on the ban list. I mean, Kronos. I was just amazed. You know, White Army did such a good job holding out for so much, but they couldn't pull it at the end. I mean, Lil Rabik was the only damage dealer. Fredrin couldn't tank anything. Chichi was just on top of him doing everything. The Chassis Power, I think, was a mistake. I'm gonna repeat myself again. The Chassis Power was a mistake.
It could have been a Dominance Eyes. Dominance Eyes would have been much better.
Would have reduced the shield coming in from Karvi, would have reduced the damage coming in from the Chichi and the healing, and as same, it would have reduced the poke damage from the Eve. You already have 3 members cross of the list. It's such a hard counter to play against, but Freden isn't very mobile. He has 1 dash. You really need to catch someone off guard, and you're always going to be in a fight. His skill tree is going to give you enough physical defense just for a little bit in the early game. But in the later game, I think Dominant Size is a really great player, pure passive skill tree.
It just completely changed the game, right? Because if they had themselves the dominant size, they had even magic defense. Comes with hybrid defense now. Let's not forget that, right? So definitely can help them sustain a little bit more. So it goes to show how small, intricate details, such as small itemization, will make such a big difference in the late game, especially when you know you have a lineup like White Army did. They had all the possibilities to make a comeback happen. Just the execution, they need a little more fine execution on that one. But oh my God, what a game, what a series. And you know what? I think we need a little bit to catch our breath before we go into the next series, because not just us, the audience as well, just to make sure all that we saw has sank in. And then we'll come back to you for the next series, folks. Don't go anywhere. The next series, Meta Shift versus Entity. Certified banger. What do you think, Zakota? Is that going to be more entertaining than this one?
I don't know if it can top it. This, I think, was the first series of the day, so I can't really base on anything, but I know the players on the next match are going to be insane. We have the champions from Europe against some of the underdogs, some of the best players that we've seen so far. But as I said, Kronos, we're going to let the audience catch our breath. We're going to catch our breath, and we're going to catch you after this little break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe. I'm tired already after that first match. I'm catching my breath, not gonna lie. I've been sat here trying to make sure everything is okay for you guys to go into the next match. You get the best experience while watching MLBB, of course, coming in from Europe. And of course, my partner is Dakota for this one. And, you know, it's been all right. He's been hanging around. He's been doing the best that he can. It's okay. So, you know, I had to tone down my speed for it as well.
Of course you did. Of course you did. You
You didn't even catch the Moscow ultimate. Of course, but still, as you said, it's the second series of the day. Metashift and Team Entity. On the left, Metashift on the right, Team Entity. Pelmet, Junior, God Believer, Robo, Leave Me, and Boba Rusik, stable names in Europe, the previous champions of last year's biggest tournament. And on the right, Team Entity, Enzo, Moji, Wicked, Tiso, and Laito. Again, some of them, at least 4 of them, are staple names in Europe. One of them is a Turkish pro player. So I want to see how that's going to work out for them.
I know we're talking about Wicked, right? I'm excited to see Wicked back up. I mean, you're talking about Moji, I know, but I'm talking about Wicked. Hey, he's a pro player as well. Come on, you got to give him some credit. I'm looking at how much he can bring to the table as well. It's been a while since we've seen Wicked in the pro scene. I'm pretty excited, but I'm not going to glaze too much because looking at the draft, Metashift do not want to deal with the Lunox. They don't want to deal with the Sora. On the other hand, we're looking at the Yuzhong and Boxia being banned out, possibly a Claude as well, or they want to trade the Claude and the carry.
Or the Claude for the Eve. You know, the Eve, I think, needs to get banned out, and the Jukshin, either the Jukshin or the Eve need to go. Because if Metashift or Team Entity get a hold, both of the mages are insanely skilled. They're really good. They have a ton of knowledge about the game, so it's going to be a really hard time to play against them. Both God Believer and Enzo have a long history in Europe. Both of them are champions. But, you know, it's going to be rough to say. There's the Eve, the Jukshin I'm expecting to go out as well, or maybe even the Valentina to try to pick the Grok to go for a counterplay.
I think God Believer here probably wants to play the Valentina.
Maybe he's dangerous on it. He's the dangerous Valentina player.
Definitely is. Jushin banned out. Eve gone off the table. Kalea is the first pick. Claude is still available, so I think Claude's got to be picked up here by Wicked, one of his strongest heroes, one of the best heroes in the meta after the Eve being taken away. Kimmy gets picked in the hands of Enzo, going to be slotted in the mid lane. Maybe add the Claude that still purifies. Already rendered the Kalea kind of useless against the damage dealers. Goes for the Gato Kacha straight dive to the back line. That AOG trying to dominate the mid duo. The mid river.
It's a great call. Gato Kacha is a great early game pick against the Kalea because you can Tundra after she does her dive in. But we're gonna see God Believer with the Farsha, and you know Farsha is really great against the Kimi because you can one-shot or two-shot the Kimi sometimes later in the game. What is Permetroni gonna do? Are they gonna go for the Cloud because he is still open and available left to be picking? No. They're gonna go for the carry this time. Okay.
I mean, the carry and Kalea work better than Claude and Kalea, right? And carry and Farsa, you have a good range to make sure the carry is kind of protected. But I mean, it's a simple game. You go for the carry, we go for the Claude. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And the Claude is great against the Farsa, can go straight into the backline, BMI, Blazing Duet with the Purify so that Kalea doesn't catch him. So it's looking standard. This is a really good draft coming out from both teams as we expected. To be honest, the Fanny being banned out to make sure Leave Me doesn't get his hands on this hero to protect the Kimi and the Claude. Right, so on the other side, I think for Moji, what are we looking at? Leomord's not the best. Joy being taken away to prevent the dive again.
I mean, the Hayabusa is still available. The Lance and this machine, all of them are still great choices and good picks in the current meta. But the XP laners haven't been shown yet. They're going to ban out the Yusun Shin. The Lapu Lapu, the Glue, the Grok is still a viable choice on the XP if you play him a little bit risky, but he can work into the enemy draft, what I'm seeing right now. Don't shake your head, no. The Grok XP can work in the hands of Boba Rusik.
I mean, Boba Rusik can play anything, to be honest. He'll make it work. That's how good he is, right?
Wait,
so don't tell me. Like, Hayabusa is great here, yeah. I think Hayabusa in the hands of Moji. On the other side, I would like to see an Arlot come through. They do need a little bit of AoE stuns.
I don't know about the Arlot. I think maybe the Lapu Lapu instead of the Arlot.
Maybe CC as well. CC would work well in the hands of Boba Rusik, so I wouldn't keep that out. Guinevere in the jungle.
Let's go!
This is the first Guinevere we're seeing in the tournament so far, folks, and I think Dakota's pretty excited to see it happen. Nolan coming in the hands of Leave Me, so early game damage. They're ready to pop off. That burst from Metashift is too much.
It's gonna be a really hard game to cast. I agree with you completely. It's gonna be... I think, personally, for me, it's gonna be either a sweep or a full best of 5. But we're gonna see, as you said, that Chichi gonna go through, and I think the Lapu Lapu perhaps, or maybe even the Uranus here would work, right?
Yeah.
But you're gonna have too much magic games. So you need a physical XP laner. The Arlot could work with the Guinevere because you knock them up, and she can go with the Violet Requiem. So there is a combo possibility, but it's rough. It's maybe even a Guinevere XP, but that's a little bit out of pocket. I think the Arlot is gonna go through, or maybe even the Lapu Lapu.
Hilo CX.
Here, Hylos, I don't think so. It's looking real rough. I mean, Laito might be picking out, I said, the Arlot, and the Lapu Lapu is, again, a great choice. There is the Arlot I was talking about. We're gonna combo with the Guinevere and the Gatotkacha. They can all have a knock-up and can boost the Guinevere's Violet Requiem, and as well with the Claw, they're gonna be able to protect him, just zone out the enemy's Chronos.
Yeah, I think the combos speaks for itself, and I think Arlot was a great pick, a standard pick rather. But the Flicker Final Slash on the Farsa. Now you're thinking, right? Do you want to put the Farsa is going to be on the Purify, the carry is going to be on the Purify. That forces the carry to play a little more safer than normal.
I don't want the carry being on the Purify.
I mean, you have the Arlot, the Guinevere, and the Gatotkacha, right? I mean, I want to play on the Flicker.
I think the Flicker is better there.
Of course, the Flicker is better, but on the carry, you get the option to play more aggressive, you get the option to run away, but looking at the Guinevere, the Gatotkacha, and the Arlot, I don't know, sometimes the Purify, just in the back of their minds, will be thinking about it, Pelmatronio.
Possibly, but still, if you're gonna get caught out, you're gonna just get caught, because they have too many recessive stuns. They have the Arlot who has the 2 stuns, Guinevere 2 stuns, Gatotkacha 2 stuns, so you know it's a pick and choose type of series. With the Flicker, you can maybe reposition, you can dodge the Final Slash, you can dodge the AOG.
Oh, no respect whatsoever. Double Flicker coming through from them. Moji's gonna have a field day if he lands those spatial migrations right.
It's the spatial indeed. I mean, it's gonna be really hard. The Temporal Rain Guinevere, however, I don't know what to think about that one. Just to try to get another bubble stun, maybe? With the jump? I've never seen that before.
Could be possible, you know, could be possible. With the way that it could work. Oh no, Guinevere, leave me. Stole the orange buff. Moji is kicking himself about it now. They get the advantage early on, and realizing the fact that Nolan's probably one of the fastest heroes to jungle clear in the game.
He is indeed the fastest clear, and he has a faster rotation because the dash speed is legit. I believe 2.5 seconds, not even 2 1/3 seconds. But look at the invade coming in from Team Entity on the blue side buff. We're gonna see the zoning coming from the Kimi and the Gatotkacha. Taunt is there, stunned by Farsa.
Oh, they have to force this. They're trying. Look at Bubble Up taking down low. Tiso, the revitalize as well. Moji could go for spatial migration. He finds it indeed, and that's gonna be first blood in the hands of Enzo. And now they're forcing this purple buff steal. Leave me. Doesn't get it. It goes into the hands of Moji. Able to get it out. A buff for a buff. So no one behind in terms of EXP.
I think here Leave Me actually lost the trade because it's all dependent on the blue buff. But look at Moji.
Oh no, Moji goes in. Spatial migration by Enzo is into the fray. Leave Me. He's down and out. That's another for the hands of Entity. Moji going in, and you can see why this Guinevere is taking so much damage. Double-Elimination gets caught out again in the spatial migration. Laito goes in. Oh, this is messy. Entity are not here to stand down. They want to fight.
Maybe instead if he went directly to his blue buff to try to take it before Team Entity got a hold of it, it would have been the right choice because you're gonna still trade a red for a blue. You're gonna have full buffs. But look at God Believer, no mana gang.
Oh, look at the bot side. Wicked's gonna be targeted down. He understands that they're all here. Leave Me, not level 4 yet. So he can't really take that much of an advantage. Moji able to get this turtle quite easily. Retribution is secured as well, just in case he misses out.
Just in case there's another Moscow on the map. Yeah, you never know.
Comes in from the previous game.
The chance are zero, but you never know.
I like the bishop, you know?
Try to go for invade on Leave Me right here. Just gonna give that vision. The clear buff speed is gonna be there. 1 second to spawn. Guinevere is gonna take 0 chance. Gonna take the red buff first. In the top lane, we've seen the Arlot actually freezing out Boba Rusik. This is not happening that often. Seeing Bobo leave the.
Lito, final slash. He's playing with fire here. Curtain call, Boborushik. He might be able to get it back up, but look at Moji. Oh, he knows Boborushik's gonna go back. Oh, they're playing. Oh, no. Not now, but they go into the jungle. Leave me. He's not allowed to take his purple buff whatsoever. Spatial migration already split up, and he goes in for the fracture. But you can see the Federation doing so much damage. Moji gets caught. And now leave me on top.
Final slash is there soon.
Goes in.
He gets it.
Final slash to get that kill. And he goes back inside one more time. Enzo's there to provide the damage. Wubba is there, not level 4 yet, so he cannot use that Tsunami Slam. Finally gets there. And Team Entity make it out.
I still think is a great trade for Team Entity. They got the blue buff, they got Leave Me Down as well. He is losing the trade so hard right now. He is going with a Lethal Ignition instead of the possible... I mean, even with Quantum Charge, I know I think it's a little bit better in the invasive area, but look at Light, the final strike just denied it.
Oh
the
no,
airstrike is gonna shut him down.
Strike. Lito tried to go in and make a play. No, it's impossible. God Believer making sure he can survive that one, get some sort of advantage. Team Entity already 1.2k ahead.
Indeed, they are. The third largest spawn. Moji is there, he's camping. He's just waiting for a victim to pass through. Maybe even Pelmetronio to check the bush. The second it sees Pelmetronio in the bush, it's gonna pounce and it's gonna jump and it's gonna kill. Look at the movement, look at the positioning. Pelmetronio, it's looking like a Furnace is near. Demon Hunter Sword Wicked has it in his hands. Purify is available. Lito is there. Final Slash is everything. Boborusik ready as well.
Spatial migration right on top of Leave Me. AOG coming through as well. Oh my god, this is a bouncy ball there. They're in. Blazing Duet from Wicked at the right time. Catches two. God Believer has to go back. Retribution secured. Securing the turtle for Moji. You can see Pelmetron is going to be locked down. He's trying to survive, but Moji misses out. But Wicked should be able to get that kill quite easily, as Lito is the one that picks it up. Team Entity overwhelming meta shift with the damage and crowd control that they have in their hands.
I think that's it for God Believer. If Moji catches him,
oh,
it's gonna be it. Close. Enzo.
Oh no, God Believer
forcing their win by wings.
Oh, this is Entity at their best, doing the best that they can to shut down meta shift. But we know meta shift can always make the comeback possible. God Believer flickers out of there. No flickers for the next turtle. Pelmetronio will barely get his. But then again, that's not the one that you want to have. You want this Farsa. God Believer shut down early on is going to be good for Team Entity.
It's a difficult game to call. Even so, if they're behind, I think Metashift can turn it around. God Believer has the farm. Pelmetronio died only once. However, Wicked is going to trade his turret for the top side. Lito is going to be able to take the turret as well with the help of the minions. The turret is going to be up in 45 seconds. Oracle getting built out, just giving him that extra HP on dash that he surely needs right now. We're gonna see a quick look at the items. First item, Wardex for the CC. Again, Blade of Heptasis, normal beer for the Noland, Corrosion Side for the carry. Really nothing out of the ordinary so far. It's looking great. Whenever with the Brute Force, with the... Yeah, actually, Brute Force. Not wrong, but even so, what's he gonna do?
Oh, Tsunami Slam. Purify already popped in. AOG coming through as well. Catches Wubba. Doesn't have the Tsunami Slam. There goes the final slash alongside that the Feather Airstrike, but he's able to survive thanks to the Revitalize. Curtain Call being used. Oh my goodness. Team Entity, after all that being used, all that damage coming through, still not losing a single member.
It was really difficult right there. Wubba got caught out. He was a little bit too greedy, and Tiso caught him with a taunt and with the AOG 10. Moji used the Violet Requiem just to boost him up in the sky. He got the pass.
Oh, Lito. Oh, no. He could. No, Feather Airstrike coming through. Final slash misses. He has to flicker out of Zelf. Pelmetronio goes in. Speedy Light Wheel. Tiso's there with the Unbreakable. Here comes Moji with the Spatial Migration. Gets that kill in the hands of Tiso. And now God Believer caught in no man's land. Doesn't have the flicker. Leave Me goes in with the flicker as well. He misses. Tiso still able to survive. The wrong target from Leave Me. Oh, they're losing their heads.
He's not looking great. Team Entity is ahead.
Tsunami Slam misses. Tsunami Slam locks him down. He'll be able to split. Moji should be able to get out of harm's way. Final slash coming through. Feather Airstrike catches Moji right at the edge. They get the turtle and a kill. Meta shift looking to bounce back.
Yes, as I said, you cannot underestimate the shift. They could turn it around at any moment. 2,000 gold difference between these two. Tiso!
Whoa, Tiso, I don't know if that was the right
And
idea.
Wicked as well.
Oh, no, Wicked gets caught in the curtain call. Revitalize is there. Ooh, that was risky. Misclick, Zakota?
I assume the only right choice would be to call it a misclick because he had to use the revival, use the AOG. He almost got Wicked killed. If Farsa had a Feather Airstrike ready to go, I think that was gonna be it for Mr. Wicked's perfect KD so far. But right now, damage dealt 44,000 in the hands of God Believer. Not that far behind is Sissy. Actually, pretty far behind. 20,000 damage behind. Moji is doing a pretty good job at playing the Guinevere defensively and offensively. Right now, Leave Me is the scapegoat. He is to be blamed for everything. He lost his advantage on the invade after not going for his blue buff. 4 members in the mid lane for Team Entity, 2 for Team Meta Shift. 50 seconds for the Lord. Both sides looks in favor of Team Entity. So someone is gonna have to go on the bot and clear it.
Oh, Moji. Look at him. Oh, he knows. They know he's there. He's not even recalling the entire time. He's canceling it. Oh, no. Zakota, you know the sound might be heard. No, wait. Can you hear the recall sounds now?
No, you cannot. You cannot.
It was the charging of the skills, right, before? That they cancel out?
You could hear the steps and if they're taking the jungle creeps.
Yeah, that's true. Now
But
it's not there anymore. No. Wubba walks into that bush. Scouts it out. Moji was there waiting for Leave Me. I think Leave Me expected that. That spatial migration is such a problem. You shut down the Nolan early on. And Meta Shift, they're completely crippled at that point. They've lost an arm and a leg. And now Team Entity slowly making that comeback possible. Oh no, look at that Wubba playing with fire, gets caught out again. Final slash, missing out from Light though. That's okay, it's a low cooldown skill, but the Lord is up. And I think Team Entity understand that Meta Shift want a tango.
Tsunami Slam!
Oh, Tsunami Slam, Feather Airstrike coming down as well. Lighto's the one that gets caught. Spatial migration misses. They get Wubba in the hands of Enzo. And still Lighto doesn't go down.
I don't know if Spatial Migration is ready to rock and roll. Boba Rustic is the prime target. Maybe they're gonna predict him in the bush. Tiso has the AOG. The Revitalize is used. Wicked has the Blazing Duet. Final Slash in the hands of Lighto. Everything is available. Only Enzo uses traction tools to slow down Wubba and give him the time to kill the Kali. I mean, what can he do? The Kali goes in, tries to piss someone off. He gets punished. Lighto just dodges away, flickers away. It's hard. It's real hard.
They get themselves a Lord. Secure traction pulse misses. Just as on the way. Look at that. They don't overextend. They understand what needs to be done and completely ignore.
Final slash.
Oh no, he gets caught Tsunami Slam as well, but he's going to be taken down. Wicked even expending the Blazing Duet just to secure that kill.
And he did use the Purify attempt as well. He still picked up a light, so they cannot do anything. Farsa is the only one who could do anything in this game. They just need to find a set for a Federation comes to just defend the wave. Not enough.
No. Spatial migration from Moji. Final slash misses. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Leave Me is hacking away at the Lord. The Lord is completely under useless. No, now they're trying to lock down Leave Me. They're trying to make a sandwich out of him. Will he be able to escape? He tries, he bobs, he weaves, he fractures out of there as well.
Everything.
4 members on top of him.
Wow. He just completely got obliterated. I mean, he did clear the Lord at the end of the day. You know, he did something. But man, what can you do in this scenario? Look at Verso, God Believer. He is just he's the only guy who could do anything really. He just needs to find a pick of on Wicked.
Oh, he's looking for that as well. They find it. Final slash through, misses everybody. Lubba able to get Moji, but Moji, spatial migration out of there. Oh, BMI from Wicked to escape after the current call was used right on him. Oh wait, it wasn't even used. But look at the taunt, Unbreakable coming up for Wubba. Mid lane tier 1's gonna be the target. Leaving
Final slash misses again.
Final slash misses again. A curtain call being used this time. Feathered airstrike to make sure they zone them out and protect that tier 1 in the mid lane.
Oh, Moji.
No.
Spatial migration being used, just trying to look for Matronia. Wicked is gonna get that buff with the help of Dexter. 60 seconds, 7 to Lord.
Oh, Moji, he's playing with fire, trying to bait something out, but you can see, oh, nice title strike. Looking for the Tsunami Slam. Curtain Call already being used on the target. Moji, he was playing with fire, gets taken away, but get the back line. The Blazing Duet catches it. Pelimetronio's taking down Enzo on a mega kill. Feathered Airstrike to snipe down Wicked. Tiso with the AOG out of there. Oh, Moji was playing with fire. He felt the heat.
I mean, God Believer is doing everything this game, but look at Livni. He could go for a backstab right here. Maybe even try to pick up Lighto because he's so unbreakable, just canceling the ult of God Believer. And after that, just going out with AOG. I mean, Revitalize available, Purify is available for Enzo, but Wicked does not have it. If Wobbalabadaba catches him somehow, or even catches Moji yet again, that's a free lord for Meta Shift.
Team Entity, man. Somehow, some way, still ahead. Meta Shift hanging on. And now slowly starting to crank up the heat. 3 seconds to the Lord. Moji shouldn't be making a mistake like that again, because that cost him quite a bit of a lead. Wicked gets taken down once. I think now the Lord is up. They're trying to go through. The tango has begun. Curtain Call already used on Tiso. Look at the Unbreakable come through as well. Tsunami Slam blocking one down. Feather Airstrike already being used. Final Slash catches Pelimetronio. Wubba Lubba has been traded. And now they get Pelimetronio with the help of the Wind of Nature. And 2 kills in the hands of Enzo. Make that a triple. Leanme gets an execution point on to Moji. But that's 3 traded for 2. And they get themselves the Lord.
I don't know if that's worth it for Meta Shift. They lost Pelimetronio, they lost Wubbalaba, they lost Bobarusik. They got a Lord out of it, and they lost turrets in the process. They didn't get Enzo whatsoever. Wicked is still available. Purifies on both of the marksmen, and Arthur's gonna try to get some damage in, defends the tower. Enzo's gonna recall to defend the Lord on his own. I assume that's his path right now. But Livy, is he gonna try to catch someone off guard? Done.
No, Wicked. Just trying to go through. He's looking for Enzo, right? Lighto's not going to be the right target. Final Slash misses. But you see Tsunami Slam coming down. It's not Blazing Duet in the back line. Wicked picks his timing perfectly. No Wind of Nature, so he has to get out. But oh my goodness, he knew it. Lighto knew he had the backup of Wicked. And he tried to make a play. Feathered Airstrike. Lighto survives. Look at Tiso providing them recalls. The Lord is still marching on the top side. Wicked starting to hack away at it. Team Entity are slowly starting to wake up. The kill is almost double, actually more than double on their side, but the goalie just hasn't pulled away for them yet.
They're just focusing so much on Lighto. I don't know, I don't think they like him. He's getting ulted left and right. Everyone just picking on him. Tiso.
Oh, Tiso, revitalized. He has the AOG. He's out of there, saving his immortality for another day. At a full passive bar, Enzo should be looking to try and defend this wave. But Bobarushik, I think they want to try and get this tier 1. They will be able to trade Pelimetronio. No, they don't have the range. Feather Airstrike comes through and they finally get that tier 1. Malefic Gun now in the hands of Pelimetronio, so the extra range definitely going to help out.
The map looks even besides the bot side turret being chipped. Right now, 65 seconds to Lord. We missed the final mark, but right now, look at Tiso. Is he trying to pick up a Balabadab? We're gonna see Lighto.
Lighto goes in. Wubbalubba with the Tsunami Slam again. And they catch him off guard. Title Strike come through as well. Moji with the Spatial Migration misses, but you can see they get Wubbalubba Wicked in the back line with the Blazing Duet with the Wind of Nature. Catches Pelimetronio and Leave Me is the back line, but he's not able to get anyone. Wicked still able to survive, and so is Lighto. How are they getting away with this Meta Shift? They're slowly tilting.
They cannot keep getting away with this, but look at Tiso!
Leave me, AOG, Spatial Migration, and they catch him. Enzo is 10-0-5. They've been locking down on Lighto the entire time, but he's died only a single time. And now they're looking to siege in at the bot inhibitor. All 5 members still alive. Tier 2 in the mid lane is going to go down as well. Traction pulse onto Bober for him just to make it up barely by the skin of his teeth. 10 seconds to the Lord. Team Entity, 5K ahead.
Can he turn this around? I don't think so. Just God Believer needs to get a pick off. He's the main damage source, but Lighto is always the main target for some reason. They can maybe try to go for Moji. They don't like him.
Final Slash. Wubbalubba again catches Lighto, but gets melted down. The extra come through as well. Moji with a Spatial Migration. Pelimetronio getting Lighto, but you can see Blazing Duet to the back line. Wicked goes down. Pelimetronio gets 2 by Enzo with a triple. They get the Lord. Meta Shift. I think they're tunnel visioning.
Indeed they are. Maybe they're living in the past. It's 2026, guys. You need to lock it in. I think the first game It's looking even, but Entity is definitely dominating. Right now, let's take a quick look at the replay. We're going to see God Believer popping that Feather Airstrike after Double catches Lito yet again.
I don't know. Look at Wicked. Look at Wicked. Beautiful in the back line. Blazing duet. AOG. Enzo just sitting pretty in the back line. They can't deal with him. Nobody's able to catch Enzo. I don't think I've ever seen him use Purify this entire game.
I think he's used it once or twice, but that's about it. Maybe he just used it to catch up to enemies. But right now, back into the game, we're gonna see what they're gonna do for a counter freeze to let the waves come towards them. Tiso is gonna get poked out by God Believer after he clears the top lane. Feather Airstrike is not available. Metronia has the speedy light, just enough to melt down the lore. Leave me, he's gonna suggest a little bit of help. But look at Wabba.
Look at Leave Me taking so much damage from the Lord itself. Lito going in spatial migration from Moji, trying to bait something out. Probably a flicker, but there it is. Tsunami Slam coming through as well. Hey, everybody can see Fire Flash. 3 members. Enzo again catches Wabba. He's not having a good game. 14 kills in the hands of Enzo, but Lito goes straight to the back line, taking so much damage. Feather Airstrike comes through. They finally catch Lito again. Well, look at Tiso. He is still up. The immortality has not gone down a single time. 23 kills in the favor of Entity. Meta shift. They need to wake up.
I cannot disagree. Enzo's gonna go as well for the immortality just to seal the fate. He's not gonna die. He's already sending us the message. He's recalling a little bit. 75 seconds towards the next Lord. Rose Gold Meteor picked up by Lito. He realizes the main target, so he needs an additional little bit of help from the shield it provides. And from the defense, it also gives Moji. Gets split out by Leave Me right now. Tiso's gonna be in the red bear bush, just camping. Maybe Leave Me is gonna pass, or Pelmetroni or someone just trying to get a little bit of vision in the mid lane. Because Oba Laba Dub Dub is a death magnet. Wherever he goes, death follows through.
Conceal just to make sure nobody spots them.
They try to kill Wicked.
Ooh, close.
Not much you can do. He has the wind. He has everything. He's gonna go for the Athena shield as well, just to seal the deal. He cannot get killed down. He cannot get taken down. The Gazotkacha has almost a full build, just missing the Antique Curious. Alaito as well, just missing the Hunter Strike fully being built. But man, 20 minutes first game of the series. How are you feeling, Kronos? Look at Moji's positioning.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful it is. Feather Airstrike coming through. They're trying to defend as much as they can. Wicked just needs those stacks. 10 seconds to the Lord. Somehow Meta Shift are still able to play a little bit of macro,
Look at the bot side.
Oh, Moji's just waiting for someone. He's just waiting for someone. Trying to catch Leave Me. Leave Me has been his target. I think in 1v1 right now. No does go in. Concealed Pay comes through as well. Tiso gets caught up in the title strike. Lito goes in. Final slash couple at any point. Tsunami Slam down. Feather Airstrike coming through as well. Light final slash misses. He goes into the back line. Moji looking for something. Wicked comes in with a blazing duet. But Bobaroshik. Oh my goodness. The vengeance is doing too much. And God Believer gets the kill. That's a 1-for-0 in the pocket of Meta Shift. Entity made a mistake.
And they paid the price of it, but still Leave Me is forced to clear the base. He is their mate. 2-5-3, not looking great. The Lord is taking a little bit of a beating, just a little bit of a Lord, and Tsunami Slam is not there. Moji has a special migration ready to rock and roll, but look at Pelmetronio. He is gonna melt that Lord down in a few seconds. Tsunami Slam!
Oh no, they catch Moji. This is gonna be a Lord secure. Lito as well gonna get taken down. That's one small mistake is all it took. Meta Chef, look at the goal lead completely from 5k down, now 1k up. They know how to turn the tides, and they took it fast enough for the Lord to come down the top side as well. It's gonna be an evolved Lord. They're clearing as quickly as possible, making sure they don't recall. Tsunami Slam catching Tiso, Immortality pop, Enzo in the back line as well. Leave Me just chasing him down. Wicked's the only one left standing with Enzo. They defend. They're trying. BMI to go back, and I don't think it's possible. They need to use the blazing duet along the traction post, but Enzo trying to defend as much as he can. Winter Crown comes through. Everyone's down, but the base crystal gets locked. Meta Shift, game number 1 and a comeback.
It was not enough to defend. Even if he popped the Winter Crown, he was just getting killed right and left. There were too many enemies in that exact spot, so the damage was spreading out amongst them. But God Believer is the deserved MVP of this game. He was doing everything. And I'm not trying to exaggerate. Leave Me, Wabalaba, and Pelmetronia were not looking that great that game, but still, God Believer pulled through. Boba Rusik as well, on the other hand. He didn't die that much.
God Believer was the MVP indeed for me. Yeah, I don't think he went down a single time. Wicked doing so great. Enzo was doing amazing. Just one mistake coming through in that fight where Wicked got caught. And Moji started, you know, he started slipping out. Those spatial migrations, they were visible to Wubba, so he knew that he had to target somebody down. And again, right to the end. Oh, it just didn't work out. This was a beautiful play coming in from Team Entity. Yes, they got taken down. The double kill in the hands of Pelemetronio, but Enzo was scaling, dishing out so much damage. Hadn't get taken down a single time. But this is where it all started to go wrong.
I mean, they were just targeting Light or just breaking him down, forcing him to go and build a different build than usual. But right now, look at this. Enzo finally fell down at the end. I don't think he even died. He was still sustained. 14-0-6 at the end of the game. I mean, 15-0-6 actually, man. They just couldn't take him down, but God Believer died at the end at the hands of Enzo, if I'm not mistaken. But look at Blubba Lubba Dub Dub. 10-0-10-8, Kronos.
Hey man, it doesn't matter what happens with your KDA as long as you win the game. So meta shift.
Bro.
I think Entity will be kicking themselves the fact that they could have taken this game, but they didn't. They made mistake. They lapsed themselves. They lost focus. They lost concentration, and meta shift just capitalized, completely turning it around.
I think right now Team's Entity Spirit is down a little bit at the bottom because Enzo played such an amazing game and still they fell at the end. The standout hero, God Believer, Farsa MVP, 139,000 damage, almost 140,000 damage. I mean, the push is not that great, but it's to be expected. She is, after all, a bird lane. Look at her pigeon. 6-1-6 is the KDA. The build is looking great. Double penetration with the Lightning Truncheon and the Holy Crystal. And, of course, the anti-heal, who everyone builds nowadays. And Arcane Boots. You know, it just held the deal for Team Entity at the end. He was never getting picked off. He couldn't go for him. He was always playing for positioning. I don't know if you noticed. He was never risking himself for his team. He was playing for himself during the game, and I think that was the right call.
Yep, I agree. I think it was for God Believer indeed, because the way that he played, oh my goodness, absolutely insane. And if this is the way this is going to go, oh my God, it's going to be a best of 5 indeed, isn't it, Zakota?
Who knows? Who knows? Metashift still looks strong, but still, we're going to set after a short little break. We're going to catch you right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe. The first game, certified banger, like we said it will be, and it was. The first series that we saw earlier on, unexpected, but oh my god, that was amazing as well. Now go into this one, game number 2 of the second series, only expecting great things. Clean, crystal clear MLBB, amazing fights, back and forth, absolute cinema.
I can't agree more with you, Kronos. It was such a good back and forth in the first series. It went to a full best of 5 where it looked in the first half that, you know, maybe not everything goes according to plan, but still Team Entity and Metashift taking the first game of today's second series with a quick reverse sweep. But still, it was a nice reversal. But again, God Believer, you know, played out of his mind. Right now we're going to see the Eve getting banned out. I'm expecting the bans to be extremely similar, maybe even identical to what happened last game again. Sora, Yuzhong, these type of heroes need to go out. Maybe even the club, because we saw in the hands of Wicked how much it did in that scenario.
Yeah, I think that Sora in the previous series was good, and the previous day was good. Overall good right now, but Wicked, the Claude, the carry, I don't think they're ever going to ban that, man. I don't think they're going to ban Claude or carry, because you know Pelimetronia as well as Wicked can play them good. Like, you know, they're both marksman mains. They can definitely play them, so I don't think they're going to ban those out. They're going to trade. They don't mind trading. They said, okay, you think you got a good marksman, so do we. Trading the Claude and the carry. It's all right. So I'm expecting maybe a Baxia ban coming through. What else?
Fredrin, Baxia, Yusun Shin, Hayabusa. These heroes are still stable picks, but I wouldn't necessarily ban out the assassins. I'll ban out the tanks, because tank junglers are hard to play against. We saw in the first series the Fredrin, how much it did. The Baxia, I think, was banned every single game. And again, you know, you have to respect them, because they deal a ton of damage while being extremely tanky, and they can just have so much usage, so much utility. That's why we call them utility jungler. Are getting banned out.
Well, Dakota with his MLBB 101, right? Calling utility jungler for a reason. But then now Baxia being banned out as well on the other side. It's going to be simple. Is it going to be a Claude?
I don't know. I think it's going to be a Yuzhong.
Yuzhong's already banned. You need to get your challenge. You need to get your glasses changed, bro.
Yeah.
But in
I need to clean them.
Well, it's a Kalea first pick. Looking for a pick-off, so I think they're probably going to go with a carry on the other side. Let them play carry or Lunox and let them pick the Claude. I think Metashift probably Grok. Claude? Grok and Claude make a good combo.
Indeed they do, but even Grok carry makes a great combo, and you can take away the surprise element that Team Entity can have when they take the carry for themselves. So it could be a double-edged dagger, as per se, but still, if Team Entity takes a Valentina, we know how much damage it can do with the Grok ultimate, with a tectonic charge. But it's still a bit risky. In the early game to pick so much, you have the Yisun Shin as the second pick on the right side. Right now, what's Team Entity gonna go for? Are they gonna the Valentina pick?
Kimi.
Kimi yet again.
It was solid, man. It was a solid pick. I think they need to go for a marksman here. You know it's going to get banned out. Claude is still open, carry still open. You do not want Metashift to pick up one and then ban out the other. So they're debating Claude or carry. Claude did really well in the previous game.
I think this is going to turn to an XP lane goal laners, but
Claude.
No, they're going to go for the Claude.
And there's going to be the carry on the other side. It worked. They're okay trading it. Because you're going to let the carry go, so it's going to get banned out.
I think a Moscow is a little bit better here instead of the carry.
Well, not going to lie. I think Moscow is fine as well.
We saw what happened in the last series. The one Moscow game we saw. Yeah, it was a pretty good snipe.
CC.
Again. She's an underrated pick, I feel. She wasn't picked that much in the World Championship, but still, right now, she is getting picked pretty often.
I think they're expecting a tank jungle coming in from the other side, right? So instantly picking up the CC, which really makes a big difference against the Claude, against the Kimi, even Tiso on this Kalea. So it definitely does make sense. Leomord. Wow, they're reading hard into it.
It's only normal. You respond to your instinct. But I am thinking Metashift is going to ban the Fredrin last. They're going to ban out the Flash. This already crushes down most of the mid lane possibilities for Metashift. We saw how much the Farsa did last game, you know, like in this game I think it would have been a little bit better, but Valentina
could be a correct choice. You can go pick up with Tsunami Slam someone. You can maybe argue for it. But the Joy is going to get banned out.
Valentina's got to go here.
It indeed has to go. I agree.
Because there's not
If you
many
don't
else
pick it,
left.
ban it.
There you
There
go.
it is.
Carry? It's still left open. They could go for the last.
Harriet, actually. What about the Harriet on the goal lane?
Yeah, I think Harriet is good as well, just because you don't have a lot of card control on the other side.
And you have a little bit more movement.
True. You have magic damage balanced out because you have a lot of physical available. So yeah, I think Harriet is a great shout here. Just because there's no Farsa in the mid lane to provide that burst. There's no Valentina. So you're really scrambling for magic damage. Jushin's taken off. Yve's off the table. So that's 4 mid laners banned out. Joy, to a certain extent, that can be played.
It's only left, I think, on mid. Lunox and Kalita, possibly.
Zetian. You forget that one, man. The range.
I mean, into a Kalea, Zetian is pretty great because you're going to deny her the engage for Tsunami Slam. I think Infantoshi can pick you up, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be wrong. And the Uranus here.
They're forced to pick a carry here now.
Yeah, they definitely. Oh, even a Moscow, I think, or maybe even if they go for a no, they need something.
They need one of the two. I don't see anything else. Maybe a Ruby, but you're really gonna struggle against the Uranus.
You're gonna reach your heart.
Yeah, I know you're gonna really struggle against Uranus here if you go for a Ruby. So
And so many times you're getting this green grass map, Kronos.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe it's a sign you need to get a haircut?
nah, the bushy hair. Oh, Granger.
Ranger. Okay, I can see it. I see
Yeah, I
it.
mean it's not bad. Not something we expected. I think just completely flew under the radar so far. But I mean, hey, it's a hero that you can get a Savage from. Once you get the Sky Piercer stacked, it's hard to stop him. It really is very hard to stop him.
I agree with her statement, right? I mean, Granger is just so viable. He has so much range. You can maybe shoot a booster check for a Guinevere, so that's another vision possibility. Same with the Kalea. We have more bushes, more plays to worry about. As a Granger, you have a little bit of an easier time. You know, it's a little bit better.
Yeah, I think we have another solid lineup. I like meta shift drafts a little bit more here compared to Entity because you have the Kalea Tsunami Slam, but nobody to try and get the burst down instantly, right? This is why Claude and Khalid don't really make much of a great combo, but Claude on his own is a great hero right now. You don't really need a lot of combos going in with him, but definitely would have been better if that's something that could work with the Kalea. They're really relying on a lot of wombo combos like Tsunami Slam, Spatial Migration, do something happen. We did see it in the previous game in a similar fashion with a Final Slash, but again, it's threading the needle, right? You need to be aggressive. If you miss one,
True.
we saw what happened in the previous game. They missed one fight that went a haywire for Team Entity, and then and the side of Meta Shift just completely trampled them after that. So hopefully it don't work out the same this time for Team Entity, but Meta Shift will be looking to replicate what happened in the late game of game number 1, probably not the early.
It's everything is possible. I mean, they're gonna have to play a little bit more aggressive. Look at Enzo; he's getting poked out already below half HP. Tiso is gonna be in the mid bush. He's gonna be able to heal him with the passive of Kalea. But maybe Enzo's gonna fall down. A flicker from Mobalaba that could cost them everything.
Yeah, Enzo gets his regen cancelled. It didn't even get a lot of the HP back from that region of Kalea. This is why Zetian is so good, zoning out members. Basically, the skill 2 and skill 1 of a Sicilian, but slightly better. And same thing as the Farsa, but slightly better.
I wouldn't say better than Sicilian because Sicilian is an actual stance. It's just a normal push. You're not crowd control. You're just at an inconvenience. It's not like a
in terms of range, I meant in terms of range. The range of that skill is at the length of the river. Or the width of the river. Oh, no, nice title strike come through from Tiso. Looking to take God Believer low. Yeah, Enzo cannot contest whatsoever here.
Man, look at the damage, and she gets healing from that as well. She's gonna freeze out the mid lane. Laito is gonna be having a little bit of an issue in the early game. He's gonna be able maybe to contest for that frag, but in the bottom we're gonna see Moshi. He's already looking for a rotation early on in the game. Is he gonna go for it? Is he gonna try to maybe kill the Metronio? He has the Purify as well. Both of the teams, you know, most important members have the Purify ready to rock and roll. Boborusk, of course, he has the Vengeance, which is normal against the Kimi on top of that as well. Wabalabada, he's gonna take it!
He took it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He saved it.
No, Moji denied the level 4. Denied
Oi,
completely.
Enzo.
Oh, Guardian's Barrier. Enzo's dead. Enzo's
He's
out of there.
dead.
First blood of the hands of Wubba. Didn't want to use the flicker as well. Not looking good. Light though here gets caught on the Mountain
Light-O.
Shocker leave and doing a lot of damage. The Eastern Shin's actually doing really well right now. God Believer just zoning them out. Fury, the Phoenix hopped in as well. Catch the 3 members. Bobarusha comes up with a curtain call. Tiso's going to be the target. Guardian's Barrier forcing him to flicker up. Moji's still not level 4.
It's looking really grim for Team Entity. This early game is in MetaShift's favor. They have 1,000 gold advantage, almost 2,000 in the bot side right now. We're seeing that Wicked has vector towards the mid lane to try to maybe clear it on, take away something away from MetaShift, but can he do anything really? He is Humble Claw, no item this early on. Could mean suicide for a fight. Tiso doesn't have the Tsunami Slam. Versa God Believer, he can push back, he can freeze for Aldenot, but look at this. He has everything to go for an engage. Just not the numbers, the numbers are missing. Right now on the top side, we're seeing that Ranos is already doing a pretty okay job. What can you do? You're on Ranos, you're just a walking piece of ice. You're just a slowdown machine with a bit of humble damage sometimes.
Oh,
Of course, you go for the
Tiso.
Dreadnought armor. Tiso is gonna be a little bit weak, but Sky Piercer in the hands of Enzo. First item, looking forward to it, but still, right now, Boba Rusik is gonna force for the Warriors. Leave me Hunter Strike again. It's normal build so far. It's a carbon copy. Both of the mages are gonna build almost exactly the same thing, just a little bit apart. I mean, what can you say? They just need to lock down on Moji. Tiso as well somehow needs to try to go for a pick-off on Leave Me, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. Boba Rusik.
Oh, Moji. Spatial migration. Not able to catch anyone. Leave Me on the other hands with that dauntless fleet just walking around looking for something. Wubba could get a pick off here, but Light though, whew, purifies out of there. Spatial migration again missing from Moji, expecting a bait. I don't know if he's overthinking it or thinking too ahead, but there it is. Tidal Strike coming through. Tsunami Slam locking him down, but they use the tech charge to get him. The range of the Zetian is too much, man.
What can you do in this scenario? You cannot really do anything. You just have to wait and farm and just pray with your Claude is gonna win the other side. As you said, for a Claude or a Granger, your side needs to win first because you're not gonna be so important in the early to mid game. In the late game, you're gonna shine the most. Right now, Claude's gonna get his Demon Hunter Sword. Leave Me is gonna finish his Hunter Strike. The turtle was resetted. He's just gonna take a little walk, goes through a bush. I never even knew that if a turtle goes through a bush, it gets a little bit hidden.
No, me neither.
Light,
That's a new interaction, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty new, but still, right now, what's the play? What's the situation here?
Look at the orange buff. Look at the orange buff. Look at Leave Me. He just stole it. He stole it. Moji.
He has the heart of Romanian, but the turtle reset is again on the side. Down. Oh, great Tsunami Slam
coming through with a Tsunami Slam as well, flickering in place. I don't know if that's the right target. He could use the tech charge to make something happen.
Indeed, he can.
Team Entity a little too aggressive there at the wrong time, the wrong place. Pelemetronio coming into the picture. Wubba Lubba looking for the tech charge, catches it as well. Retribution to secure it. Lito looking to get on top of Pelemetronio, gets him. Now Moji with the spatial migration catches Wubba Lubba. God Believer is going to be the next target. Fury the Phoenix popped as well at the same time. Robo rushing with the curtain call. Moji should be able to get out of there. God Believer should go down in the hands of Lito. And yes, they do. All this while Leave Me was left alone in no man's land trying to defend the mid lane tier 1.
They still didn't lose the lead. They still have the 200 gold in the lead. Moji right now is going to try to get a little bit of farm back. Maybe he's not going to kill Leave Me here. The special migration is not ready. Now it is the Violet Requiem as well. A Retribution on top of that. Boba Rusik might fall. He missed the special migration. Boba Rusik doesn't have the curtain call. Look at Leave Me.
Curtain call already used on top of Moji. No spatial migration, but you can see getting locked down. Vengeance being popped in as well. Wubba Lubba could go in. Spatial migration out of there. Lito just appealing for the team, and now Leave Me kind of rendered useless because Lito's in his face. This is why Uranus is so good against the Yisun Shin.
It's difficult. It's real difficult. Right now, the Dominant's Eyes and the Mage Anvil was picked up. Forgot Believer, the glowing one is right there. Brute Force getting picked up by Moji. Normal stuff right here. Nothing out of the ordinary that we're seeing right now. Versatile, so he's gonna try to maybe get a pick off here. Possible, not possible. Moji. Oh, we're gonna go on a pause.
Oh, a pause being requested. I don't know which side. We're gonna find out soon, folks. But definitely to make sure neither of these teams have troubles while playing the game. We do not want to give any sort of unfair advantage to the other team. But so far, looking at the way things have turned out, Dakota, Entity were behind, but slowly starting to make that comeback possible.
And right now, let's take a quick look at the items while we are waiting for the match to be unpaused. We're going to see the Dreadnought armor with the Oracle being picked up. As well, the Demon Hunter sword going into the Golden Staff on the Cloud, as well as the Kimi with the Sky Piercer. One stack, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is not that bad. Radiant armor for Abalabadab, it's, of course, it's needed. They have so much magical damage. They have 3 at least doing magical. And with the Hunter Strike into Endless Battle going in for Leave Me. And Metronio is going to go for the Sea Halberd.
Oh, Tsunami Slam into the Spatial Migration. Looking to lock them down, but that is a Garrock. We're talking about Tech Charge can come through. Catches 2 members. Fury of the Phoenix just to add on extra crowd control. Bobarushi going to the back line with a curtain call. Catching 2 members. But look at Lighto. He comes in. Now starting to peel for the team. Traction Pulse misses. Almost catch Emoji, as well as Tiso at that point, but here comes the Blazing Duet from Wicked to cast him off guard, but still nobody goes down. Lighto by himself, peeling for the rest of the team.
I mean, Mojo survived by the skin of his head, as Warren likes to say, but in the bot side, you see the Granger took the turret already. First turret of the game, turret spawn. Leave Me has used his Mountain Shocker right now, and
the turtle being taken down 8,000 HP. Leave Me being zoned away by Lighto. Bobarushik versus Wicked. You can see nice use of the Vengeance as well coming through. Wicked still able to survive, still able to get his HP back up while they get themselves the turtle. Moji goes into the back line. Lighto peeling again. Look at that, 2 members by himself. Bobarushik and Leave Me. Can't do anything about it. Now he's cutting the wave. Wubba Lubba trying to take him down, but Purify coming through from Pelletronio gets taken out. Enzo flickers out of harm's way. Lighto, man. Nobody can do anything. Nobody can stop him.
No burst whatsoever. Maybe the carry was the right call here, Kronos.
Yeah, you can see Moji goes in for the Spatial Migration. Violet Requiem being used up as well. Fury of the Phoenix popped, and that's going to be a kill in the hands of Leave Me. Now he goes in again one more time, but Lighto right on top of him.
Yet again, another pause. The score has turned. The tides have turned. Team Metashift is going to try to push back Entity. But right now, taking a quick look at the score and the time, 9 minutes in, only 1 kill difference and almost 700, if so, gold difference. 1 turtle to 2 for Team Entity, 2 turrets for Entity, and 1 for Metashift. I don't know, Kronos. This is looking like a really close game.
It is looking like a close game indeed. I mean, it was the same thing at the game number 1, right? It all comes down to one mistake, and who makes that mistake? In the previous game, Entity was the one who made that mistake. Metashift, will they be doing that this time? But one thing that's inside of Metashift, they have the Yi Sun Shin that can, has good damage throughout the game, except for the first 2 minutes. After that, he's gonna do really well. So it comes down to how are they gonna be able to utilize this Yi Sun Shin?
I mean, it's difficult. It's really difficult to play Yushin. He went for the Flame Retribution just to get that extra bit of damage every time he's trying to fight, possibly Wicked. He's going to try to shut him down. Another look at the items, we're seeing a little bit of an advance. Wicked almost fully built the Trinity, just missing the Corrosion side. Golden Staff was fully built. Blood Wings for Enzo. This one is going to go for the dominant side. No, actually, what is he going to go for? What is he building right there? Oracle? Possibly an Oracle build going right there. Lighto as well has the Oracle Dreadnought armor going into the possible Antiquarians just to deny the damage from Yusun Shin slash the Chichi just to finish it up. And as well, what's Pelmetron gonna go for? An extra Malefic Roar or a Sea Halberd? What do you think, Kronos?
I think he has to go for a Sea Halberd here. I think usually you go for a BOD, but Sea Halberd here, man. With the heal that's coming out, they have a glowing wand, but you need to melt down this Uranus. And we were talking about the carry, right? I think carry was the best choice. That's why we were debating between the carry and the Moscow, because you have the DPS. That's something that you need when you're going against a Uranus, not something that has a burst in the form of a Granger. But yes, this Granger definitely it's a make or break, if you ask me. They get that 1 stack on the Sky Piercer, it's going to be very difficult for Entity to try and defend, try and block him after that, because until then, Lighto can just stand in front of the Granger and just peel for the rest of the team, while Enzo from behind just dishing out the damage. And speaking of the damage, look at the damage charts, Dakota. Bobarushik has the highest damage, and after him is Lighto.
And soon after is God Believer. I mean, he is doing a ton of damage with the Fury of the Phoenix. I mean, you can't lie. He was getting so many stuns with it. But, you know, what's underwhelming? Look at Granger's damage. Not that much. Same with Kimi. Pretty low. In the bot side, look at Wicked. He's going to take that tier 3 inhibitor alone. Just free of charge, you know. It's a compliment on the house. Lord in 75 seconds in the top lane. Yisun Shin is having a skirmish alongside Jutian. But what can he do here? It's really hard to kill the Umbranos. He is so annoying in this mid to late game. He has items. He has not been properly, you know, killed, as to say. But still, it's a 3 turret to 1 turret difference. It's not looking great for Team Manchester. They are losing map presence by the boat, by the mile. Lighto is going to get punished finally.
Gonna get punished.
Oh, no,
Nice title strike, 3 members. Tsunami Slam to catch one down, but at the same time, Traction Pulse pulling 2 members. Leave me taking out low. Wubba Lubba gets out of there, but the Blazing Door to the back line. Wicked catches 1. Pelimetronio dish out a Rhapsody. Wicked has to get out of there with a BMI. Oh no, Team Entity slowly starting to turn up the heat. Slowly starting to cook. Whatever it's cooking, man. We can smell it.
It's not smelling that great. It smells a little bit like cat food, but still, it's cooking right then and there. In the top lane, we're gonna see Wicked trying to push a little bit of that tier 2 inhibitor on the top side, but Boba Rusic and Pelimetronio are gonna be there to deny it. Lord is up in 7 seconds. Lightos doesn't have a Purify, but he's still gonna be a menace. Just keeping up his stacks. Thank you. Moji is gonna claim that blue buff from himself to get the level advantage. Almost being level 12. Yisun Shin is not that far behind.
Spatial Migration, Violet Requiem. I don't think it's the right target. That's Wubba Lubba.
You know, it's just, you know, I can do this. I'm showing to you. But look at Leave Me. Look at his pushing.
No. Fury of the Phoenix comes out. God Believer. Consecration popped in from Lighto as well, trying to go to the back line, taking a full curtain call and Yo-Yo Blitz combo. Meanwhile, Pelimetronio at the top side along with Leave Me. Here comes the Mountain Shocker as well, being used early on. He's trying to move in, but I think they're ready to give up this Lord. Looking to trade 2 towers. If they get 2, then I think it's worth it, because Meta Shift would have got 1. They get themselves the Lord. Yeah, I think they're going to take another.
They're being a little bit greedy, but who can catch him? Lighto is gonna be there. He's gonna check the bush.
No, Lighto doesn't see him. No.
You know, it happens the best of all, but still, Moji and the rest of Team Entity took down the Lord. I was thinking that Grok was somehow gonna steal it. Somehow, you know, by the luck of the gods, you know, he was gonna take it, just like that Moscow. But look at the gold earn. Wicked 8.2k gold, 10 minutes in, 5-3. The turrets are in favor again of Team Entity, but not for long. It's gonna be a lower charge on the bottom where Yisun Shin is gonna take him by himself. Mojo's gonna use the special migration just to dash a little bit away. He can go
Traction Pulse gets him. Wubba able to get that one as well. Now you can see Blazing Door coming out along with the Violet Requiem. Meanwhile, the back line, he gets God Believer. Nice tech charge, catches 2 members. Pelimetronio zoned out. Lighto just being a body bag the entire time. The Lord being worked upon by Leave Me on the bot side, and now getting the tier 2 as well. Meanwhile, the tier 2 in the mid lane on top side have fallen. Holy Shields have been procced. Meta Shift are trading, man.
Indeed, Holy Shield. But right now, look at Lighto. He's gonna get, as you said, the beanbag treatment, getting the rough side of the pillar. Look at Moji chasing the Yisun Shin. He has a special migration. Can he do anything about it?
Oh no, he might get a 3rd stack on it. You can see if Traction Pulse misses, Moji looking for that spatial migration. Looking to catch him. Traceless comes through as well. Tiso trying to catch him. Tidal Strike. He doesn't have it, and he's gonna go down.
A lot used for one guy.
Oh, look at Lighto though. They're using a lot for that one guy again. God Believer gets the kill. How Pelimetronio wishes he had that.
I mean, or let's not get greedy here. They finally took him down.
Yeah, true.
After 12 minutes of fighting with him, he finally died. Let's not be picky about what we eat. But Team Entity again has the tower advantage 5-4, the third advantage as well, and the Lord advantage. Plus the gold gap is not that far apart. 1,000 gold, a few kills left and right, a few million waves as well. But look at the mid-side skirmish. Moji is behind him. They don't know. We know. They don't. Tsunami Slam keeps him up.
Oh, you can see nice use of the tech charge as well along with the Fury of the Phoenix. Moji misses, but Wicked able to get that kill. BMI, Blazing Duet to get out of there. Oh, he still goes back and he gets Pelimetronio. Wicked with the masterful play, and he does it. Levy's gonna get caught out. Now he's gonna go down. Enzo and Tiso able to sandwich him. 2 members left standing for a meta shift. Team Entity looking to make this a 1-1. I think 15 seconds, but now you can see they lose one more. God Believer's the only one left standing. He might be going down soon as well. It's a full 5-man wipeout coming through. Team Entity and level up the series 1-1.
You know, we were saying behind the doors that it could go to a I was saying at least that it could go to a full sweep 3-0, but you know, could have said, yeah, it's gonna go to a full 5. It's looking like it's gonna go for full 5 because these teams are both extremely great, competent players. Meta Shift got the first win, and team ended the second one. And you know, it was done in a glamour style because they couldn't kill Light, they didn't have anyone to punish him down. Let's take a quick look at the replay first in the hands of Moji. Wabala gets caught up. Look at the Violet Requiem just punishing them down. Enzo as well, getting a ton of views out of his Sky Piercer. Boom. Look at Fury of the Phoenix. So much usability. But look at Laito. One kill. Boom. Slaps him down. He's gonna go and dodge the turret. You cannot do much against him. I think the carry was gonna be the right choice here, but they went for the Granger for some reason. Just to maybe check the bushes for the Kalea. But I don't know. Oh, look at the Wicked. This play was great.
So this Wicked's play was absolutely great. He tried to go in. Oh my god, used the BMI to go back again. Yeah, that was absolutely insane. The damage dish down, and Tiso catching the right target, knowing that God Believer has a Purify, so there's no point in going on top of him. And then just enough damage coming through. And Team Entity just happy that they were able to get this one and not fumble it like they did in game number 1.
I mean, it's almost a triple score difference, you know? They were just waiting to make it even Stevens, 4-0-6. Look at the build of Wicked. But I think the MVP should definitely be Lighter. I mean, he was the sandbag. He was just doing everything. He was tanking everything. He was being a menace. Look at the damage dealt. 49,000.
Sheesh, man. It's almost as much as Wicked.
And I mean, he was in their face, he was doing a lot, but look at Bobarus, 77,000 damage, the most in the game. Let's take a look at this hunk of meat.
I mean, he did most of the damage because he had Laito in front of him, right? So this guy was okay taking all that damage. Yeah, he's a hunk of meat indeed. This Uranus, it's 3-1-4. Warren's
Maybe
favorite hero.
Hunk of metal, actually. Yes, look at him. Hunk of metal better?
Yeah, I mean, he's Warren's favorite hero. We know it's Warren's favorite hero, so what can we say more?
Because Warren, you know. Of course, we're kidding around, but still, it would have been cool to see how much damage she actually tanked, but the tower damage still was not that much, you know, like to work on that. But we're gonna see, I mean, the drafts and everything, they were different. They were just swapped around a little bit, but, you know, Uranus is doing a great job. He was doing so much for absolutely no reason, because you cannot kill him. You don't have anyone with Demon Hunter Sword, and we know how strong that item is right now. It heals, it does damage, it does everything. It even made me cook you food, you know. We talked about the smell of food and cat food. Maybe
I mean, it wasn't cat food, bro. They were throwing in the spices. I don't know what kind of food you eat. You probably eat cat food, don't you?
What kind of cat food has spices in it? I'm eating fancy ass, you know, in the canned pâtés for cats, bro. You know, like that's the goated stuff. You wouldn't know, bro. You wouldn't know. You didn't have the strength. Kidding. But still, what a game coming in from Team Entity. They were just a complete turnaround. Even in game 1, they looked dominant. However, MetaShift got the better of them just because, I mean, God Believer was doing so much. Yet in game number 2, God Believer was not doing that much. It was just Bobarusik being a menace, just annoying everything and every single member of Team Entity. However, Kronos, anything left to say?
Hey man, I'm just waiting for the next one because it's a 1-1 in this best of 5, and the next one gets match point. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break for game number 3 and the second best of 5 of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe 2026. Trying to switch it up a little bit every now and then. You know, can't keep giving stories like Zakoto likes to give excuses all the time that he gives for his gameplay when he's playing an epic. Trying to reach that legend point. Just can't hit mythic yet.
You are not even legend, Kronos. Why are you talking?
I'm mythic immortal, bro. What are you talking about? I'm trying to fight for the global leaderboard.
I think you're maybe mythic immortal backwards. But like, let's not get a little bit shooken up because we have been streaming since the day has started and already down to the midday. So I think most of the team have thought out, they're ready to rock and roll, and it's already showing Metashift and Team Entity are doing great, having a good back and forth. But yet again, look at the map.
Haircut
It's
reminder,
a sign,
huh?
Kronos. Haircut reminder. But look at that. We're gonna see the Sora Kale getting banned out, Yu Zhong and Zhuxin falling through the door. I'm gonna expect a Cloud possibly to get banned out.
No.
Because I see they don't like it. But the Grog goes.
It's not gonna be a cloud. I told you they're okay with trading. It's
Yeah,
too,
super okay
it will hurt.
last
It
game.
will hurt Pelimetron's ego if you ban out the Claude. So you're gonna ban out the Eve over here. You know it's true, Zakoto. You know it's true. I mean, I am all for it. They have Pelimetrona, they have Wicked. It's okay. Get the trade. You take the Claude, I take the carry. You want the carry, I'll get the Claude. That's gonna be the trade. They leave the Eve open. Oh no! What have they done?
They leave the
left
Baxia.
open. Oh no, this is too much. They gotta pick up the Eve here. Even Claude.
Even carry, I think, not the Cloud. I
Yeah,
think the
even
carry is better.
carry. Yeah, Eve is gonna go. Carry's better, but they go for the Claude. Wicked is good on the Claude. They get a carry on the other side. Ooh, this is spicy, man. What are they gonna go with? Carry and Kimmy?
I don't like Kim here. I think they're gonna go for Farsa. Just to try to zone her
Has
out.
to be,
already.
right?
Or even they're gonna skip the Mage now, or maybe go for the Valentina. Just in case the Valentina is gonna be
Gatot
secure.
Gacha.
But the Gatot.
I was thinking about a Gatot Gacha just because of how good he is into
Were
the
you?
Eve and the Claude. Yeah, I was genuinely.
Yeah,
but
right.
Then, whatever, bro. Cho coming out. A pick-off composition. Again, I don't like it, but I understand it.
I don't
Who
like
are you going to kick the Cho into? You need someone to try and dish out the damage. A Farsa being
think-
banned out, I think it's going to be a Guinevere on the other side.
Again, 3 times in a row, Guinevere, I think they're gonna go for an Assassin jungle this time because they have the Cho, or maybe even a Fredrin. If Metashift doesn't ban the Fredrin, they're gonna try to counter it with their own tank jungle, utility for utility, and the Cho as well for a pick-off, just in case to jump the carry, to bait out the Purify. You're gonna have the Predator, you're gonna have the Taunt S2, you're gonna have so much on the kit of Fredrin. But what is Boborusi gonna go? What is Metashift gonna go ban last? The Guinevere.
See, I told you. The CC
don't
is
know.
great here.
The Guinevere into a Cho, you're gonna have a lot of lacking burst, as you said. I'd rather have a burst with a Fredrin than a Guinevere because the Fredrin have a better kit.
Yeah,
in
but
my
then,
humble opinion.
then-
you have
then-
an execution line, you have so much worth it.
what's the point of the Cho, though? That you're going to pick it off into who? Like, the Claude's not going to do a... I mean, now he has a lot of damage, yes, so he's buffed up, so it
nothing is
doesn't make a
gonna work.
difference.
I don't understand the Cho here. I don't like it. I think maybe
Exactly.
if they went for something else, but the Lapu Lapu is good. It's just a stable pick. It's just a good hero.
It's just like standard. Like, there's nothing crazy, nothing bad. I don't like... that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you and I both agree. We're just saying, speaking different words. We just don't like the Cho. The Arlot comes in is great. The Valentina is absolutely insane here. Taking away the bravest fighter. Can use the RWM.
The Joy.
The Joy comes in. It's a fast
I don't know
draft.
if I like it. I don't know if I like what they
I don't like the Joy. I don't like the Cho. The rest of the three are okay. I mean, Eve and Claude alone are super powerful in this entire draft. But on the other side, Metashift, that looks like a solid meta lineup. The Baxia, the carry, the Gatot Kacha, the Valentina, Arla, that's a proper front to back full dive composition as well.
I think Metashift won't have enough damage though. At the end of the day, they still are gonna lack a little bit compared to the 3 damage dealers on Team Entity size. They have the Joy, they have as well the Lapu, the Eve, and the Cloud. And Metashift, they have only the carry Valentina.
But the sustain, man, the sustain is too much for them to deal with. By the time you melt down the Gatot Kacha and the Baxia, it's going to be too difficult for Entity to survive the rest of the damage coming through. The
It's difficult
RWM is going to be crucial, though.
The poke is gonna come from Eve, and the Joy, she needs to get that Wishing Lantern ASAP. That's gonna be major damage in the early game because they're so tanky. They have 3 major tanks on the Valentina. I can also build a little bit more defense, but she needs to go full damage, I think. She needs to go full damage. First item, Lightning Truncheon, just to get that extra poke in and the burn as well. And just copy the Joy, I think. Just copy the Joy and try to kick the Joy. The Joy or the Eve. I think that's the right call here. Because if you get the RWM, it's going to be a little bit awkward. Because you're a stable hero, you're standing still, and there's a joint on the enemy side. That electrifying bit is going to really hurt. But look at this. Game number 2, Metashift Team Entity, day 2, match 2. Man, looking spicy.
Yeah, it is looking spicy, and I feel like I agree with the fact that you don't really take the RWM as much as you like. Maybe take the kick from the Cho, but also at the same time, you can take the Bravest Fighter. That's something that's really good for God Believer on this.
Look at the poke.
Oh, look at the poke, man. Too much from Enzo. This is what Eve does so well. That's why she's one of the, or like you said, Zakota, the best mage in the meta.
She's always been solid pick, but look at
revitalized flicker coming out from Enzo as well. Leaving is on top of him. Moji comes into the fray. He has the rhythm, can get on top of them, but God Believer poking them out. Oh, the shield unit doing a lot. Laito comes into the fray. He has the damage, gets first blood on to Leave Me. Wubba Lubba goes down as well. That's 2 kills in their hands. Arlot's there.
Enzo?
No, I think it's gonna be another kill. No. He's gonna get him. He's gonna get him. He's gonna try. No. Oh yes, he does. That's 3 kills out of 1 fight. 1.3k ahead.
Meta shift. It's 3 p.m. You know. It's already almost late in the day. It's almost gonna be dark also because it's winter over here in Eastern Europe. I know you guys are from Ukraine, most of you. But what's happening? Are you guys feeling sleepy?
I don't know, man. It shouldn't be. They shouldn't be sleepy. I agree. It is bright and outside for me as well.
Finally,
15 seconds to the
always
lore.
Darkness, you know, like you guys are vampires. You guys are ghouls.
True. Not gonna lie.
You live under the shade of the clouds of darkness. You know, like it's like a poem.
Oh wait. Speaking of clouds of darkness, Bobarushik is looking up on 1. 3 members catching up on Tiso. No, he does have the flicker, so he can get out of that light though. Trying to hit level 4, and so is Tiso at the same time. Bobarushik gets there quickly. Tiso understands he is quite mobile. He's just there to be a disruptor. Enzo comes in, but seems like Moji does not want to contest. Gets his purple buff instead on the opposite side. And is able to walk out of that. Tiso is just protecting the purple buff for the entire time. So it's a good, I don't know if it's a worth the trade. Oh no, Tiso, what are you doing? Gets caught.
It is worth it now.
Easy kill.
Come on, Leave Me. You know he already has your buff. Why are you checking it? Maybe, you know, he's feeling sad about it. Because he stole all of his jungle. Literally, he took everything. There's no jungle left on Metashift's side, on the blue side, whatsoever. I mean, the blue buff is still up. He didn't go for it. Oh, in the bot side, Arlot.
Oh, Wicked using the Blazing Duet up top as well.
You just gotta play safe. You gotta risk it for the biscuit, as they say. But the blue buff is still up for Team Entity. They're not farming that well. Joy, of course, has a farm advantage, but look at the Baksha. Not that far behind. But I think Moji is going to leave level 7 before the next turtle. 60 seconds, less than a minute now. Laito is going to also, I believe, join the fight. But look at Dub. He gets the map pressure. Tiso knows is there. Enzo knows is there. He's going to clear the bush with the skill to with the Void Crystal. Look at that range.
It's quiet now. They're slowly moving in. Oh no, Leave Me. Shield Unity catches Tiso. Tiso still hasn't got a pickoff, right? He's using his show to poke them down, get that extra bit of vision, be a disruptor. But then again, you want to make your Way of the Dragon useful. You want to add value to the team. So far, he has, with those Jeet Kune Do knockups and fast rotation. Look at the clear on the waves. Instant. 15 seconds to the turtle on the top side. I think Laito will want to make his way there soon.
I mean, both of them need to go there. Oh, he already used the Bravest Fighter.
I mean, it's short cooldown.
24 seconds. He got recently nerfed. He's not gonna get it in time.
Oh wait, the Laura turtle already being started. Tiso is gonna be the target. AOG onto Enzo. Flickers out of harm's way. Moji goes in with the electrifying beats at the same time. Meta Shift able to maximize the use of this turtle after baiting out all those skills.
Look, Laito still doesn't have his ultimate.
Wow,
it's gonna be pretty quick. It's the nerfs. I'm telling you, the nerfs are pretty heavy. Right now, he just got back after, I believe, 26 seconds. War Axe in his hands. But Pelmetronium and Leave Me with Laba is gonna take the top side turret shield. just to get that extra bit of gold. Wick is gonna go in. He has the Blazing Jet ready to rock and roll. Big kick from Tiso.
Wait, coming in, but on the wrong target. Double-Elimination is going to be that one. You can see at the same time, Emoji goes in with electrifying beats. Oh no, God Believer gets caught out after using the Bravest Fighter, using the IMU. 2 for nothing traded. So Wicked still has his Blazing Duet, and you can see Enzo's on the top side as well, trying to poke out Pelimetronia to go into the Blazing Duet on the top side, trying to catch him. White Crystal being used down. Pelimetronia's going to go down on. There it is. RWM to pick up the kill. They're trying to get that season. The Turch won't be able to do so.
I don't know. This is not looking great for Metashift. They turn it around for a while. After that, they lost the kick. But Bobarusik might fall at the end.
No, I think he's going to get down. Yes, he does. Litho on a killing spree. And now they're able to get this tier 1 on the bot side. Litho with the recalls. You're right, Zakota. They don't like him.
You know, it might be a little bit of, I don't know, history between them. Just from the other tournaments, but still right now is not looking great. Metashift is losing pretty hard. 5 kill deficit, 3,000 gold almost between these two teams. 230 advantage to Metashift, however, but the turrets are not looking great. Lito is up at top. 4 people are there. Oh, Tiso missed it.
Oh no, he didn't. He got that nice Jeet Kundo knockup onto Double-Elimination. Revitalize popped in early as well. Bravest Fighter being used up. God Believer coming in from the side. They're looking to try and flank him. Get a pincer down. Bobarushik with the final slash. Bravest Fighter comes in. AOG to catch them as well. RWM dropped down. Blazing doing it to the back line. Double-Elimination taking out low. Wicked is trying to do as much damage as he can, but here comes God Believer alongside Tiso, gets the kill. Terrified. As the top fight still goes in. Bravest Fighter coming in from God Believer himself. He's trying to go through, but he's taken out so low. Wicked and Leave Me going at it. Leave Me with the tortoise's poisons. Tiso is still there. Jikundo Naka from Moji from behind gets that kill. Make it a double. Electrifying beats to get the third. But Litho picks it up instead. 11-2 kill score. 4K ahead in terms of gold.
It's not looking great. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not looking great. When almost the roaming Cho has more gold than your top earner, more than the carry. It's not good. It's not looking bright outside. They're gonna, I believe, wait for the Lord to evolve, and after that, do it. Just they can get that advantage. They're gonna put as much pressure as they can in the early game, because that advantage they get cut. Still.
Tiso, final slash comes through as well. Gets knocked up by the Jeet Kundo. Bobarushik, Wicked's gonna be the target. They're running him down. Speedy Light with Blazing Duet comes in as well, but the damage is too much. Tiso trying the best as he can. Tier 1 on the top side gets taken away from Metashift now. But look at the bot though. Oh, mid.
Not looking great. This is not great. Final slash locks them down.
Yeah, goes through. Bravest Fighter comes in from Lito, trying to make sure he gets it. Oh no, Bobarushik gets kicked out outside. Bobarushik will be able to survive. No, he doesn't. Lito's able to get that kill. Revitalize coming through as well. Leave Me able to survive thanks to the help of Double-Elimination, but Enzo with the RWM. Making sure he zones out the rest of the team. Entity still see light at the end of the tunnel.
I mean, it's a 4,000, 5,000 almost gold difference between these two teams. And the turret advantage is so far ahead for Team Entity, it's not even a joke anymore. They almost lost the mid tier 2 turret to Lito. And Moji and Enzo both of them got Genius Wand. Lito with the Queen Wings as well, just finishing up their builds. Tempt almost their third item. 75 seconds, the Lord Wicked is gonna go and claim the top for himself just to get that Corrosion side as fast as possible. Demon Hunter Sword not in the hands of the Metronia yet. What's gonna happen? Leave Me is going for a pretty classic build. He's going for the Blade Armor after the Radiant. Oh!
Oh no, RWM dropped down. Leave Me gets the kill onto Enzo. Tiso goes in the way of the dragon onto Faye. Leave Me. Tortoise's Poisson, he's a tanky boy. Should be able to survive that one. Look at Moji ignoring them. Go straight for the back line. That's God Believer with the electrifying beats. It was the right call to make. But God Believer flickers out.
34 seconds. Lord is up. He's gonna be a normal, not evolved Lord. Look at Tisa though. He's spraying so gravity Wicked as well.
Oh, AOG trying to catch Wicked from Double-Elimination, but they're aggressive. Tiso as well. Final slash misses out. On the bot side, Moji still taking away their orange buff.
They're just so far behind. The farming, as you said, is gonna be extremely fast. 9 minutes, 41 seconds in, and Moji is almost level 15. Just a few more XP, and he's gonna be level 15 before minute 10. Right now, 9 seconds. Will he make it? He does not. Lord is up, Wicked is there on the bot side. The waves are being shoved by Team Entity. Looking at Moji, he's gonna get a dash on the Golem just to try to get a little bit of an advantage, not to get stunned up in a fight. 21 HP on the Lord. But Kronos, what's the right choice here? What should Metashift do to try to win? Should it go maybe for an Arlot and AOG play? Because they have only one Purify on the side of Team Entity.
I think they just wait, leave me in early on, and then use that Tortoise's Poissons to slow everyone down, then go for the AOG final slash into the RWM that God Believer will go. Because the God Believer has been taking a bravest fighter. Oh, Wicked gets caught out. AOG comes through. This is what I was talking about. Now Litho trying to create a separation, but Boborushik's not in the picture. Litho's taking out low. Look at the damage coming through from him. He has to flicker out of harm's way. Moji goes into the back line. Catches Metronio. Now Boborushik is going to be the target. Tisa goes in. G Kundo can get the knock up, but he gets the kick onto God Believer. Blazing Duet comes in as well from Wicked. RWM dropped down from both Enzo as well as God Believer, but Meta Shift lose 4 members in the process, and Boborushik is going to be the next target. One by one, they fall like dominoes, but Boborushik can turn this around by himself. He goes through. Tiso with the G Kundo getting the knock up soon enough. Boborushik still somehow surviving, buying time, but delaying the inevitable as Meta Shift are wiped out by Team Entity. And now they focus on the Lord. Less than 12 minutes in, they're about 8K in gold.
8K ahead, and 14 kills difference. 3 towers between them. I mean, Team Entity is looking like a completely different animal. They woken up. They got a wake-up call in game number 1. Metashift turned it around. Look at Enzo. Force the flicker out of him. Leave me. He's gonna have forced to go back. But right now, get the defense cross. Carry just died not too long ago.
Yeah, Carry just died not too long ago, but gets taken away again. Not sure if the right idea. Metronio not having a great time, and the pressure that Team Entity are putting is too much for him. And now look at that, they got the Lord marching down the mid lane. 3 waves being synced at the same time. 8 seconds for Metronio to come back up. They need to hold on
Lord
somehow,
charge.
some way, and wait for Entity to drown and bite the bait. Oh no, Boborushik misses the final slash. You can see now they get the RWM. Enzo dishes out so much damage, but look at God Believer. Litho goes in with the bravest fighter at the same time. Raging slash picks up that monster kill. Now the land checker catches 2 members. Moji able to get Wubba Lubba, and now Metronio left in no man's land as Wicked goes for the blazing duet straight away. And Boborushik is the last one left standing. He can't do nothing but watch as Team Entity make it match point 2-1 in this best of 5.
2-1. One more chance for Metashift to redeem themselves, but in this match here, Team Entity took the win. And this is looking like a reverse sweep. They won the first game. Metashift, you know, they turned it around, they Uno reversed, and boom, we got the win. We played it for long, we got our basic items, we got everything locked and loaded, and we went for a good fight. But now I think Metashifter are just overextending too much. They are drafting a little bit awkwardly. Even if they had a perfect draft, the gameplay was not there. But right now, again, a quick look at the highlights. We're gonna see Leave Me getting that stun onto the Cloud, but the Purify was forced out. He was safe from the beginning. Doesn't matter what they do. Litho was unstoppable. He got 2 kills in the early game after taking the Little Wanderer fight. But look at Metronio just getting killed right before the Lord. He was so squishy. Tiso is gonna go in, kicking God Believer perfectly towards the ultimate. Look at that double stack. Enzo doing a ton of damage. The taps right now. Moji is gonna also try to kill down Boborushik, but of course they don't manage to. Kronos.
It's absolutely insane, man. With the way that this has been back and forth, but Team Entity always take in an extra kill from them, and then this in the end. They did everything that they could. Their layering of the skill from Team Entity is just so good that they're layering it one on top of the other. Tiso goes in, Litho goes in, then Moji, then you drop the RWM, and then Wicked comes to clean up shop. If they still able to sustain all of that thanks to the revitalize from Wubba Lubba, yeah, it was just felt one-sided. So did game number 1, so did game number 2. But unfortunately, game number 1 was a small mistake from Entity, and then they paid the price. But now it's looking more of. Are we seeing the holds in Metashift now?
It's just, you know, they're getting outclassed. Metronio is getting outlaned. Wicked is completely destroying him. Enzo is winning God Believer, not by much, but in all of these 3 games we saw so far, only in 1 game did Enzo lose. but he didn't even lose that hard. He never fell once during that game. But Enzo's gonna take the MVP, the standout here. 5,150 8.4k gold, 60,000 total damage, XP per minute at 1,000. He went for a normal build with the Eve, of course, but he opted to get the Wishing Lantern a bit late. I mean, a bit early on. Genius Wand as well. Just a normal rotation build for Eve. I mean, you can't do much to her. She is untouchable in the early raining phase. It's hard to see what's happening. But I wonder, what if they went for a different roamer right here? I think maybe if they went for an AoE roamer, it would have been a little bit better.
Well, it was a good game coming in, and it's nice to see Wicked back in action in Europe, if you ask me. And starting with a bang, just hopefully for him, he probably ends the series. But at the same time, if you're a Meta Shift fan, you know you want to see that comeback possible, and you know they're able to do it as well.
Kronos,
what's up?
Isn't your name in game Kid Pelmetronio, or it was?
It was because he told me to he put a bet, and he said, I mean, I didn't agree to it, but everyone else kind of like, okay, Pelmetronio said, oh, if he wins the entire tournament, you got to change your name, Kronos. I was like, fine, I'll change my name. I changed it back. I'm not gonna keep it that way forever, my guy.
I don't know. I think maybe you're a little bit of a glazer. You know, you love Pelmetronio. And now that Wick is back, your dad is back.
This guy.
Change your face. But still, we're going to discuss this after a little bit. Of course, Team Entity is the lead. They are at match point. One win could be the deciding factor. But we're going to catch you guys after this little break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe 2026. And I think it's time for us to get down to the final game, possibly the final game of the best of 5. That is going to happen between MetaShift and Team Entity. Team Entity, an old name, coming back with players of old. Took us, took a little bit of a downfall in the last year, the latter half of the last year. And MetaShift were able to end 2025 on a high. But are they going to start 2026 on a high? That's the big question, because Team Entity are putting up a crazy fight that we know them to be. They're looking like they're back in their prime against prime MetaShift nonetheless.
Different map, Kronos. Finally, a different map.
Oh, yeah. Finally, Flying Cloud. This is my favorite one, you know.
We were just seeing, the grass, reminder for you to change your barber and get a better haircut. But right now, the clouds just to get better internet cross, because sometimes you're cutting out, and I think we noticed, but still, Sora getting banned out, Guinevere getting banned out, Yisunshin as well, and on another side we're seeing the Juxin Yuzhong, and possibly followed by maybe a Cloud or something along the lines of a Eve, or maybe even a Farce, because we saw how devastating they were, both of those mages. Even Kimi is a possible great one, because both of these mages can play that hero to an extent, but the Hila is gonna go out a door. Are they looking towards an assassin jungle it again, maybe like in the Joy, or are they going to look for something else? But if I'm MetaShift, I'm picking out the Eve first pick. It's a given, it's a fact. You need to take the Eve first.
You definitely have to pick the Eve first. You want to give advantage to the God Believer as much as possible. They go for the Kalea and the Claude. You're going to get the carry on the other side coming through right now in the hands of Pelmetronio. And they get Baxia as well. Whew, this is a fast draft. They know what they want. I think they're debating, did they go for the Gatot Kacha or did they go for the carry? If you ask me, I think carry is solid here, because you have the protection of the Eve, you have front line of the Baxia, you want to dish out the damage.
I think the Moscow here instead of the carry.
I mean, Moskov is great too.
I think Moscow over carry, because you saw in the last game, because every time you don't have a Yuzhong on your team and you're playing carry, you're losing. It's a tried and true tested strategy, so it's... With a Moscow, it's a little bit different, because if you get farmed, you can solo carry on your own. You're just gonna be so annoying, you can split push so much, you have so many dashes, you can teleport all over the map with your SOD. So they're gonna go for the Hylos. Great choice. Instead. Great choice.
Good choice.
Really great choice.
A lot of slow, right? A lot of slow, and then you have that glorious path to just kind of slow them down. The Joy being picked up again. Okay, I don't like the Joy against the Hylos. One thing I can say, because that Law and Order is going to be so crucial if it's timed right. So Moji has been playing this Joy well in the previous game, knowing that he can go in at the right time, given the fact that the stuns are already used up. They banned the Obsidia just to make sure that doesn't come out as a pocket pick and, foil the plans of the Joy. Maybe that's what they're reading into. Lunox being taken off the table. I think there's going to be a carry that's going to be taken off.
I don't know about his MetaShift draft. Actually, I don't like the Baxia being picked this early.
Moskov.
Yeah, I mean, Moscow is definitely the band of all time right here. Low E as well is a great choice, because you're going to be able to burst down both of these chunky mid laners and the roamer. But it's I don't know, I don't like the Baxia here. I think a different jungle would have been better. The fan is open, the Hayabusa is open. We haven't seen a Hayabusa day besides game number 1 today of the whole series. Lapu Lapu yet again, just a stable pick, a strong pick. A hero who can do a bunch of everything. He has a stun, he has a ton of damage. Bruno. No. I think this is it for MetaShift. And again, the Chichi. 3 games in a row, they pick CC.
Like I said before, right? There are a few marksmen that are in the meta. And Bruno, you can, he just has his foot on the door. He probably needs a couple more buffs or nerfs the marksmen that are there. If you ask me, after the Moskov, it is the Bruno. There's no other marksman that's really decent that can do something, have a chance of winning, but not here. I mean, not against the Claude.
Maybe a Clint to just try to know. The Granger is open. The Granger
a Farce as well. Oof.
I don't know about this game. I think Entity is going to take this win as well. MetaShift draft is looking all the time the same. Nothing extravagant, but look at Team Entity. Most times they swap out their jungler. They had 2 games on Guinevere, 2 games now on Joy. On Kalea, they had 1 game, 1 on Cho, if I'm not mistaken. And again, another on Kalea. So I don't know, it's hard. It's hard to tell, because both of his drafts are okay. You can see Pelmetronia likes Bruno. We know he's a really great Bruno player. But as Chrono stated, Bruno by himself is not good, because it's critical
is a critical build hero. He relies too much on critical. On the other marksman, on the other hand, they rely on Trinity, and Trinity is a little bit better. It's more forgiving than crit.
Yeah, currently in the meta, Trinity is much better than Crit, is it not? With the way that the meta is shaping up to be, and with the fact that you kind of need those fighter emblems to help you out, give you extra bit of that buff, that Brave Smite if needed. Yeah, it's not looking good for the Bruno or any crit marksman. The only one that has an exception is probably the Moskov, but then again, you don't build crit on him, you build Trinity because the Trinity is just so much better. At this point, it seems like Meta Shift's draft is not the best, isn't it?
It's possible, but instead of the box, I would have went with maybe a feather, and you can go with the Harvit on the gold side, because we saw in the last series how Carvey just completely ignored the Cloud. Just ignored him in the base. Or was it the carry? I don't remember exactly, but they're basically the same thing. But if you look at Enzo, he's already getting poked out. God Believer believes in the Void Crystal Poke. But look at this as well. Just, you know, you have to force. The Eve just gets so much poke, so much movement. Obalabadabdab. He gets down the zone and melts down the bird, you know. And look at Moji. He might try to go for a gank on mid lane, actually. Doesn't look like it. Are we gonna see a possible invade on the bear crab? Oh! Leave Me spotted him.
Oh yeah, Leave Me spotted it. And then made sure it didn't happen. Moji tried to steal the other double green as well. Not gonna happen. Me on the bot side. Bober's gonna be the target. Vengeance already popped in. To knock up from the title strike. Lighto gets first blood.
That's not looking great. He's looking like a repeat of game number 3. And right now the gap is 300, just a kill ahead. But right now the boots are being built, the shoes are being sold. We got some fake as Jordans, but right now, let's see, a lot of tough boots. But it's not looking great. It's really not looking great for Meta Shift. They are not losing a lot, but losing first blood and using Vengeance that early on. Of course, they burn a flicker, but is it worth it? For a kill, a flicker, all the time. And it was 3 assists. Actually, yeah.
Whoa. God Believer trying to get in their heads. Trying to get into their heads with those recalls. I think you give God Believer a hero that he's good with. The Farses, the Yves, Valentina, he absolutely outperforms everybody. But Enzo, man, you can't really say much about this guy. He is an absolute monster in the mid lane. Anything, any team he's on, he's always one of the best.
I mean, even so, if he has the name Enzo, I think any player in Europe would know him.
Exactly.
Enzo, the best mate in Europe. I mean, so close behind is Origami, also God Believer, and as well Malfurion. Those 4, I think, are the best in Europe right now. If I could rank them, you know, it would be really difficult because all of them have their strong points and weak points. God Believer is an aggressive mage. Enzo is more of a passive aggressive. I mean, it's you know, it's really difficult. Look at Wicked though.
Well, this is what happened when you put the best of the best together, Zakota. Team Entity are shining. Tiso is there just to provide the backup whenever needed. You can see the vision control he has on the river. Wubba really wants to dominate the river, but can't really do so, knowing that God Believer can get picked off at any point. And that Purify is going to be crucial, because the no Purify means that the Feather Airstrike from Enzo will hit quite a lot of bombs.
I mean, it's really difficult to play into this, but right now Revitalize is available. Search is up in 75 seconds per turtle. Went to Meta Shift as we saw. The gold gap is closed down. Only 100 or so gold difference between these two teams. Look at Leave Me though. He's gonna kill Tiso.
Feather Airstrike comes through on top of Leave Me. Retribution trying to make sure he gets out of there. Moji comes in with the electrifying beats. Doesn't catch anyone.
Belmetronia finally got his house. Light is gonna get poked out. Bobarusik using his Carbon Gal just to do a ton of damage. Moji doesn't have his electrifying beats. Neither does Wicked have the bravest fighter. But in the top lane, look at the poke and the zoning coming in from Belmetronia. Bolabadabdab using the glorious spot just to force Wicked a little bit away.
Wicked blazing the way just to clear the wave out as well. Belmetronia knows he needs that extra bit of advantage, right? He needs the leash, he needs the protection in the gold lane. Yes, he does out damage the Claude early on, but then after a while, now the Claude's just going to do wonders. The Claude just has too much damage. If Pelme misses one of those footballs, ball, my god, look at the top set. Speaking of help, 3 members against 1. Wicked doesn't have the blazing duet, so can't really clear the wave.
I think there's gonna be a tower for Meta Shift.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole gold shield as well.
In 1 tower. As well, the gold plating is going to be a tremendous help for Metronia, but as you stated, he is getting help on the way. On the bot side right now, we're going to see a little bit of an invade. Moji is going to take that the red buff, and possibly the golem as well, just to get an advantage. Livni already knows he's got a turtle in the back. If you can get contested Israeli, Wabba is going to go and check the enemy jungle just in case he finds anything worthwhile, but he is going to go towards the top side yet again. Wicked.
Look at the funneling, Sakota. Look at the funnel. They funneled everything onto Pelme. They even gave him the turtle. They understand what the win condition of Bruno is. The Bruno is not so good in the current meta because you can't really snowball so hard. But they're doing so. They want to snowball. They want to end this quickly as possible. And making sure Pelmetronio gets everything. All eggs in one basket. They do have God Believer that can provide the support from behind.
He's gonna fall down.
Oh my God, almost going down. He's so low. He is so low. And yeah, two beefy boys up front to protect you as well. Oh, that was
the Joy just
close.
caught him off guard. Looking at the bot side right now. Look at Moji. Is he going to go for a gank? His ultimate is not there. A ton of damage being dealt upon Light. The curtain call just does so much damage. Moji,
Curtain call, Yo-Yo Blitz, Tiso with a flicker play as well. Bober with the help of the Vengeance able to make it out. Enzo comes in. It might be too late to the party, but look at Leave Me. Flickers out of harm's way as well. Oh my God, that movement from Enzo was so quick, so fast. Now Leave Me, the Tortoise Poissons. He's trying to chase them down. God Believer does have the RWM. I don't know if he wants to use it. Yeah, White Crystal comes through as well. Looking at get Lighto, but look at the Feather Airstrike, making sure God Believer has to cancel his RWM out. Enzo putting on a show.
I think that Metronia and Wobble about that are going to try to take the mid lane there, but look at Wicked Moji as well. Tiso is on his way. Can't they do anything about it? Lighto is flying with the clouds.
Yeah, you can see
them taking the bot side turret. The mid lane turret did not get touched whatsoever. I mean, it's worth it, I think. It's still worth it. They got the turret advantage. The gold lead is in Metashift's hand. 1,000 gold lead. God Believer with the book first. Didn't go for the lightning truncheon.
Didn't even go for the glowing wand. Now I think he's building towards the glowing wand, so make sure you get an anti-heal start to stack up at least. Get at least something on the board. Oh, for the airstrike, his own God Believer away. Bobarush is going to be the target. Curtain call already used. No way. Like that to flicker for that. Nice RWM drop down. He bought enough time for the rest to catch up. And Metashift are here to get something down. Pelmetronio gets stunned up by Lighto, but the Worldy able to catch him. And now gets himself a Berserker's Fury. He's going to start hitting like a truck.
Indeed, he is. I believe he has the most gold in the entire game by a 2,000 gold margin. Right now, we're going to see the turtle being taken by Livni. But he is going to get invaded. God Believer is going to try to do anything, but still, he cannot push on Moji or he will push back. Let's take a quick look at the replay. Tsunami Slam comes through, just picking up Bobarusik. He almost manages to get away, but Lapu flickers onto him with the Brave Strand and gets the shot down heal. Enzo as well falls at the end. The RWM, as you stated, was a big impact. I think Lighto would have made meant out. Nothing would have changed. Would have survived and they were lost.
Oh, Moji, Feather Airstrike coming through as well. Nice use the electrifying beast. They get the kill onto Pelmetronio. And Leamy's going to be next on the chop and block. Entity, find two, trade one. That's going to be Moji, a jungler, trade for a jungler and a gold laner. Finally getting the better of the trades, but still behind in terms of gold, man.
Not that far behind, 1.3, but look at the gold earned by Pelmetronio, 1,200 gold ahead of Wicked. But Enzo is doing a mighty fine job at farming. He is so far ahead of most people, even ahead of his own jungler. Even ahead of the Baksha, even ahead of the enemy. Eve, who was getting so many pokes and so many assists. But on the other hand, look at the invades Mojo is doing on the side of XP. He is so far ahead. 60 seconds to lure. Went to just do a vision check towards the top side. Bobarus is gonna get the turret save, but look at Enzo!
Feather Airstrike comes in. Enzo catching Bubble up, but he's taking out super low. Glorious Path to get out of there as well. Moji going in with Black Line, but you can see Wicked with the Blazing Duet trying to catch God Believer. He survives again! Slides a bit of HP! He thought he got him with the BMI, but it did not happen! God Believer somehow lives!
Again, I think he's a really lucky cat.
That's twice now. That's twice he's lived. Moji finds Pelmetronio, but nice sliding tackle to make sure he's safe. Tiso with the airstrike. Finally, Enzo gets the kill on Pelmetronio again, but Lighto goes in onto God Believer. No Purify, or rather Purify available with the Bravest Fighter going in. Not the right time. No Feather Airstrike coming through from Enzo. He just used it early. Tiso looking for a knockup for the title strike. Lighto flickers out of harm's way. 4 versus 3. Not a fight entity you want to pick.
Wicked got a turret on the top side though. The turrets are still in advantage of Metashift, but look at that glorious pathway.
Oh, look at that. Wicked coming through as well. Glorious pathway being used. Leave me with the Tortoises Puissance. Bobarushik taken out low. BMI out of there. I think the Lord is up. Metashift have priority on the Lord, but look at the top side crashing, and Pelmetronia has a whole lot of gold coming his way.
But still, they did get a tier 2 top mid turret. I mean, tier 2 top turret, yeah. But still, look at Enzo.
Wicked.
He is gonna get the Feather Extra,
RWM
right?
comes in, and the Feather Extra come through as well. Moji going in, but at the same time, they get Leave Me. Oh my
Wicked
god,
gets
they
it.
get the Lord, and now Blazing Duet of the backline. God Believer finally gets taken down.
Pelme.
Wicked so low. Pelme just dishing out free damage, but no one's on top of him. He's taken out below half HP. 3-for-1 trade, and Entity get the Lord, the opening that they were looking for, and now they have waves crashing from all sides.
Moji is gonna get the invade on the red buff just to build up his HP again. The Tsunami Slam is ready to rock and roll. He just needs someone to follow through, and that someone is gonna be Enzo. Everything is ready. The Purify in the hands of Pelmetronia is available as well. God Believer gets it back. But let's take a look. The Lord is marching down the top lane. They need to try to maybe possibly get the shields down before that happens, or else the Lord is gonna get obliterated in a few seconds. Enzo just poking a little bit. Wabba gets taken 1.3k HP, I believe. Down, just one skill coming from Enzo.
Oh,
Slam
Tsunami Slam catching one, and that's going to be Bobarushik. Instantly burst down with the help
The
of
Lord
Feather
didn't take
Strike,
damage.
layering that with Lito skills. And now look at that, the Lord is not taking damage. They did bait out the shield early on, so the Lord is still standing. They're crashing it down. Half HP on the inhibitor. Tier 2 is going to be the next target. Entity are looking to try and make advantage of the Lord as much as possible. Moji going on top of Leave Me. Leave Me is quite a tanky boy, but they still have waves crashing in. They want the tier 2s. Feather Airstrike to zone them out. They're really desperate for this one. They do get it indeed. Tier 2 on the bot side is going to be the next target from Entity. I think Metashift are barely surviving.
They're just, you know, sticking up their hand like a drowning man. But Pelmetronia is still farmed. He still has a ton of farm. A quick look at the build is going to tell us otherwise. Look at how much farm Wicked got at the end. He got a full turn in the build. He's right now building the Malefic Gun. Pelmetronia has only 3 items compared to Wicked's 3.5. Not looking great. It's looking green. Bobarushik is going to go for the Hunter Strike still. Even on the losing side, Warx is complete. 2 Radiant Armors and another Magic Robe being built. 2 Blade Armors just to deny damage coming from Wicked. But still, no Chassis Pauldron. God Believer with a book. And Brute Force, no penetration so far.
Oh, look at that. They're coming in. Concealed play. Look at that. They bypass, Believe Me, completely. Go on top of the back line, and they catch 2! Pelmetronia and God Believer deleted, while Wicked catches another. And that's going to be Bobarushik. Leave Me left all alone in the midst of 4 members. Gets taken away as Wubbalubba's the only one that survives. What's a lonely Hylos going to do at this point? It's too little, too late. Team Entity find the opening, find the angle, looking to burst them down, march down the mid lane, and now they want the kill as well. Moji getting a little too aggressive. Winter Crowns being bought. Wubbalubba is gonna go down, and they wipe them out once more. Team Entity take the series 3-1, go on to the upper bracket finals of the PGL MLBB Challengers.
What a game. It did not go to full best of 5. It ended at the best of 4 score, but still Team Entity took the game. You know, they say the first win is on us, the 3-1s is for ourselves, but still, Kronos, what a series. The first one was the full best of 5. It took us a long time. We didn't expect it, but right now, let's take a quick look at the highlights. Lito going in, getting a ton of aggro upon himself, but look at Moji and Wicked. Wicked gets a 98 HP. Leave Me was there. He missed a retribution by 98 points. Goes in, gets the kill on God Believer. After that, he gets poked down by Pelmetronia, but Pelmetronia hesitates for a second. Even if he went in, the first, I would have been able to shut him down with the passive and the skill one. Right now, just waiting for the perfect chance. But look at Moji with a perfect engage on God Believer and Pelmetronia, making them lose their HP in mere seconds. And as well, the back shot. He was taking a ton of damage, but still, there's only so much damage you can take.
Well, they had the right idea. In the end, they completely bypassed the front line, left Leave Me alone, and then went straight for the ones that mattered. God Believer, Pelmetronia, knowing that they have the Purify and no flickers. That alone was enough for them to collapse and jump on top of them. And they were in position, in prime position for Moji to come in and just sweep up shop. And then Laito was there to provide the Suns. Enzo again with a feather airstrike. Everything worked out perfectly in the end. And that's how Team Entity have won that game and took the entire series. And of course, the MVP going to be Moji on that. Joy 1-1-10.
I mean, it's a deserved MVP, I would say, because he went in the backdoors. He overfarmed the Boxer. He was going for invages. And he was getting a total farmed XP at 1.4k per minute. That's a ton. He almost got level 15 in 9 minutes. Right now, it's gonna be a pretty crazy, you know, it's a best of 5. It was a best of 5. It ended. The winners are Entity. Kronos, do you remember anything from the game that I might have missed?
Honestly, I think Entity was just that good. They won 2-0, didn't they?
I mean, they got it.
Yeah, they are. The way that they were playing. I mean, is there anything else to say? With the way that they're playing, we've seen these players before. Moji is an extra addition to the team, and he's only elevated the team completely.
But, I mean, Kronos, what a series. What a start of day. But there are 3 more games after Dries. 2 best of 3s and 1 more best of 5. Yeah, that's got to be exciting. I cannot wait to watch them.
And the other best of 5 is going to be the winner of the first best of 5 versus Entity. And it's going to be absolutely amazing, if you ask me. 2 best of 5s that we've seen today, Zakota. The first one went all the way, and this one going 3-1. The upper bracket finals, oh, it's looking spicy, man.
I cannot wait for tomorrow to see what's going to happen between Team Entity and between Team Beginners, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
No.
We just casted them, man. How can you forget? Come on, Zakota.
You forgot as well.
No, I didn't forget.
What was the name then? Team Basics.
No, it's Basics.
There it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is. But right now, as we said, Basics and Team Entity advance to the semifinals, and White Army versus Final Reign are going to be up next, if I'm not mistaken. And after that is going to be Team Entity versus Zero Vision. No, Metashift versus Zero Vision.
Yep.
What? I mean, those games are going to be amazing. I cannot wait to watch them. Kronos.
Me neither. And I think on that note, folks, stay glued to your screen because we're going to be coming back to you with a 2 BO3 series and that upper bracket final soon as well. So stay glued to your screen. We're not going anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
The day of
Hello
upset
and
continues,
welcome.
ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be hopping back in, Warren. I know you're super excited as well, but oh my man, I'm really excited to see as well what we are all going to witness today in the evening, right? Because in the upper bracket, we had some major upsets here. One of them definitely being Metashift now being dropped down to that lower bracket, right? And the second one, Basics eventually making that big comeback with a 3-2 scoreline against White Army. When a lot of people expected White Army to actually take this one home and win it out, man, Basics were there for the answer. But Team Entity, it's definitely going to make it into the headlines, don't you think?
I love what Team Entity has shown, not just to us, but to Metashift too. Because I believe for some time Metashift thought to themselves they are the top dogs of the European region. There is no one that can even try to touch them. The closest team that came to beating them was Memento Mori, and no one else came even close. But Team Entity, oh my, oh my. I know on the first day I didn't mention them as one of the teams that I believe will be strong contenders for the finals, but I knew there is super big potential in the team. Of course, there is Wicked, there is Lito, big names paired up with Enzo. That's going to make a ruckus. But I was still waiting, for them to show how strong and powerful they really are, and how else to show it than against Metashift, you could even say uncrowned European champions. Uncrowned meaning in the year 2026, but looks like new year, new MLBB, because Team Entity, goddamn.
I was not really expecting any of that to happen, specifically against Metashift, right? And to be honest, no one else could be happier than all the other people who really wanted to see one team that could compete against this top team out there. And it's not just in games. It is not just by sheer luck. They outdrafted Metashift, outrotated, outperformed in the entire series. Not just once, but thrice. You can't deny that it wasn't really a reverse sweep, right? Because it was Metashift who actually took the first game out there. So really excited for what had happened, but even more so for what's up in front of us right now, Warren, because we will be having a look at White Army taking on Final Rain. Then we'll see Metashift once again in action against Zero Vision, and Basics will be taking on Team Entity to find out which one of them will be the first grand finalist of the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. It's going to be an exciting evening, but the fun fact out here is it wasn't really a slow start. If anything, this entire day has been pretty long. So are you prepared for a longer night?
I mean, I'm ready. If you aren't, you seem pretty ready. I mean, even our intro where we both wanted to take it, that just speaks energy. That just speaks energy. And to our dear viewers, you are in for a ride.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. We got you, and the teams and the players will get you as well, for sure. Because honestly, this was just the appetizer of today, because we are going to see more games, more plays, and this wasn't the last time, as you rightfully mentioned, of seeing Team Entity and Metashift.
Yeah.
Even for today, we will see them once again in each their respective matches. Metashift will be fighting for the lower bracket, where Entity will be trying to be the first team to qualify into the grand finals. But before all that's going to happen, we have, as you mentioned, Final Rain against White Army. But that's a loser bracket. That's a loser bracket game. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be bloody, because there's no going back. One of those two teams will be joining the teams that already fallen off the board.
True.
And the rest will be going through.
And here's the fun thing, right? Now, you look at the journey of Final Rain out there. They started things off against the strongest foes out there, or you could say arguably the strongest foes against Metashift, right? And they had to take an early defeat of 0-2. It wasn't pretty. Metashift, they instantly had the entire control of the game. And after that, in the lower bracket, they just showed a new strength, specifically against Fake Time, right? Where they were almost on the verge of getting 2-0'd, but in that game number 3, in that very final hour, they showcased their strength, right? They did not really let it through. The entire roster is power-packed with pretty experienced players, and eventually, moving on up against Fake Time, winning against them, this should give them even more confidence. While if we're talking about White Army, we just saw what happened with them in that first series, didn't we?
Yeah, the first series wasn't nice to them, right? Because we wouldn't be watching them in the loser bracket if it was nice to them. Though they had a pretty decent game number 2, I believe it was, where they were able to win because Basics took the other 3. We got into almost a full BO5. But Basics were just better. They had the basics laid down better for them, you know, as people say, the fundamentals of the MLBB, you know. The basics, they had it all going for them. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by either of those teams advancing from that clash. But after what we saw, Basics, that was the choice that made more sense. They showed up. They showed up better than yesterday. I feel like they are getting... I don't really know that deeply the history between the players, so I cannot say. It can be just a hunch, but it felt like they got better synergy, they feel each other much better, and the teamwork was better.
That is true. And at the same time, you know, you really can't put your focus away from Woki or even Boro, for that example, right? Woki is always there. Now he's turning out to be one of the most flexible junglers in the pool itself as compared to all the other teams out here. And then at the same time, you've got Boro. That man always shows up on the points where you least expect him to. I still remember there was one game, I believe it was game number 3 probably, or maybe game 2, where it was Boro who actually enabled the entire team's defense, where they were almost losing. The Lord was marching down onto their inhibitors, right? The other team was trying to push up forward. And then your Kadita first finds out a pick on the enemy Moscow. Then instantly, as soon as the other team decides to go for the trade, you are ready with your Tsunami Slam, instantly taking out the jungler on the other side. I believe that was the Fredrin jungle on the other end. So I still remember that play, right? And Boro, you cannot really keep that man out of that equation. You have to respect some of those heroes out there. But all of those talks about basic, you know, we can actually take a pause onto that, right? Because right now it's final reigns time. We have to talk about this team. Regardless of what happens, I know for a fact that it's going to be Yuichi for the team who will take the battle.
Yuichi, he is one of the names that are up here in my head when I think about this clash. Definitely a big name. I'm excited to see how he can perform today, especially in this very, very tough battle. But before we hop into that, let's talk about his most played heroes. Moscow, Granger, Claude, Curry. Honestly, kinda not typical to what we see from the current meta, because usually it would be Claude and Carry, but for him it's Moscow and Granger put there. Quite an interesting approach that we are seeing from him. But Moscow, he has been successful. We saw it in the beginning of today. He is definitely a powerhouse to be reckoned with.
The major thing about Moscow is the fact that, yeah, you don't really allow him to push up. Because if he's pushing his lane and there's no one checking him out, good luck trying to survive that. He's basically a Zilong with a spear in the purple skin. I can't really find any major difference between them. They both use spears. But on the other end of the spectrum out, yeah, we know that White Army, Realize, L9, Lanix, Victor, Lil Rabbit. I think so. I still remember Lil Rabbit being that one annoying Moscow when he was playing it up, right? Who was picked off by the Kadita. So it's more or less like the battle between the marksmen. How can you put the other one in an uncomfortable position? Because Claude is going to be banned out. Carry might not get prioritized. Even if it does, then you don't really have something else to pick up. And we've seen teams kind of leaning away from the Granger.
True be told. But mentioning Moscow and Lil Rabbit in one sentence and not mentioning his crazy steal of Lord, that yes, it didn't end up giving them the game, but what a steal this was. Yes, it didn't happen when we were casting, but goddamn, I am envious to Kronos and Zakota that they had it live in front of their peepers. That was a play. That was one of those highlights. Very nice. But Lil Rabbit will have to do a little bit more than that, because this one Lord steal wasn't enough. Yes, it was great. Yes, it was very, very cool. I think I am going to watch it before I go to sleep to get some skill during the night into me too. But it wasn't enough. he will need to do a little bit more. And as you were saying, Yuichi is the highlight player for Final Reign. I would say Lil Rabbik is the highlight player for White Army. I always liked how he played. I always liked how he was able to carry them to victory. There were a couple of times where they got into the late game and it was just in his hands, especially on this carry pick. He is a great player in this sense, but sometimes White Army, what they lack is team cohesion. Sometimes when those very, very stressful fights in late game come online, they tend to split off in a very weird way, and they get caught off and it all crumbles apart. So it's not really that polished, and carry will be in the hands of Yuichi.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in terms of keeping the team together, Yuzhong is a pick that really plays against that, right? It pushes the entire team away from the rest of the people out here. And it's more or less like where you want to divide the fight and then try and conquer the lands. Oh my god. I remember Initial that does that. But on the other hand, as you rightfully mentioned, it is going to be carry along with the Grok too. Nice opening start. You've got a potential right now, but this third pick is going to solidify the idea of what Final Reign wants to do. Because on the side of White Army, it is just power picks after power picks. You've got the dive from Yuzhong, from Hylos, as well as from the Claude. The priority was there. Both of them are left open, so both the marksmen have been secured by their respective teams. Now you need something that can play along with the Grok, and I believe Lunox can actually do that.
Lunox can not just do that being playing with Grog, but she can also literally decimate. Yes, decimate and destroy frontliners. Yuzhong is no problem for Lunox. Hylos is no problem for her as well. So if White Army want to beef up their composition even more, it wouldn't be a smart choice, especially with Carry already being in the roster. What White Army need to do is they should try to aim at making the team fights faster. They don't really want to continue with their team comp to build slow DPS fights, because those fights, they will be very, very pleasurable for Final Reign. Whereas White Army, they need exploding, quick action, even though Claude and Yuzhong, they typically prefer those longer fights, but Carry and Lunox, they are the bigger dogs in this league.
It's a clear idea of the late game. You don't want to go fight for the early, you just want the objectives in the early game. And you want to play for the slow late. So a jungler that can actually help your team out. A Fredrin seems like a good shout here. Can constantly taunt in the Claude as well as the Hylos along with the Yuzhong. Right? You've got that big taunt just to stop all of them, but he actually goes in for the Joy. Soda has played Joy before. He's shown us yesterday as well. One of the reasons why Final Reign are still surviving in that lower bracket. So makes sense. They're squishy.
On that note, go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they're pretty squishy.
Final Reign? Yeah, for sure. But on the topic of Joy, we saw gorgeous, and I'm sorry for going back to Entity against Menaship, but gorgeous Joy from Moji. It was truly, truly wonderful. So let's hope, for the sake of Final Reign, that Soda can put on at least a similar show as Moji did. Of course, that's pretty high bar to hit, but he should at least try. Cecilion, that's a crazy switch up. He gives that late game security, but what I don't like, Cecilion is not your typical burst mage. He loves DPS and long fights. I don't know if I'm a fan. Though Hayabusa, he does exactly what I wanted White Army for their team comp to finish up.
Valentina would have been such a good shout here. Steal of the Brilliance when you think... Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Tech
You can also
charge, Lunox ult even you can do, yeah.
I don't know, I just don't like the Sicilian here. They don't have any early presence whatsoever. If in case Final Reign decide to go in for some early EXP laner that can pair up well against the Yuzhong, it could be it, and they go for the Terizla. Alright, you've got the disengage in form of Grok, you've got the engage as well and the re-engage in the form of the penalty zone. I like the idea. And Terizla is pretty beefy, so he's gonna pair up pretty well. Just the only problem is he will be slow in terms of the rotations if you compare it to a Yuzhong on the other side. That's where...
For sure.
That's where White Army will have their own strength. So if in case White Army get the early snowball, Final Rain will have the difficulty to bring themselves back up. But if Final Rain have got that early game in their back pocket, yeah, I don't see White Army how they can make it back.
Actually, I would backpedal a little bit on your statement that B and Terislav will have slow rotations, because we have to keep in mind that there are expanding rivers. That's the map of the choice.
That is true.
So that being the map being chosen, honestly, Terislav won't be that far back behind Yuzong. Yes, Yuzong will utilize the speed too, but if you compare normal Terislav with no movement speed to Yuzong with his ultimate, he cannot catch up. But if there are expanding rivers, well, then if Yuzong doesn't use his ultimate, that's the same speed.
That's the big one out there, right? Because yes, it is going to fall all the way down to the macros and micros in game, ladies and gentlemen. As we move down in the lower bracket, it is White Army taking on Final Rain for this first battle of survival.
We already see Linex moving into opposing jungle to kind of scout out the situation. I believe he already saw that Soda was going for the orange buff, so that gives the information that Soda will be moving around the top side, probably trying to play for Yuichi against Lil Rabbik. That was a close one.
Yeah, interesting early engagements happening here. Good thing about Yuichi is the fact that he's got the waves freezing in his own favor out, but Saps wanted to make an early rotation. He missed out on a minion. I don't know if he'll actually turn level 4 during that turtle fight, so that could be a slight window of advantage for White Army. As you still have the junglers clearing up their own lanes too. Lil Rabbik, yeah. He's getting cheeky, he wants to freeze the wave.
Yeah, but with Victor moving up as well, having ultimate, Yugi Shadow Kill could be deadly. Yuichi, he needs to be careful.
Oh, hold on. Electrifying beats. Soda. He almost pulled a pick onto Lennox there, right? I wasn't really expecting him to use up the Revitalize too. Now that's a pretty decent advantage during the turtle.
And what we mentioned before, Seps doesn't have level 4. Though Ghost doesn't have his either. I don't know what really happened in the mid lane. And actually, Seps is the first one to hit level 4. That's exactly what you mentioned. Cecilion being very, very weak during the early phases. I'm not a fan, but they are a fan of having a team fight.
Yeah, right now, Saps wants to try and run away, though Victor steals it away perfectly as the Black Dragon farm up on top of the pitch for 2 men. And Saps is the first one to fall there. Instant pick off, and what a punish coming in from White Army. And with that, they've also hit level 4 in Lennox, so he can go in for even more aggression. And guess what? That's what he's doing. Penalty zone on the other side. The buff is going to be stolen away. Cortez, he had to flicker out to run away, though. There is going to be a trade. Lennox, he could be taken down. Whoa! He survives, and the Yugi Shadow Kill actually takes down Primo, as Saps as well was forced to use Brilliance. And the entire bottom side jungle is being stolen away. Soda, electrifying beats. Do you have it? He's got it, but the damage is just not there as Victor plays around his
1v1
shadows.
on top side. Yuichi against Lil Rabbik.
Oh, big pick coming in from Lil Rabbik out there. As soon as you get the blazing duet on Claude, you can dominate your entire lane, and that's what he's showing.
Yuichi needs to respect that level 4 being available to Lil Rabbik. The ultimate changes the state of the game. It's now a different playing field. He needs to keep that in mind, because if he doesn't, then there's no late game security for Final Rain. Saps, he is not really falling. Oh, wait, that could be bad. Soda picks off Lil Rabbik before we even had the chance to see it, and he could do anything about it.
A big pick coming in as well, right? Because on the back of it now, you can give the advantage back in the hands of Yuichi, and that one cannon will be missed out by Lil Rabbik there. So, 20 more seconds for the turtle to pop up all the way up top. I still want to see when L9 Ghost will finally get back, or at least be pretty useful in those fights and be that threat which White Army want him to be. Oh, hold on. Up top.
Yeah.
I thought they were setting it up to gank Yuichi out there, though, but I don't think so that's happening. Bats Impact out there. Tectonic Charge catching on to 3, but it doesn't matter. Primo's isolated, and the turtle's been secured as well. Brilliance forced out. It's a full-fledged disengage.
So far, Final Reign are not looking like they want to reign for much longer time. They are truly keeping up to their name. This looks like this will be their final. Well, let's not get too hasty, of course, right? It's the first game. They still could have the second and a third. But so far, this doesn't look good. And especially with the team comp that Final Reign has, they shouldn't be losing this heavily. And right now, Saps, he will get picked off.
Yeah, seems to be in trouble out there though, but he will still survive, Victor. Victor? He still wanted to go in for the chase, but it's absolutely fine. As Yuichi up on top as well, A-OK. Little Ravik is actually causing him a lot of problems out there, right? Because if not for Soda, he still would be going 0, 1, 0, and 1. So, in terms of the individual battle, he's winning it out.
I would love to see the gold on each player, because I believe Soda could be doing pretty decent for himself. He's just 500 behind Hayabusa. That's so important for him to keep not so far behind Hayabusa, because he right now has the hopes and dreams of his team in his hands. Because what happened on the gold lane, yes, Carry has actually in reality more gold than Joy, but what is important is comparatively to your opponent. And his opponent, he sprinted away, he's gone.
He's way too far ahead. 1,000 out there though. And that could be a big problem, but guess what? Problems still are not ending up for Soda. Lucky that he survived. With the electrifying beat there, the last second dashing away. Otherwise, this could have been an individual pick. Also giving away the turtle for free to the side of White Army. But yeah, look at the position. Victor seems to be in trouble. Doesn't really have the Yugi shadow kill though, so he's got to be careful. But this time, could be taken down right into the hands. Still tries to run back to safety as everything was thrown at him except for the kitchen sink, but he cannot stay alive. But Soda, maybe he's the next on the chopping block as the Shard Residue will send the HP back to Realize and Soda back to the fountain. Cortez, you could be the strongest blacksmith of your own lineage, and he still is being lore accurate, not for long as Sicilian hops in with his vampire teeth out there. Look at the backline, Yuichi! You have to run back into the inhibitors. The flicker saves his life, but not of Primo. Hold on, Saps.
What is
Saps? You gotta run back,
What is
my
Saps
man.
doing?
All right, he's safe. He's A-OK, but I had to burn up the flicker.
What we are seeing right now, and what we... Yuichi, you should respect your opponent. He's kind of far ahead. What we are seeing right now, and what we saw already during today, is that I don't really see why anyone would trade Carry for a Claude. Because Claude, he looks so much better. Maybe it's just today, maybe it's just, I don't know, the weather, the coffee, as Kronos and Zakota talked about it. But it looks like whoever plays Claude, he looks good.
That is just because of the versatility of the hero itself. You can have 3 to 4 people, you're active as soon as you're level 4. And now with the DHS buff, you can just do exactly this. Placing Duet in front of 2 though, but Cortez is able to soak up a lot of damage out there. Pretty chunky boy out, but guess what? Soda in the backline trades it instantly 1 for 1. EXP for gold and Final Reign will take that trade every day. And it's okay, Primo, no one saw that.
That's... Wait, what Primo did? Did he Tectonic Charge?
Yeah, I'm not gonna repeat that on the stream. It's okay, no one saw that.
Oh man, you know what's crazy? If I got a coin for every moment that Grok Tectonic charged wrongly, I would have 2 coins, which is crazy that it happened twice.
And I'd have to say, production is pretty nasty for actually showing that thing. It was fully focused on him. He was in the center of the screen. Just bonking Realize out of that bush.
They want to keep in our heads that the players are as human as we are. Of course, most of the time they don't really look Rabik in this game. He's on fire. And in that last series, it could have been said for Wicked. Those Claude players, they are different breeds. But yeah, they are human. Sometimes Grox miss Tectonic Charge. And sometimes his own goes in for a team fight.
Yeah, because Victor is the first one to actually be taken down, though Yuichi will be traded on the other end. a jungler for a marksman. He went in way too far forward to try and take him down with the flicker as well. I don't know if that trade is worth it or not though, because if Soda falls here, it's definitely not. And Real Rybik wants to make sure that happens as Cortez is there, but can he survive for long enough? Not inside the penalty zone, says Saps with the Chaos Assault. It's a killing spree for Realize. This Black Dragon is lure accurate, but not the rest of the team.
There is one saving grace for Final Rain, that being Kelly. She can come online in the late game together with Lunox, and that could make the wheel turn in your favor. But White Army, they realize that, so they are immediately going for their first Lord as they try to speed up and potentially close out the game eventually. Yuichi and the rest will try to defend that, but too late, too slow.
Lil Rybik has done more damage than the combined damage of Yuichi and Saps.
I told you, you need to keep an eye on this guy. Because if he is kept unchecked, bad stuff's gonna happen to your team.
For now, bad stuff could eventually happen for Soda if he actually gets caught out here, which guess what? In the Sanguine Clause is definitely happening. And that is the worst possible play you would want to see go down, along with Primo as well. Cortez is falling, he's got no support, and a ton of minions to deal with, along with a high loss in the midst of it all. Blazing to it, ready, Lil Rybik uses it up preemptively though, but guess what? Yuichi still does not realize that he's got to go back. And with that, 4 people fallen instantly. Soda will be up in the next 5 seconds though. Victor has got the shadows. He's got the shadows, but Saps has got the damage. That's 1 person traded for the alive. But will Soda be out here on time? Tower passives did help them out for a few seconds though, but the inhibitor up top is falling, but the rest of the team will finally be back.
And they are back onto the Land of Dawn, so the base crystal is not being exploded just yet. But what exploded is the gold difference. White Army skyrocketed their money. It's around 7,000 in Elite, if I'm counting right. That's pretty scary. If you look at gold earned, the only person that's in there between each of the members of White Army is Kerry. That's the only hero. Everyone else, they are down in the bottom. They are basically homeless. But right now they will try to do something about it in this next fight.
Yeah, but guess what? Cortez is going to be the first one to fall out there. He's got nothing he could do on it at Vizsla. And you mentioned about the gold earned out there. He's got even lower gold than Primo. The 6,100 here. I'm pretty sure he's only got a couple of items, not even the third one potentially. And he needs a Justice Pauldron along with the Dominance Eyes and Athena Shield to survive. Throw in an Anti-Cuirass there as well.
And just be thinking about buying the cheapest items available. Just trying to build up the passives. Maybe go in for the shield, maybe going for this kind of stuff, you know, just trying to get as most defensive passives as possible. We can see Cortez, he realizes that's his job. Lil Rybik.
Oh. Yeah, Soda, he's not got anything that he could do right here. He's going to be taken down thanks to Lanik with a Revitalize out here, and now the rest of the members are left out there open in wild. Realize understands the fact that he does not have enough HP for the Furious type, so he will stay back. And that gives enough time for Victor to take the Lord.
I think this is the moment where you should try to steal. You are deciding not to, but
Nah.
the thing is, I feel like this is the moment of the game that calls for crazy and reckless action, because with this massive goal lead, I don't believe you can even hope to scale up, because White Armor will close out the game and destroy your Breast Crystal before you can even do that. So I think Final Rain should look for opportunities like that.
Yeah, but my goodness, the Winter Crown play there was enough! The Law and Order coming in yet again from Lanex, saves his own life as Cortez tries to soak up some of the aggression from the other end, but it just is not enough. Realize can just hop back inside to take that fight, but Soda should be back up by the time Lord marches down in their base.
I'm not sure, was it a swap or did he have it? Because it was so fast, I didn't even see if it was a swap or if he had it.
Yeah, he had it.
That's something you gotta respect, man.
Oh, for now they've got to respect the damage, but no one is doing that. Penalty zone used up defensively, but the Yugi shadow kill along with the quad shadows was there. Brilliant, saving the life of Saps, but they don't have anything to survive. The tectonic charge in the back line, but there's no one to support you. Yuichi cannot hop in. No Brilliance. The Lord striking the crystal, and with that, the game number 1 goes in for the side of White Army as final rain fall.
That was wild. Like a ride on the roller coaster, except it wasn't going up and down, it was just going down for final rain the whole time. It wasn't looking good for them at all. Yes, there were some brighter moments, especially in this phase of the game. I was still thinking, all right, they can pick themselves up, they can get back into the game, it's still playable. Lil Rabbit. His gameplay was something to behold. Yes, this time he got caught. He was a little bit overzealous, you could say. And in the end, his KDA wasn't the best looking. But man, he put on a show. And if he wasn't there, I think Final Rain might have had a chance to come back. But with him here, it started in the laning phase where he beat up Yuichi. I believe he got a solo kill. Firstly, Yuichi almost got a solo kill on him, but then Lil Rabbit got level 4, so Uno reverse card on that, and he got a solo kill on his opponent instead, and from that he just rolled and rolled. And this is exactly what you need as a good player. You need to be able to first get a lead, and after you get the lead, to utilize the lead. And he just rolled from this 1 kill forward, and he never stopped and never looked back.
I just have to say, for me, the MVP is definitely going to be Lennox. The way how this man was playing high loss is what enabled Lil Rebek to do his own thing. 103,000 damage dealt
Nasty.
onto that cloud. Nasty is an understatement. That damage is almost equal to the combined damage of Yuichi and Saps in the mid to late game, or rather you could simply say a late game. It's almost the 15-minute mark. You had 11,000 gold lead for yourself, and as we were mentioning, Lennox being the MVP for the team.
The production knows.
They know.
Yeah, I agree. He was setting up those skills, but if you were looking for flashy plays, you know, first game that you are casting today, my eyes were on Lil Rabbit. I cannot lie to you. I was glued to his gameplay. I was liking what he was doing with the cloth. But yeah, I agree. Linux should be mentioned as well. Maybe even before Lil Rabbit in retrospect.
2-1 and 18. 2-1 and 18, man. Just look at that, Katie. That is bonkers.
It's a great support right there. Great promo. That's someone you want to have in your team. Final Rain instead got a Grog that missed the tectonic charge, right?
That's okay.
But yeah, I think it is okay if Final Rain are able to come back into this series, because I feel like their roster with the names that they have, Yuichi, Primo, we know what they are capable of. We know how bright they could shine, but this is not the gameplay I was expecting from them. That's why I yesterday mentioned them as one of the teams that I think will be contesting the finals. I want to see more. I want to see better gameplay. I think they can do more, but we will see if they are able to adapt and maybe get their cool together after the break.
If people ask for one white knight shining in the armor, you've got 5 here playing together in an army as they saw through the first game, ladies and gentlemen. You all are watching the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. It's Warren on one side, Skadiet on the other. We're watching the lower bracket as the first match, or rather the first game of the first match, has concluded out. And man, what a way for White Army to take this one. But the question is, what are the things that Final Rain need to fix in order to bring themselves back in game number 2?
Well, on this topic, firstly, I would say that what happened on the gold lane cannot be happening furthermore. You cannot have Yuichi leaving gold lane with already 1,000 gold deficit. Yes, it doesn't matter in the later phase of the game, but the moment when it mattered the most, he was sitting around 3,000 and his opponent was around 4,200, something like that. That's insane. That's one full tier 2 component being up on your enemy, or maybe even shoes on top of that. So not really a nice thing to be happening. Final Rain opening up with a Grog ban, even though we so far saw Grog firstly not being that contested, and if he is contested, he's not really performing that well. So I'm a little bit surprised by Final Rain's decision to do that. I don't know what they could be going for. I'm thinking either something Broly, because everyone is standing on top of each other, so Grog would be super strong, or something that has a squishy backline. Could be either way. White Army, again, continuing my caster curse. Sora will not be played, even though he was played 2 times today before we were casting. I cannot say how sad I am.
You can just ask and swap your places with Zakota, man. Because then at least I'll get to cast Sora.
True.
Just saying. All right. I mean, bringing the conversation back out here. For now, we're not witnessing it. While Final Rain on the other side, banning out the Grog and the Hylos. I think so they're particularly trying to target Linux there, just to maybe stop his, or rather just to try and choke down his hero pool. Because I was looking at what happened previously in the open qualifiers and the rest of the results too. Linux really likes to play that Hylos and the Gato. And I don't know about Grog, man. I think so. It's just so good out here in the meta that you don't really want to let him through, considering the potential that the Tectonic Charge has. Yuzhong, they realize the mistake that they conducted previously, and they don't want Realize to pick that Yuzhong again. See what I did there?
I see you. I'm seeing you. But at the same time, I think I realized what is happening with Final Rain's ban phase. I think the decision to ban Grog was more so, we are not gonna play it because Primo doesn't feel comfortable playing it, so we rather ban it because we cannot use it anyway. So maybe that was the idea, because as we mentioned before, he didn't look super comfy. There was some missed ultimates, right? So maybe that's something that's going through their head. Saps will be securing Yeef, very successful, very strong hero for a very long time. That's a lot of berries, but that's what you get if you talk about Yeef. That real world manipulation's always been super useful. I think I mentioned it yesterday, but the team fight value in competitive is incomparable to any other form of gameplay in ranked or anywhere else. So of course Yeef super strong. I love the response from Realize, where he is going for Arlot to kind of reposition the whole fight and maybe even sweep up Yeef when she's using RVM. We really like that. And when they are put in this dangerous position, Lil Rabbit can follow up on that with some ultimates being used. Really like it. The answer on the other side, well, you can tell me a little bit more about that, Scared.
I don't know about Moscow. Fovia seems decent. Can lane up pretty well as against the Arlot, who really relies on those dashes of the Vengeance. You can just build up the passive of Kartas really quickly. And it's more or less like Kartas likes to play those beefy boys who like to go up front and take that fight to the enemy out there. So he'll probably have his Vengeance up as well to try and deal with the Blazing Duet, or rather just might want to go with a Flicker to make some cheeky plays on the other side. But a Yi Sun Shin locked in for White Army. The double marksmen, they could be squishy, so they ban out the Fanny so that could not be a problem of Soda. Maybe ban out the Joy this time.
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to add to what you were saying that Joy has to go too. Honestly, Hayabusa is not such a big deal because even, okay, they are not thinking that Hayabusa is not a big deal, they think he is. Or maybe they cannot go Joy, right? Like XP lane, no. Roam Joy, mid lane Joy. Nah, I don't think that deep into the playoffs we would be seeing something this wild. Hildegon, alright. Well, if that's the case, I believe White Army will be waiting with their mid lane and still innovate the roam because Final Lane don't have their roam yet. So I think it would be super useful for White Army to take their own. Are we seeing something that we would like, Scared? What roamers do we want?
Lock a Gato. You can't give the Gato to the other side there. That should be the priority. If White Army let that through, Final Drain will have a very good composition to work around with. And I think so you can keep the Farsa away for the last pick. She's still left open.
Yeah.
Pairs up well against the Eve. And if things really go south, you also have the Valentina that you can lock in. And a pocket pick of Kadita.
Got it.
So yeah, they've logged in the Gato. Now on the other side, you've got most of the roamers picked up already. What do you have in your back pocket? Maybe a Minotaur?
Disrupt, yes. For Claude, absolutely. Yes, he can use Purifier during his ultimate to kind of cancel it out, but he needs to use it prematurely because if... Oh, they have completely different idea. Matilda for that extra mobility. Of course, she's immune, so ultimate that is. So Arlott cannot be that deadly to her, and that extra mobility could actually work out because if Moscow is in a dangerous position, she can just get him out of here. And yes, Eve will probably die because she won't be the one being safe because Moscow in the later phases of the game will be the more important member. But then there is no one else that could be bursted down. Fevos and Fredrin, two of the most beefy boys. They also look kind of similar. Did you notice that ever?
I really was hoping you'd not say that, but you know what? Yeah, the kind of the hairstyle in the back, it kind of looks similar out there. But yeah, now here's the thing. With that said and done, you've not just got to take care of those two boys with a similar hairstyle, but also the rest of the team. You've got the Kimi to work around with, and I think so that's a pretty solid lineup out here. With the triple marksman, you're really squishy, but you've got the front lining coming in the form of an Arlott as well as the Gato that you have. Right, you've got a pseudo dive with the Gato Claude who'll jump in as soon as the RWM is dropped. And then you also have the rest of the members defending the backline. But ladies and gentlemen, will this high risk, high reward pay up for White Army, or will Final Rain make themselves a game one and push us for this third game in the best of 3 series? If that happens or not, we'll see it right now.
I'm honestly quite surprised by their decision to lock in Kimi. I know she's overall a good mid laner, but I don't feel like she's fitting the bill for the turn composition that White Armor has, because their team comp is really quick and they want to explode the fight, whereas Kimi likes those longer engages. So I'm not really sure if I like that, but we will see how well they can utilize it.
It's just the constant poke that's coming in, right? With the Kimi L9 Ghost, he can just keep his range, kite around a lot. That's technically exactly what Primer wants to do as well on his Matilda. Wants to help out Saps with that rotation too, and help out the rest of the members as well to kite around a few things. But as you rightfully mentioned, Victor out here just stealing with a gargoyle on the other end. He can try and make sure that maybe the Fred is not hitting that level 4.
They got even more. This is so bad start for Final Rain. I know on the gold it's not visible yet, but this is very, very bad. It's been 3 camps basically taken away from Final Rain. This will pay out big time.
Oh, right now, maybe this could also be a big time play from Final Rain. If you don't give us our camps, we take your own life. But everyone is A-okay on the side of White Army here. Oh, Ghost. Maybe he's staying a bit longer as the flicker hops into along with Primo. And with that, they can definitely take the turtle, and all of that build-up of the, creeps taken away. It's all going down in drain.
That's one thing people always tend to forget. Matilda is not your typical roamer, is not your typical Estes or someone like that, because she also packs really a decent punch, especially early mid-game phases. Ooh, he had to flicker out of harm's way.
Beautiful call. I absolutely love it from White Army. They realize that their own orange buff is being taken, so there's no one to protect it for White Army themselves. And they move all the way up forward. Beautiful information being given by Realize and phenomenal capitalization.
This is a textbook gameplay so far. It looks like Final Rain, yes, they missed on some opportunities, they missed some creeps, some of them were stolen away, yeah. But so far, their responses, or rather...
Oh, big AOG. And what a pick on Saps. It couldn't do anything. No Mathilda Airlines to save his life. And that is a pick for White Army.
This is one thing that Ghost can definitely do for the team comp of White Army. He can do the traction pulls. And they fit the bill. They do exactly what White Army's team composition want to do. Explode the fight, do something dramatic, and capitalize on that.
I think they want to try and do something dramatic in mid. By trying to catch on the rest of the members of White Army. But they've got a good kiting, man. And I have to point out, Victor has been free farming throughout this duration, specifically in the bottom part of that jungle. And it is the mid duo that is enabling him to do so. All right, it's fine. They're okay.
Props to Yuchi, by the way, because this lane shouldn't be easy for him as well, but he's fine, even though Lil Rabbit is again on the plot. Corrosion site complete for Yuichi, so this next certified he will be on one of his items. The Trinity is not yet there, but he's fighting against Claude, so they both have very, very similar build paths right now, so they should be similarly strong. But actually, Lil Rabbit is going for the Demon Hunter sword. That's a switch up. I completely forgot that's the thing we go for.
Yeah, right now, but the Matilda Airlines is actually going in for Lil Rabbit there. But an AOG landing on a few, and with that, a triple for Victor. Realize tries to dance around in the real world manipulation as it's a maniac for the Yi Sun-shin. The Fleet Admiral showcasing his Conqueror's hockey here in the Marineford as White Army wins a big battle.
Just now realizing that yes, they did win a big battle, but if you look at the team comp of Final Rain, Sap's pick, even though it was the first one, it is not really thin in. Quickly look over the fight, Lil Rabbit stack, look, be very careful how he's playing it, and then he got, I believe, 3 members at one moment together with Victor, triple kill. Victor was kinda stealing away the glory of Lil Rabbit, because I think if we would see the damage charts, actually, nah. Actually, it was Victor the whole time. It was Victor the whole time. 12,000 damage. You can traction pull. Deadly.
Yeah, and guess what? Even more deadly are the shots in the turret itself, as Primo's got to flicker out of the harm's way with the RWM that was dropped in just to disengage from this entire fight. As Cartes seems to be the next one of the chopping block, blazing to it on his face, but a shield from the dash was there, but it doesn't matter. Is both the marksmen having enough damage, but a big SOD landing in from the other end, eventually helping him out as Ghost, he wants to try and kite away, maybe not for long enough. Oh, what a slowdown as Saps will finish him off. And Final Rain, right in the next fight, pull themselves back.
Back to my point. If you look at the composition of Final Rain, they have Eve, and there is not really anyone keeping the rest of the opposing team, or not the rest, but the whole opposing team in one place. There is just Taunt from Soda, there is some knockups from Cartes, but that's basically it. Other than that, they are free to move.
I just want to see an anti-heal from Final Rain. Though, as much as you could normally say it's not that important, but the revitalize of Lane X could actually come in clutch. But look at the top side, that's where Saps, he cannot do anything. Shut down instantly as the rest of the members try and combine all on top with the AOG landing yet again on 2. But the rest of the fleet will back off from there. And that's a purple stolen away by White Army.
Yuichi is just farming up He knows that he doesn't want to take those fights just yet. He's waiting for the Trinity. I believe he's sitting on 2 items. I think Demon Hunter Sword has been completed, or Golden Staff. I'm not sure which one of those it was. But he's slowly building into the third and last for the Trinity setup. Then he should be good to go. But the problem is, Lil Rabbik, I think he's sitting on a little bit higher gold than Yuichi is. Golden Staff right now completed for Yuichi, so that will be a decent spike. That being though, I'm not sure, I don't think it was the third, I think it was just his second. Yuichi is a little bit behind.
Slightly, I think so. We'll have a look at the gold chart there soon. But on the other side of the spectrum, yeah, you were talking about it. Yeah, it's actually Lil Rabbik a little bit ahead, but maybe he can try and utilize all of that happening here as Primo is going to flicker out of the arm's way, brought back in from the final slash right into the entire aim of L9 Ghost as they pick one. Primo falls, but Yuichi is being a cheeky Zilong here.
This is not as bad, and I love the way you phrased it. He's been a one cheeky Zilong, truthfully. Taunt on Vion Linux.
Yeah, this could be a bit more problematic as Yuichi tries to join in fight, but look at the damage of Lil Rabbik out here. Appraiser's Rat didn't do anything as the AOG's out of the harm's way. L9 goes for the double kill. And now we've got the blazing duet on the face of Sabs into the crossbow of Victor. The bow and arrow is all he needs to take down his enemies with the magic wand. White Army. Might as well just call them the White Walkers.
There is nothing stopping them. We need someone with no face who could deal with this trouble. Let's look at the fight once more for a bit. It looked like Linux will be going down. They were even able to cancel him out from his AOG twice, not once. But for the third time, it's the charm. He was able to escape, and the rest were taken care of by Lil Rabbik, Victor, and the rest of the band. Yuichi unfortunately overextended. I don't know why Yuichi didn't stick to what he was doing for the past couple of minutes, just farming up, Oh, Yuichi, he tried to do some sneaky steal like Lil Rabbik. AOG.
Oh, big one though, but again the Method Airlines saving the life of the rest of the members with the real world manipulation drop dead to cancel it all out. But they still want to go in for a little bit more fight. PMI forward. Lil Rabbik, he's fine.
Yuichi wasn't studying the ball closely enough because that loss still didn't happen. But it was there. The strike was, luckily realized, barely missing his opponent hiding in the bush. Lucky for him, because now they can defend 5v4 for a bit before our Lord comes in. Lord is charging the tower.
Yeah, the passive used up already, so I don't think they've got enough damage, but maybe they still want to go in. Appraiser's Wrath used up. It's got to go back with the Matilda Airlines, saving his life thanks to the guiding winds there. The mid-inhib will fall, but at least the rest of the members are okay. Lil Rabbik is missed out on his stacks with the Art of Thievery, so just BMI's out of there instantly.
Whenever you think that you got Claude, he always has that monkey somewhere in the bush. You can always count on that. That has to be one of the most annoying things.
Yeah, I agree. That's Dexter, who's pretty annoying and saves his life. Again.
It's the classic.
What do Final Rain got to do now, Warren, to try and survive? Because the next Lord is in 75 seconds or so.
They really need Saps to take some notes from Origami's playbook and get 2 Holy Crystals to defend the base. That's the only thing that could be going for them. They need to turtle up, hide behind the walls, and don't give anything more to White Army. I think that's their only play, because normally in this scenario I would say try to make a flip play, but I don't think a flip play could even happen, because 8,000 gold lead, that means that even if you pick off, I don't know, Victor somewhere and realize too, even then I believe Lil Rabbik, Ghost and Linux would be able to play 3v4.
Yeah. You also have L9 in the meantime
Traction.
on this Kimmy, and his traction pulls have been amazing. On the back of it, AOG, all of that to push them all into the mountain. Shocker. And Saps fall in for the first one. Soda makes the second. Absolutely destroys K9 on that gimme in the final second of his death. It's a 1-for-1. And final
Soda.
raid. They're alive.
Soda. This is not final rain, this is final Soda. Because if he wasn't able to squeak out the kill on Ghost, things could have been bad.
Oh, and guess what? They want to try and make it worse for White Army as they're going in for the chase with the Revitalize used up. Lil Ryback has to be pushed back, Spear of Misery. All the way, taking him back towards Victor. He's got the DHS, so he should be fine. But look at Victor. Look at Victor. Oh, the dash out by Yuichi at the last second. Got his life saved up here right now, but now we've also got the rock-up coming in for Lord. Realize cannot go for the final slash. The Lord has been taken by Victor with a retribution battle, but the lives are not something they can keep. 1-for-1, EXP for EXP, as everyone falls back.
I think you'll like this trade, because if you're final rain, you don't really mind that you are missing Felos. Yes, it's a little bit less frontline. Oh, Soda.
Seems to be in trouble out there. Victor, though, just taken down on the other side, and now with this, final rain can defect.
Victor flew a little bit too close to Sun and he got burned for that. Practically speaking, he's now 24 seconds on the death timer, and this is given more time to final rain to come back. If you look at the gold difference, it's only 5,000 now, and the deeper we go into the game, even if the gold difference stays the same, it will matter less and less. If you look at the items, Rabik is building up to his last item, Yuichi is doing the same, so the difference there. And if we are looking at the component specifically, I believe Yuichi has the more expensive component than Lil Rabik is. So, stats speaking, Yuichi actually has more items. And if you look at Saps, he's holding on, and actually not just holding on, but being not... Actually, yeah, he's decently behind because Ghost is building up towards his fifth. No, actually, what am I saying? Saps is ahead. Yes, it's a little bit less expensive item, but it's completed item.
Lil Rebek. Oh my god, look at the damage on Primo. Just takes down half of his HP with a basic attack and the Art of Thievery. But yeah, Saps has always been ahead. Guess what? They even go further ahead. I know it. The crowd in the back. AOG for the disrupt. Now Carters will be taken down. Alone left on an island out here. Taunted in the backside. But guess what? The Admiral is here. Stunned up to the wall. You cannot stand up against the Shanks with the spear. Yuichi takes him down, but guess what? His entire fleet has fallen. He's got no one to save his own life. It's a 1v4. Little Raving in front of him. No wind of nature. Stunned up. He's got to flick around on the harm's way. And so he connects. He can try and take down Inline Ghost as well as he moves up in front of him, but instantly stunned up, taunted up, taken down. And with that, the crystal falls and it's White Army to move all the way up in the lower bracket.
It almost looked like White Army has more people on their side. I guess that's why they are called an army. It looked like Final Rain were lacking in the manpower department. Because, oh my, Yuichi, he was trying to work overtime. Soda with some gorgeous plays as well, but the rest of the team, they were there, but being there just wasn't enough, especially if you look at Saps. I think this RVM specifically highlighted the problem that I already mentioned in during the game, where there is nothing keeping them in one place for Saps to use the RVM. So you have this super strong hero in your arsenal, but nothing else is working synergistically with her. Yes, there is Soda's Taunt, as I mentioned before, but other than that, there is literally nothing. And if you look at the composition of White Army, they are just going forward. There is no reason for them to stand in one place and just shoot. They are always going forward. Claude, Ghost, Realize, Linux, Victor, all of them are just going forward, and they are not stopping until you are dead. So, yes, Yves is strong on one side, but you need to complement with the rest of the team, and that's not what happened here.
I agree. And I believe because of that only, it was probably during the draft when I mentioned, right, if the Gato is taken by White Army, Final Rain will have nothing to play around with on their room. The Hylos was banned out. Minotaur was probably the only other option which I could see that could maybe set things up or save the life of Saps when everyone wanted to dive on him. But you did not have that. I believe their main idea was to probably play around Soda, but with so much damage being put up by Lil Rebek, Victor, as well as L9, this Frederick just couldn't do anything. 1-0-13 onto that department of the KDA. My man was literally on a 14 KDA streak.
Yep. Yep, he almost had the same KDA as he had gold, if you look at it. Total healing 51,000. I don't typically look at this number that often, but even if I'm not looking at this number that often, it's kind of high. 51,000. Am I right?
Yeah, that's all the DHS. He's got all the life steal coming in from him with the basic attacks too. And we've got a ton of damage as well onto those tower structures. 29,000 in total. So he was, taking away those structures as well on the other side, right? And here's the big thing. You talk about the objectives, Lil Rebek was there. You talk about the fights, he was always there. And he knows the ins and outs of this Claude. So I'd have to say, you should not have let the Claude go through.
Yes, but what I appreciate is that the Final Rain tried to switch things up. They didn't just trade carry for Claude and wish for the best. They tried to do something else. They tried to work it with Moscow. But where it fell apart is, yes, I said the RVM. But even with that, even with the RVM not being the best utilized with the rest of the team, still, I believe there was a way to play it. But what was happening, especially during the mid game, Yuichi was splitting on one side, but they kept giving kills and they kept giving. All right, either give jungle camps or give kills and get the jungle camps. But what ended up happening was like 2 or 3 or 4 times where White Army just went in their jungle, they took the camps and they tried to stop them, but they were 4v5 and they just ended up dying. It was either Primo or it was their XP lane or someone died there. So White Army just kept going and getting stronger and stronger. And even though Yuichi was able to catch up to Claude in the end, he wasn't able to utilize the gold that he was getting on that side lane because every time he got something, Claude got some assist there, some camp there, something there. So him for like leaving his team to get gold ended up meaning nothing because Claude was also getting the same treatment, getting the same gold. So I feel like that's where it fell apart. So we have to say goodbye to Final Rain. It was a nice run with them. I would definitely love to highlight Yuichi as one of the players from the team that I really liked looking at his gameplay. But that's no more. That's done. That's done and dusted. Now we will have the rest of the players to show us some great performances. And Scared, what great performances we will be seeing after this great domination from White.
I mean, the matchup is ready, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be MetaShift taking on Zero Vision. No one expected them to be in the lower brackets, but what will their fate be? We will find all of that out after this short break.
Hello and welcome back. Today it is me, Warren1x, joined with Scared Yet. This is the second series we bring to you, but not the second series of the day. The pleasure was on the hands of Kronos and Zakota before us. They brought you two banger BO5s. The second one was a little bit more bangery than the first one, but both were great.
Yeah.
But right now, let's not talk, let's not think about what happened before, because what is important is what's happening right now. Meta shift against Zero Vision. It's almost poetic because Zero Vision had to get through Memento Requiem. Memento, the only team that was able to step up to meta shift the last time we saw them in the last year. So Zero Vision, do they have what it takes to step up to meta shift as well, and maybe even throw them off the board? That would be a crazy surprise for me. I think for everyone involved. I don't think there would be a single person that would be like, oh yeah, I expected that. Entity, great upset today. We're moving into the draft, but paper-wise, meta shift should be taking this one home. They are the favorites, but today they didn't look good.
I'd have to say one of the big reasons is that the entire team was just looking off, right? We were not really expecting all the players to play like that, and let alone lose in the draft itself. They just could not win out in the drafting phase. So that's why they've got to double down on this part. And if in case Zero Vision wants to create the similar upset to what happened previously, you've got to shut down God Believer. Even in that last game, right, we saw in game number 4, God Believer on the Valentina was not able to do a lot of things. If anything, he was getting caught multiple times, right? And I think so. This could be one path to victory for Zero Vision, to enable Origami and make sure that God Believer is shut down. So the mid lane is going to be priority for both of them.
It looks like Zero Vision are realizing just that, because Sif, one of the strongest heroes for not just God Believer, but also God Believer, is off the board. The best hero of Boborusik, we all know it, it's Yuzong. He basically probably looks like him already.
Yeah.
I bet. They are one person. You cannot tell me otherwise, because I didn't see both of them in the same room, so you cannot tell me they are not the same person.
I haven't seen Zakota and Boborusik together. What does that mean?
Well, maybe.
Nah, Boborusik is too
about
good.
it.
It's not Zakota. It's fine. It's okay. Let it be. We're gonna put the those controversial theories aside out here, but focus on what's the first pick. Kalia logged in, and since Claude was left open, it's gonna be picked up as the answer. Eve banned out, so maybe you can go in for a Kimmy, or you could even go in for a Farsa, but I think so that would be a little bit too early to showcase your cards. Maybe steal away a priority jungler here. Maybe take the Yisun Shin.
I would like jungle steal away much more. Also, I feel like going Kalia first pick is a little bit risky, because it's not anymore the time and date when Kalia was released, when she was super broken. She had some tweaks, some nerfs, and how the meta has evolved, she's not really the best powerhouse. She's still very strong, but she's not a prio pick. I don't realize what Zero Vision have as a plan. This feels a little bit off, and it feels like meta shift are already starting off with a little bit better draft. Claude secured for them, so they learned something from the clash against the Entity. They know Claude is the superior marksman. The thing is, Origami could still go for Kimi, and they are still going for Kari. We know Nikki is very happy to be on Kari, but I'm not sure if he is as happy to be on Kari if he's playing against Claude. And Sora is being locked in, so I know I am happy. We are moving into the second phase of the draft. Scared, what do you think those teams are lacking? What do you think they need to lock in order for their team comes to work?
I was about to say ban out of Valentina to meta shift, because you don't want that to happen on the other side. Otherwise, that's a free ultimate of Sora, and Valentina gets way too tanky to deal with. It's a full-on utility build with a dominant size, Oracle, and a few other things. So yeah, that it gets annoying. Breaks your brain wires. On the other end of the spectrum, now you've got the Sora, you've also got the Hylos, so it's kind of like the pseudo damage versus the frontlining for you. But I still feel that with the mid lane being the damaging one, you'd rather go in for a little bit tanky jungle on the other side. Maybe I don't think so. The Fredrin was the choice, but they're going with the Yi Sun Shin. Understandable. I mentioned
Yeah, I
about it
like
as
it.
well, right? Yeah, they had to go for the Yi Sun Shin. They picked it up as well. Leon ban is an interesting one though.
Maybe he could be threatening to Yesunshin specifically. I don't know. Maybe that was the idea. If you look at what Zero Vision is locking in, it's what we expected, honestly. I think they should even go with a tank jungler. Because, yes, Claude deals a lot of damage, and especially he likes when three people are standing next to each other. But he is not specifically that good at shredding tanks. Like, yeah, he does damage to them, but he's not the strongest at shredding tanks. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think some of the Demon Hunter rework out there, he kind of gets annoying. Hayabusa logged in for YJ. Faramis. I don't know about it. What's your views?
I mean, I see the idea that if Hayabusa goes for Yisun Shin or maybe even Bobber, probably Bobber will go a little bit tankier, so he won't be as easy to pick off. But maybe that could happen during the early to mid game. Or he goes for Claude, Faramis can hop in, get the extra health bar, and they are fine. So Hayabusa is practically useless. And also, if you take into consideration carry, there's this extra health bar for you to work around with. And when she's hitting, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that when she is hitting your Faramis HP bar, her max HP damage scales from your Faramis HP, not from your actual max HP, right? So
Yeah,
she
that's-
is not really... Yeah.
That's a very different piece of interaction there, but yeah, I think so. That's on Faramis' HP.
Yeah, so if that's how it's working, then I see a lot of value, because if he pops the extra HP bars, then no one is really getting through, especially Kree.
Yeah, that is going to be a big one out there. But again, Meta Shift on the other side, they're not winning the mid lane battle there. I thought with the Hylos, they should have that priority, but oh.
Action is happening as my lobby makes a retreat.
Just gonna go back to safety out here. I thought maybe they're gonna try and take that fight ahead of the time being, considering YJ was there. But for my god, Mark.
He is super low, but Leave Me is there to secure the job.
Big pick out here coming in from Leave Me. It's a constant poke battle that's happening in. Oh, Origami. He just wants to delay the recall there. That's the only annoying thing that he's trying to do. This should have been a zero vision. Apologies for that. There should have been a zero visions first pick, man, and not Meta Shift, but they kind of got overzealous.
Leave Me, he had enough of my lobby. He said, no, you will die in here. But as well as he can try, it's not enough. My lobby is still quite tanky, even without consecration.
That's the Uranus. Oh, look at bot.
Antonio, he is not quite tanky as his fellow teammate, because this little Claude, no shoes for him just yet, I believe. Bobber Rusik with a 2v1 kill, actually securing it. God Believer trying to survive. He will be able to. Luckily for him, no traction points there, but beautiful usage of Purify. So Origami is now on the chopping block. He's trying to survive. God Believer chasing for him. But looks like he will be fine as Meta Shift are shifting their view. Bob Rusik with a crazy ultimate. Mark disappeared. He's nowhere to be seen.
He underestimated the damage of Mark there, man. Oh, hold on. All right, that's all of that just to steal over the gargoyle with the mountain shocker and everything. Meta Shift are finally looking like they're back in form, even though their composition was taking a ton of beating early on in the mid game. I like with the way how they're pulling it all the way back up. And with the first few items there, hold on.
I think Vabalabadauda will be fine. Bobber might be trying to cause some ruckus, but ultimate being used. Oh, he whiffs. He wasn't able to pull through the right target, so not really happening.
And Origami is Flicker as well is on cooldown right now for the next 60 seconds. So for 1 minute, he's got to play a little bit more careful. The turtle will be up after that, so he should be pretty ready for that team fight. But right now, I think so the big difference maker here is 100% the Sora being so much more valuable early on as compared to the Uranus.
Gretchen Bull goes for lava. He needs to retaliate with the rest Tsunami Slam, but there is extra HP from Paramis as it keeps everyone alive just for long enough time to finish off Mark and Torigami.
The Gegechiki also walks back. He can't really stand up towards his tier 3 now, so all he can do is just stay at the tier 2, wait for the gold plating to be chunked down. The only good thing that happened is the fact that it's now going to be even out, so it's not a big loss.
I think Bulber was literally waiting for Sora to be released. It feels like this hero is really fitting him as it's fitting the rest of the team as they make another play happen. Bulber with a separated play going for the backline. Mark gets destroyed. In the meantime, Jay almost going down to the damage on Sora's ultimate. Not the Thunder version, but the Lightning version. That's quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Jay has something to say about the turtle, because this turtle is not going home with mana shift.
Bro just walks up, puts the red tree down, steals it away, and then runs back. And it all was enabled by my lobby. He cut off the wave first, and this just gave so much opening look at mid.
Another Sora gameplay masterclass. He is destroying Mark. Mark, 5 deaths. Out of the 7 kills that Mana Shift has, 5 times it was Mark who gave him the gold. This must feel bad for Mark.
0-5 is not at all good. And that with the first pick of Kalia, I don't think so. This was the idea of what they wanted to do in this game. Pretty sure that's... it's tough right now. My lobby can open up the bushes, yes, but Mark needs to stay alive to at least get some level. He's just turned level 6 now.
Robert right in blows. Maybe go in. Double-Elimination initiation. Glorious pathway goes for Nikki Cheeky, but he is able to barely survive. The rest of the fight continues onwards. CC Immune, my lobby using that Purify. God Believer sneaking through the walls, trying to fish for some rascals on his way.
Paramis has been a game changer for the entire team out there. As soon as the...
Leaving with a 1v1, losing up against Jay. Jay trying to crawl his way back into the game. 16,000 gold compared to 18,000. The game has not been lost yet.
Yeah, it's around 1.3, 1.4k goal lead right now for Metashift. That's about it. So it definitely is comebackable. And all of that was, again, hold on.
Action happening in mid lane. Suppress Boberusik trying to survive, trying to at least use up his ultimate, but he wasn't able to because he got killed right in the middle of it. And that means the next turtle could possibly go in the hands of Zero Vision, but Mana Shift, they are saying the otherwise. They are saying the opposite. They are taking it 4v5 and they don't even... Oh my god, I got a heart attack for a second. Mark gets picked off, but I got a heart attack for a second because the moment the turtle died, I saw Hayabusa's icon pop up on the screen. My lobby gets picked off. So I thought that he somehow stole it from the other side of the map. I'm happy that's not what happened. Because I think I wouldn't be able to continue casting after that.
You know, there are certain moments when you're playing a game and then randomly you get an assist on a kill that you had no chance of getting on, right? You just randomly get those kinds of assists. These moments have happened with me, so something like that. Out here, we'll talk about that in a while.
Immediately going for the glorious path of initiation. Bubble leading the charge, but they will be happy with just the tower.
That's again a big objective considering the first slot is up in about 60 seconds. So you're taking the map space away from Zero Vision and you're basically making them lore accurate, not allowing them to have any kind of vision of those bushes, open up the map at all. My lobby is the only one who can do that. He's level 9 right now, but Boberusik is level 10 already
a pretty big advantage coming in there. The only good thing that's working out for Zero Vision is the fact that Nikki Gichiki hasn't died once.
Another glorious pathway, but just for the show. Stormatron will be taking that. No, Bober, he decided he wants to go ham in the backline. He gets picked off. Bober, that was wrong ultimate. If he went for the Thunder one, he might have been alive. But he wanted more damage, and Nikki Chiki wants damage too. He picks off Double-Elimination together with God Believer. Actually, oh yeah, of course. You can never forget about Faramis's passive, right? As he is back onto the Land of Dawn, he will be trying to make 3v5 happen. I don't know if they have it, if they have what it needs to be done. As Tsunami slams Sleeve Beam to the ground, and the hopes and dreams of taking this Lord have been destroyed together with him. Traction pull, luckily doesn't pull God Believer.
Everything was going on so well by
He goes in, great initiation, he pulls 3 glorious pathway, Origami gets picked off, and Bober, he doesn't care. Yes, we have 1 member dead, but Faramis is back in the vault again. So we have just enough players to play it out. Lord, yes, he's marching on the bottom side, but only my lobby is alive. Break it down.
And look at that, he just instantly went into the Tempest form, got the stun with the flicker, and then just went in for the full combination of the burst. Everyone getting caught in by surprise with the play of Bober Rusik. And fun fact, most of those spells were on Cooder apart from just Mark with his flicker. Hold on, my lobby.
My lobby will get picked up by God Believer.
That was so funny to watch. 3 people trying their level best to shut down the Uranus. Meanwhile, Double-Elimination there was busy taking the purple buff. He had his own mission. And for now, all of that mission has been working out, considering Metashift have again taken the lead back of around 2,000, 2,500 gold, taking down those tier 2s as well, down bot and up top. Both of them have been taken, and they've got a very simple playstyle for that. Put down the glorious pathway, burst down the tower, and then move all the way back. They haven't been doing anything else apart from that. Mark on here though. Want to try and set something up out there.
They are trying to fish for something, but as you are saying, this is exactly what you want to be seen from those high levels of play. Ultimates are not just for the team fights, but right now it will be about those team fights. Glorious pathway, God Believer almost getting bursted down. He's barely surviving, but there is Bober with initiation going for that backline, trying to catch them off guard, but they are happily alive. Ultimates have been burned. Only ultimate available is Palmetronios, but the rest should be online in 50 seconds for the Lord fight.
I think so. The big part which Zero Vision wanted to do was to shut down God Believer instantly, or at least bait out the Nether Realms. Both of that happened, but they still were not able to capitalize on the back of it by taking anyone else. And that is the awareness of Meta Shift. Leave me picking up the Malefic Roar as well, so he's ready. He wants to take on the world now.
Right now, they are gathering vision, gathering information. Mark is fishing in the bushes, trying to look for something. 10 seconds for Lord. Action is coming. We can be sure of that. Chesty Spodron finished up for Bober. Those attack speed heroes will not be that of a threat to him. Face check. There is Tsunami Slam coming in, but the rest is coming as well. Damage by Metronio with crazy ultimate. Barely surviving. Jay was able to finish him off with use of Nikki Chiki. Mark has been picked up, but there is Bober in the backline, but he is alone. Leave Me will try to fix his mistakes, but I don't know if he won't be making another one. Double kill. That means it's a triple, and that means it wasn't a mistake at all. It was actually a beautiful choreographed team fight for the side of Metashift.
Well, Metronio went in a bit too deep out there without the support of anyone. And that's what happens with a Claude when he's all alone left in the world. Double-Elimination wanted to help him out, but eventually he was taken down by Nikki Kichiki. And then Bober Rusik as well. Trying to make that individual play in the backline, but then came in Leave Me. That's when he decided to show up at the very last, when all of the skills were used up on the other side and he was able to shut down the front lines.
Big triple kill. Lord on the back of it. And now MetaShift are looking like they can eventually take this one game home.
They want to take it home because not just that it would do a great service to the fans, it would do great service to their mental state. Because after losing to Entity, I don't think that's something they expected. Yes, we were saying they were shaky, but I don't think they were going into the duel being like that they might lose it. I think they were pretty confident coming into it, so it must have been almost the same as surprise to us as it was for them. But right now it could be the last fight, the last team fight of this game. Bulber will lead the arch traction pull, don't really pulls up. Nah, they are taking it slow, methodical. That's how we know MetaShift in the late game. They only chew how much they can eat, and they don't take.
Good discipline being showed up by MetaShift here. My lobby. Can he run?
He can fly. He's Uranus after all. You see any legs on this guy? He's flying. But yes, Purify has been used,
Floating.
so that's not great news. Little bit of a saving grace is that Lord will be spawned after he is able to get his Purify back, so that's something.
Yeah, right now the big thing is that he doesn't really have a lot of stacks on the passive up. That's why he just wants to get a bit of a beating out there from the minions. Level 14s and 13s all across the board for MetaShift right now. Zero Vision, even though a few of their members who you need the levels on are caught up, the rest are still struggling out there. Origami, Traction Pulse, Sketch is one, but nothing apart from that. And even that was the high loss. Wobble up, dub dub. Blade Armor now being
formidable.
picked up. He is. And I believe with the addition of that Blade Armor, even my lobby should be, considering he should do a bit of that vengeance damage back to the Claude. There we go.
Another fight is happening in the Raver Tsunami Slam on Bubble, but he's kept alive by God Believer's usage of that extra HP bar, so he will be fine. And it looks like the ultimates have just been burned for the sake of being able to take the Lord for MetaShift. Only ultimate being available for Zero Vision is just the Yugi Shadow Kill. Yes, the same thing can be said for MetaShift, but if you look at them, firstly, they have one of their most important ultimates still available, that being Pelmetronios. And secondly, their ultimates are coming back online. Bober has his. Though the same thing can be said for the side of Zero Vision. Consecration here, but the stacks.
He's probably going to get those stacks up by the consecration itself. The far lane now being worked up in favor of MetaShift, so Zero Vision will have to go back. And look at the instant they saw YJ is all the way up top. They're bursting the Lord down.
First puff of a traction pull misses completely, doesn't hit anyone at all. My lobby trying to steal, but he cannot. He can only watch. He gets picked off by Leave Me, but then Leave Me realized that Blade Armor kinda sucks to deal with, so he decided not to chase further. MetaShift with some recall spams on the mid lane, and this was masterclass. This is exactly what we are seeing from MetaShift in the late game, always, all the time. Every time MetaShift win, almost every time, it's like this. They set up far lane, they set it up for a slow push, they wait until someone has to respond, and when he responds, they go for it 5v4. There is nothing you can do. Yes, you can take the fight, yes, you can flip the Lord, but you will always lose.
No, look at bottom. Oh, hold on.
My lobby, he needs to use that Purify. But other than that, I don't think anything else will be happening. I think they are kind of giving up. The problem with this play was that you burned everything on this play, and now you can try to get mid lane tower. Yes, you were successful with that, but can you really get anything else? You will try to get another mid lane tower, actually, Tsunami Slam, but I don't know if it's on the right target. Yes, it's Sora, but he's quite tanky. Bobber goes in. This could be the last fight of this game. Mickey Chicky gets picked off. Mega kill. Crazy kidnap coming from Sora. Even though there is Kalia on the other side, he was the superior Kalia for this game. Mark is picked off as well, and another wave is coming in, and I believe they will keep trying to tie up, and they will try to finish off this game. Basically, still already being my lobby trying to tank it up. Pelmetronio, I think there was wind Wind of
Nature.
Nature being popped, so he keeps himself alive as they will finish off the game with a blast. 21-10. This is how we remember MetaShift. This is what we expect from them.
Big play coming in, and especially that Wind of Nature play at the very end, right? Making sure that the Yugi Shadow Kill doesn't do anything to you. And on the back of it, throughout that early to mid game, we clearly saw MetaShift being the main controllers. Yes, there were certain moments when Zero Vision were pulling themselves back, like stealing away that turtle, and maybe certain fights that happened left and right, like the bottom lane one here. But even after all of that, right, they kind of pushed up their luck a little bit more, which they should not have. And on the back of it, I'd have to say all the control that they gained was eventually lost. And it also should go in the hands of those individual plays that were being made, especially by Bobo Rusik.
Yes, Bober, he was super active. I mentioned it during the game too, but I believe Sora is just a hero being made for Bober specifically. He plays a lot like Yuzong, that being trying to dive into the backline and make a big CC play happen, where Yuzong is not really moving them into a different place. He's just trying to CC log them up, but Sora is moving them to a different place, mispositioning them, kinda like Arlott is. But where I feel Sora shines is that he doesn't really need that big of a setup as Arlott does, because he can just kinda set it up on its own. He can get into the right position and do it, whereas Arlott kind of needs the opponents to be in the right position for him to do his. And also typically use a flicker together with that. So much harder to pull off those plays. Bober, great performance on this Sora. I think he won't be getting his hands on Sora in the next game for sure. So I think this was one little quick appetizer of Sora for me, and that will be the end of Sora for today.
And look at the entire damage being dealt by the rest of the team. Apart from Wobble Dub Dub, everyone else had their own damage numbers up, including God Believer. He was not able to enable himself previously in that series, but in this one, he showed up on big times. Specifically in those moments when the one or two of the people were picked up by the Tsunami Slam, he instantly went in with the Nether Realms to give all of them those extra bit of HP bars, right? And then the entire team collapsed onto the enemy. And his build is also pretty solid. Given the buff on the Lightning Transient too, he will hit even worse now.
Yes, damage done, healing done, shields all around the board. You have to respect Faramis, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Faramis was picked up by MetaShift even in the past, so this is not something new to them. This is something that you could have kind of expected when you are preparing for your opponents, especially your opponents being MetaShift, where yes, you didn't know before today because maybe you were expecting that Entity will fall to you, but if you are preparing for a match, you are always preparing for both opponents to be there. So this feels like kind of miscalculation on the side of Zero Vision, because especially a team like MetaShift that has so many recorded and streamed games where you can gather so much information about them. It's not a team that you are seeing for the first time. And Faramis is not a pick they are playing for the first time. So I feel like this could have been read a little bit more. And also we have to get back to that Kalia first pick. What was that?
Yeah.
I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt. I am not laughing in a sense where I feel like it was played wrongly. I feel like it shouldn't have been picked in the first place, because this game, it wasn't a Kalia game.
Kalia was just countered entirely by the Nether Realms. That's the only thing that I can eventually think of. But you know what? There's quite a lot of things that we have to talk about, specifically about what's going to happen in game number 2 and all of that action, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of this break.
Hello and welcome back to today's broadcast brought to you by PGL MLBB Challenger 2026 and also with our two sweet faces being me, Warren1x, joined with Scared. Before us it was two lovely faces, Zakota and Kronos. But right now it's all about this clash because one of those teams, that being either Zero Vision or Metashift, will be waving goodbye after this BO3, and it's not looking really good for Zero Vision so far. Before, it didn't look really good for Metashift, but they look like they kinda got back into the form, they look much better. So, right now, you should be worried if you are a Zero Vision fan. What do you think, Scared?
I just have to say, man, Zero Vision, as much as they've got that potential in them, they're just missing the oomph that we always talk about, right? They kind of just missing that final fight. I haven't really seen them in a very coordinated manner in those team fights. So that's something which Metashift are a little better at, but they themselves are lacking as compared to their prime form. But yeah, they still have it better than Zero Vision. So as much as it goes down all about the draft itself, it's also the in-game micros that are kind of changing a few things here. And now with the Valentina being banned out, Metashift with the first priority could potentially want to pick up the Sora yet again, unless it's banned out by Zero Vision. And if it is banned out by them, then what priority do they get is the question.
There are some ideas, but to follow up on your topic, I would like to add on to that that yes, Metashift had a great game in the Sora being off. All right, bye-bye Sora. That will be one tear in my eye as expected. But what you mentioned before is super important because yes, we can say Metashift were able to dominate in the last game, but it was more so individual skill than. Actually, we might be completely wrong. We might be completely wrong about hating that Kalia first pick. Because even Metashift themselves are saying that it's super good. It just wasn't executed properly by Zero Vision. I'm very excited about this switch up. Didn't really expect it though. Did you, Scared?
I thought maybe it could be the same Kalia first pick. But yeah, I was thinking maybe Metashift might go for something else though. It was a possibility in my head, but I wasn't really thinking that they're gonna go through with it. You let out the Farsa, you pick up the Kimi and a Claude. That means the Farsa goes on the other side, and it's the Kalia Farsa, which I was just talking about during the break with you off camera. Warren, that you got the pick off, you've got someone who can burst the other person down as well, and now all you need is a bit of maybe a jungle security. You can go for the Yisun Shin if you want, or maybe go for the Hayabusa or a Lancelot, whichever one fits your bill.
I'm even double checking for myself, and Kalia is not really a hot pick, even on M7. She has been picked so far 8 times, so not really a crazy number. So I had to double check for myself if I missed something, because in order to, of course, get ready for our cast here, I was going over all the stats of the important tournaments. And yes, I saw a lot of heroes that are being picked here, but Kalia, that's a little bit of a surprise. So let's see how Metashift can organize their team comp around with the Kalia. And yes, as you mentioned, we were saying Kalia with Farsa, that's a decent comp. Because with Kimi, it's not the best, because Kimi DPS heavy, she wants slow, methodic fights where you shoot, first target, boom, he's dead, then you move up to the next, together with high-lows typically or something like that. That's where she's really happy. Right now, this combination for Metashift could work wonders, though Zero Vision have a different approach. They want to disrupt the backline. Grok with Claude will be jumping in to try to get rid of God Believer. So far, he doesn't really have anyone protecting him, so that's something Metashift could think about.
Another band out the carry as well. So Zero Vision are understanding what they need to do. Some things that can actually pose a bit of a threat to the Hayabusa is that Leo mod, you ban it out. Don't give YJ his own comfort pick. apart from that, I'm still trying to figure out, right? The mid lane should be 50-50 potentially. More so in favor of Zero Vision because Origami will be able to poke a lot more than God Believer before level 4. After that, things will eventually change. But as you rightly mentioned, Meta Shift need a front line. Yuzhong banned out. Baxia not there. Povius, Terizla, Glue. I think so, Glue. Glue should be a good pick here for Meta
True.
Shift.
Yes. If you have two very easily visible carries that are being already locked in, Glue could be a decent pickup because he will slow down the whole fight because your opponents need to deal with him, not hit the target that he is upon. So that could be a nice disruption. Could maybe put someone off the fight or maybe pull Claude into a bad position, or that being Kimi. Yes, very valuable. Kronos, a big fan of not just Glue, but his Patrick skin. So let's see if Zero Vision will make him happy. I mean, Zero Vision could also do that, but if Mana Shift will make him happy, because I don't think for Zero Vision it would really make sense. I think they should want to double down on their big engage, and Kimi would just be there for the traction pull. Now, they decided
Triple
we want 3
marksman.
carries, even though we are playing against Hayabusa and Kim and Kaldia. I don't know. I'm at a loss of words. Scared, take it over. I don't know what to say. I'm so surprised.
They're going back to the basics, right? It's not the current patch that we're playing on right now. According to these teams, it's the patch prior to this one. So Boborusik on the Lapu Lapu. For the front lining, Pelmetronio goes in for his own comfort of Bruno. Not something that he's picked the first time. He's shown his Bruno previously as well in the open qualifiers too. And
Yes.
also the event prior to that. So makes sense. You're answering DPS with DPS, right? You've got the Yusunshin, Claude, Kimi on the other side. So you take the Bruno, Farsa, Hayabusa, the late game monsters on your end. Lapu, you pick an Esmeralda. I think so that should be the choice of Zero Vision. Though I still want to see a Glue, but Esma or a CC makes a good point here.
CC. I think CC would be the better choice. All right.
Okay.
Or Terizla. I didn't think that was an option. I guess.
All gung ho, dive.
Yeah. That's one thing. And second thing, he is very, very beefy. If you are looking at a composition that just has only 2 frontliners, Terizla is one of those heroes who could make it work. Of course, Lapu could be the second one of those, but that's already been taken away. You will be matching him. I will be really curious how the top lane, XP matchup will roll out, because whoever gets the advantage could dictate the rest. We saw that many times during the last year, where this matchup has been, especially in the latest phases of the year, like those last 2 months, Terizla and Lapu were meeting each other in the XP lane a lot of times. So I'm excited how it's going to brawl in 2026. But right now we are rolling onto the Land of Dawn as Meta Shift takes on Zero Vision, maybe for the last time.
Big potential out there. Alish coming in by Origami to help out YJ into his own jungle, while Pelmetronio does the exact same thing on the other side. So the idea is clear. They all want their junglers to farm up by lobby in the meantime. Oh my god. He's just gonna annoy Boborusik a little bit on the other end. It's fine. He's okay. He's a
His HP bar? Where is it? Where has it gone?
He'll heal himself. It's okay. You've got the pond out right under your feet whenever you want. But this is exactly what I told you about, right? That in the mid lane, you'll have a lot of poke. He's okay.
Yeah, I wanted to use your own words against you. He will be fine.
He's fine. He's God believer. Hold on.
My lobby could be getting dull. Bober knows his limit, so he just went for Justice Blaze and then immediately jumped back. Very, very smooth gameplay coming from him. Maybe you might have blinked and missed that.
Safe play from there, though. That's the only thing. But the big thing is the advantage will be in the hands of Boborusek now.
Oh, he did it. He finished off the job, and maybe Double-Elimination continues with the job as Leave Me will finish off Origami, and suddenly the game explodes. 2 kills for MetaShift as they might, and I don't think just might, I think they will be taking the turtle.
All of that enabled by nothing but God Believer's rotation in mid.
Farsa with that Feather Terror Strike will pick off Mark, and Zero Vision are crumbling apart. Nothing is working for them. The first game, yes, it wasn't... Actually, it was a great performance from them. They held on for a very long time. I said it in the break when we were talking with Scared. Oh, we have a pause coming through, so maybe there were some technical difficulties. We wouldn't really like that, having any of the teams any unfair advantage, so let's hope it resolves for the better and no one will have any technical problems. Maybe that's the reason why they got that gold difference.
I don't know. I still believe that this is the butterfly effect which I always talk about in this game. This entire game is one butterfly effect after the other. So God Believer, even though Double-Elimination was poked out, was still able to clear out the wave, and because of the wings by wings, he can rotate faster in that river. Instantly went towards the bottom side, made sure that he chips down my lobby just enough so that Boborusek has the advantage. And once he did, the waves clashed, he was zoning out Terizla, and right before that first turtle, you would want your level 4, so you cannot miss the minions in the first few waves. And in his zeal to take the minions, eventually Boborusek got that first pick. You could see in the mid lane, the rotation was there. Mark along with Origami, they were running down towards the bottom side to try and help down my lobby. But he still just went in a little bit early. And eventually Boborusek had the advantage. And look at him right now. He's literally going in for the Vorax rather than going in for boots. He just doesn't care. He knew his team is going to do everything else, so he's rushing down that first damage item.
Before you get super excited about it, this is kind of Bober classic. He really likes to do that. I think he does it quite a lot, the Vorax Rush. That being, but if we are looking at the items, it's especially important to look at Rami's shoes and Jay's shoes, because Jay's he has not shoes, and I think he should get defensive ones. And Origami, he has his shoes, but they are not the defensive shoes. Because there is one problem: if Leave Me gets on top of any of them, or Lapu gets on top of any of them, they will be dying without those defense shoes.
Oh.
There might be even more death happening in mid lane as Mark gets picked off even after flickering. It wasn't enough, and Jay can only cry and go back to his orange buff. That might be even get his own away, because Double-Elimination decided that orange buff will be given to him.
Yeah, they don't care about that, but everything else is being taken by MetaShift all across the map. They don't care about it. Nikki.
Honestly,
they're all fine.
This is looking very bright. That being for MetaShift, not really for Zero Vision, because I was trying to say it in the draft, but if they want to step up to Entity and meet them further in the tournament, they need to start working together much more. And this game, it looks like they have it a little bit more nailed down. There is much more teamwork. Tsunami Slam put in Mark in a very bad position, but Grog still quite tanky, so there'll not be any kills happening there. But maybe more kills will be coming their way, but not in a sense they would like. 2 kills are getting hopped over to Zero Vision, but they are still lacking 3,000 behind their opponents.
But at least now with this, taking away the gold of the top lane and also the next turtle, which is about to pop up in 1 second, they should be able to at least get a few things back, right? And the only thing stopping them is going to be Boborusek yet again from MetaShift. He was the main key in the previous game, or rather the last thorn in that rose to stop Zero Vision from making that comeback. And he's still doing the exact same thing. And because of him, Zero Vision couldn't go in for the turtle. And now MetaShift have got their players back, and they'll be able to take this one down too, and will collapse up on top on Nikki.
And they are right now doing just that. Purify has been used, but I don't think it will be enough to save his life. Bober getting chunked, yes, but it will be a marksman traded for... No, not even traded for anyone, because there is feathered airstrike action coming from God Believer. But luckily, he missed. Great idea coming from Zero Vision to not go to the tower, because that's what God Believer expected. Nice save, actually.
Exactly, because he also dropped down that flicker to make sure that he will get that kill. My lobby on the other end, he's struggling a lot, even against a Bruno or Filmetronio right now, so it's tough, man. Zero Vision.
Leave Me is trying to prepare his food. Ooh, he is chunking. Level 9 on that Hayabusa. On Assassins especially, it's super important and super valuable if you have level advantage. Yes, gold advantage is nice, but on Assassins, it's super important for you to have that level advantage. As you can see, level 9 compared to level 7 and 6, in some cases, he is just shredding. If we have a glance on the items, are we seeing something that we like, Scared, or something we don't?
All going cool yet again. Pass claw being completed by Pelmetronio with a... Oh my god!
Charge, and I'm sorry that you cannot finish your breakdown because God Believer has been broken down piece by piece by Zero Vision, and my lobby picks off Wubble and the double kill in a 1v2 scenario. Hold your horses, Zero Vision are not done for yet.
Not yet. And with this, my lobby has got enough farm as well to try and go toe-to-toe against the Lapu on the other side. So he'll also be hopping in on the same time with the rotations of Babarusek. Tier 1 in the mid, taken down. And this gives them an opportunity at the turtle while Mark just zones out Leave Me.
My lobby is there, level 10. He's trying to cause a ruckus, but the same is Bober. He stole away the turtle as they continue the onslaught. God Believer with a flicker play. No, it wasn't a flicker play. It was actually bird form into feathered airstrike, and they get even a kill on top of that. So the moment it looked better for Zero Vision that they are coming back. Nikki Chiki gets picked off of the screen. I don't even know where he died. It happened so quick. Leave Me was able to fish him out in his own jungle. So this is 2 kills on top of that third turtle for Meta Shift. Tectonic Charge play happening from Zero Vision, but Mark immediately realizes that wasn't his play to make. He needs to burn his flicker. No, it's a flicker on Grok, so shouldn't really matter that much.
For now, yes, because they can't really do anything in the next 70 seconds, let alone take their own jungle out here. And again, it's Babarusek with those plays, man. In the previous one on that Sora, in this one on the Lapu Lapu. Every time Zero Vision pull themselves back up, Babarusek shows up out of nowhere. And he's like, nope, not happening today. Not under my watch. It's just being super good with that. The retribution missed up by YJ. Eventually leading to those turtle and the 3 picks hopping in the favor of Meta Shift. Everything is just turning out from bad to worse for them, and they're losing the tier 2 up top too.
Gold earned, 6,000. Hayabusa in the lead. My lobby. Oh, he is going down. He will at least use the penalty zone for his last play. He was able to survive barely, but Bober, he's surviving quite alright, and Zero Vision needs to retreat back into their base again, and they will be robbed of their another tower. Maybe they will be robbing God Believer of his life though, so God Believer for that tower, not so bad. Actually, God Believer is not really being as locked in as we know him for, because getting caught like that back to back in the last 2 minutes, that's not really his style.
It's been happening for the entire team of Meta Shift, right? Every time they're ahead, they just do something that Zero Vision eventually capitalize on, and then they pull themselves back up. But this BOD pick of Leave Me, this could be problem. Unprecedented damage. Look at the back line.
There is Bober raining in the backline. He separated the fight, but his Bravest Fighter combination with the Raging Slash has been already used up. Mark is trying to retreat, but as the screen tears up, the same tear has happened in the lines of Zero Vision, because There is no one left standing. It's just Origami and Mark praying to any god they know that they will be able to survive the onslaught at least for a little bit longer. Give me 10 seconds, they are saying, because then the rest of the team responds. But I don't know if even the rest of the team will be enough, because Meta Shift have almost 8,000 gold lead. Leave Me was able to get the turtle, I mean, not the turtle, the upgraded turtle, that being the Lord. But now Double-Elimination getting pulled in. Still, it's just a roamer, and he was able to flicker out of harm's way to survive. Blade armor completed for Bober. This is not looking good.
Leave Me. Just trying to add insult to injury. A beautiful flicker from God Believer to run back as well. Here's the thing. Zero Vision doesn't have any gold. They don't have anything. Specifically Origami. He's level 9 and he had lower gold than Mark. Just completed the second item, while on the other side there's on the fourth, and there we go.
My lobby getting initiated upon when he thought he is the initiator. Feather Airstrike is separating everyone and pushing them away. There is YJ trying to clean it up. Pelmetronio getting hit up. Mark is the sole defender of the mid lane tower, and Lord is marching onto the bottom side. It's already 4v5 and not many ultimates available, but Mark still has his tectonic charge. Let's see how he can use it. People get pulled in and almost die. Half HP on the base crystal. I don't know if they can do anything, but Mark will try to do so. But this was his last trick in the pocket, because this is goodbye to our sweet, great contenders that will not be continuing further. That, of course, not being Meta Shift, but that being Zero Vision.
Zero Vision.
Yes.
Zero Vision. It's fine. It's fine. Happens. The similar thing happened to Zakota as well previously, but yeah, let's run it all the way down with the way how things happened in that previous game for it, because I was not expecting that. Throughout the early game, it was all Meta Shift taking it out, but even before all of that, right, it was Bober-Rusik. He was just there, man, disrupting the entire backline, out-rotating my lobby in the lane, and it all was enabled by God Believer, giving him a slight bit of advantage in the first few minutes, which also paved way for Leave Me to jump into those backlines when Nikki wasn't expecting, when Origami wasn't expecting it. You know, it's again, man, this Lapu-Lapu, it's just so good even now, even with the nerf.
Yes, the nerfs, and it wasn't the first nerf actually. He had couple of nerfs, so he is not the top priority, but he is still up there, and whenever we see him locked in the right scenario, he is pretty deadly. You know, Bober for a lot of his picks, and one of them is definitely Lapu. Actually, you could even pull out anything that's meta on XP lane, and probably Bober is good at it. That's just that's just the state of the game. 13-6, 11 minutes 7 seconds. Bober having the standout MVP title. He actually healed more than he did damage. That's a funny number. That's a funny comparison, if you ask me.
I like it.
That's something you usually see on Estes, but that being seen on Lapu. Nice, that's quite nice. But the big question is, now that we waved our goodbyes to Zero Vision, as they will unfortunately be joining the eliminated teams, and Meta Shift are continuing further, did Meta Shift fix their problems, and are they ready to stand back again against Entity or some of those other super strong teams that are left in the tournament? And the answer is, I'm not sure yet. As you are, I'm not sure, because some moments there was more teamwork, some moments there was less teamwork, and if Entity was definitely dominating Meta Shift in one sense, in one skill department, it was teamwork.
Yes, a little bit, I'd have to say. In certain moments, there were some individual plays as well, like my lobby in that bottom lane, right, where you got those two picks. You were not really expecting to see that, but he got both. I believe it was Double-Elimination as well as Pelmetronio. So a few things that did happen there were pretty troublesome if you're talking about Meta Shift. And if you make those same mistakes against Entity, they'll not give you second chances. So these are the few things as Meta Shift you have to work upon right now. I think so. There's still a long way to go before you can talk about them taking revenge on Entity. Entity just looks pretty clean. And the only reason why I'm constantly yapping about them is because it's going to be their match after this one, and they will be taking on Basics. Walkie versus Wicked. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's W against W, you know, the clash of Ws. After they lose, it has to be done. One of them that will lose will need to change their nickname and just put a single U. They will lose one of the Ws.
Yeah, that's one thing, man. One of them is going to move all the way up. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the first grand finalist for the evening. And if you want to find that out, you have to make sure that you stay tuned. In the meantime, make sure you hit those like buttons on the stream as well. You do not want to miss out on these opportunities even more. And a huge shout out to PGL one more time. We've got the upper bracket finals right after this one. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Hello and welcome back to today's broadcast, brought to you by PGL MLBB Challenger 2026, and of course by our two sweet faces and especially voices, being me, Warren1x, together joined with Scared on my left side, that being on your right side actually. But let's talk facts, because right now we will be having our, not yours, but our first BO5 of today. We started with two bombastic BO5s. But then we kind of tuned it down, went into two BO3s, and now we are having another BO5. Which teams will be involved in this BO5? Well, before I tell you that, let's definitely staple in the fact that this is winners bracket BO5, so both of those teams are running undefeated. Not a single defeat in the series. Well, during the series maybe, but not series-wise. They are still in the upper bracket, still in the winners bracket. It will be Entity against Basics. And if I would have to tell you two players that you have to look out for the most, it has to be Walkie and it has to be Wicked. Walkie, he's been a big name in the MLBB industry for the last year as well. But Wicked, he took a hiatus. He was on holidays and then he went back. But I'm loving what I'm seeing. I think the holidays weren't really holidays for him. I think he was practicing really hard day and night because he's back and he's looking good as ever.
You know what? There are quite a few surprises that always happen out here and there, and one of them is definitely Walkie moving away from Kingsta there. We remember that last time he used to play with him, they were pretty confident about themselves being the best team there. But yeah, now the paths are being swapped up. He took a break, went back in. Now he's got some new boys here. Koji, Carvey, Castle. You also have Boro into the mix. And I'd have to say, one of the big reasons why Walkie is able to perform so freely is also because you've got the Boro and Koji combination in the mid itself. They are really solid as a duo, and they take that river control for you to give you that advantage. That just eases out the pressure on the shoulders of jungler, and that is something that Enzo will also have to do along with Tiso. And I'd have to say, if it's Tiso versus Boro, Tiso wins.
All right, already hitting up the hot shots. You're already telling us your colors, Scared. You are team Tiso, you are saying. All right. We will see if you will be happy tonight or if you will be sad. Of course, we all know that you are absolute fan of MLBB. So anyway, this duel ends, you will be happy because I hope teams will deliver us some good MLBB.
Yeah.
But we are seeing Kalia being banned on the side of Basics, so apparently it's something that we both were sleeping on. And it even seems like M7 has been sleeping on that, because Kalia not even being that high of a prio, not either as a ban or either as a pick. But here on this tournament, the teams, they value her pretty highly. So let's see how the rest of the bans are going to play out.
Respect out here. You don't want Laito to pick up the Yu Zhong for the first pick. Understandable. Valentina. You also have the Sora.
I think Sora has to be banned.
There's quite a few picks available right now, right? So you also have the Claude and Carry available too. Since with the Kimi ban by Entity, they would want to prioritize either one of those two.
Or actually, I just thought about it. You can leave Valentina open, you can leave Sora open as well, and then you could play a mind game. Because if they go for Valentina, you can still go for Sora if you decide to, but you could also leave him open and kind of bait them into first picking Valentina when she doesn't need to be as useful. Of course, a little bit of those mind games. We'll see how they will approach it, but it looks like Basics are thinking about that.
Claude or Sora? One of the picks. Yi Sun-shin could also be the priority here though, because you banned out the jungle pool. So it's a Sora for Laito.
I think you need Valentina for Basics. If you don't pick Valentina now, you are missing big time.
Can Castle play it? Is the question.
Castle? I think it should be Kojic, right? Kojic should be the mid laner, so...
To counter the Sora in the EXP, you put the Valentina in the EXP with a full tank build.
Oh, that's where you would land him. All right. I was thinking that even in the mid lane it could be useful, but yes, if we really want to go as far like that and go the tank Valentina as you've been talking about it, and I believe Kronos mentioned it as well, then yes, I agree. That's definitely a question. Though from the games that we saw already today and yesterday, but today especially from Castle, he was playing very, very well, and he was he had a couple of highlights where he single-handedly decided team fights, especially with that Yuzong. I don't know if you caught that, but he was a deciding factor in that very specific team fight. So we will see how well can he adapt into playing something else than Yuzong. Of course, we know he can do it, but let's see what that will be.
He picked up Yuzong twice. Once it was also the Sora for him, so still pretty good. Tissot locks in the show. Good technical, straightforward setup for you.
Yes,
Apologize for that.
Yesenshin being locked in.
I don't know, man. I believe Eve just outranges everyone. And them not picking up Valentina would also mean that Entity could simply ban her out.
Yeah, I think they don't have prior on it. I think they either don't know about it, which I don't think. It's more so they don't play it and they decided against it. Also, I don't know if I really like Yesenshin, because yes, I know he can make himself CC immune, so he's able to block Cho's combo, he's able to block Sora's combo, but what he cannot block is the damage. And if Sora just uses the Thunder ultimate variation, he gets destroyed.
True. And this is the strength of Sora. On that EXP lane side as well, he can be tanky, he can be pretty damage dealing. With the Gato ban from Entity, they're probably trying to target more roamers that can dive in to provide more room for Claude to work with. But if you're looking in that direction, you should also have banned out the Alice, right? The EXP is still left open. If you're not going Valentina into the EXP, you might want to jump in with the Alice, counters the Eve, and also helps out the Claude too. And then something to Brickfall. Grok has been banned out. Minotaur?
Minotaur could be alright. I don't... Though, yes, he would be good into Eve, but I'm not sure how good he would be into Cho, because he probably won't be able to catch him really that easily. And also Sora is quite mobile. So now thinking it all through, I would maybe go for some... Yes, go for something like this Love Mentor guy. Yes, Hylos. That's what I had on my mind. I think that can work wonders. You were saying Alice for the XP. I'm not sure if you go Alice XP, how strong is your early game, because I feel like then your early game is in a dumpster.
It's pretty decent. It's not really the worst thing out in the world, because all you need to do is just hop in and give the setup and take the aggro away from Claude. That's all you need to do. Apart from that, everything else will fall in its place. But now on the other side, Gato, since it was banned out, you don't have that option. Now the question is for what AT will lock in. They want to pick something else up for their EXP. They've got Sora, Jungle, Hayabusa, Harley. Interesting. Wasn't expecting a Harley jungle here, but it can work.
Yeah. And as you are saying, it can work, and it's not the first time we saw it. I think this is actually the second single moment where he was locked in. I think the first moment was definitely on the first day. I am not sure which game exactly, and I will not tell you which team exactly it was, but I know he was locked in. And he was also locked in into a similar scenario where there is someone squishy, you want to burst him down, and there is a lot of those squishy targets. Because Claude, Zhuxin, and Yesonshin, those are all perfect targets for Harley to aim at.
Understandable. But now all of those setups are going to be all the way down in the dumpster because you've got the Arlet here as well with the final slash.
He's gonna
Good
mix things
luck,
up.
Tiso, if you're the show, and Moji, if you want to hop in to try and shut down anyone. Everyone's going to be displaced there. But they don't really have any kind of burst damage in the early game. So the only thing that Basics need to do is carry this game forward towards the late game. And then they've got an opportunity. While for ET, it's an early game snowball. End it all with the double fighter that they've got into the mix as well. Since Wicked will be playing the Sora into that gold lane. Seems like a bit of SRG. Innocent vibes. Maybe I could potentially see it from him. I am going to like it. That's one thing.
Let's see how well he can drive with Sora. I think we had some gold lane Soras, so it won't be the first time. One of the casters mentioned it before me, but Sora doesn't really have a specific place yet. People are still kind of finding out where he lands the best. Is it gold? Is it XP? Is it jungle? Who can really tell? People are still kind of finding out. But right now, Tiso looked like he would like to find out if he can die, because he got pretty chunked there.
Yeah, a little bit. Now, I think so one of the big places of Sora is the fact that he is very flexible. Hold on.
Hold my phone. But Basics will be able to go scot-free.
Yeah, easily stealing with that one camp as well. Now, that is not a good news for the Harley, since Moji will not get his level 4 now.
Boro harassing
skirmish.
Enzo and pay from the wave.
Yeah, it's just again that early game priority that you sometimes get with the Hylos Jushin combination. You clear the wave quickly and move all the way front. Now, this is one thing that Sora always brings on the table. He might not be the most prioritized pick in the gold lane, but once you put him there, everyone on the other side will have to be careful. As soon as you're level 4, you have the priority. You're winning every fight. In the Thunder form, you're just shutting everyone down. Now, here's this one thing, right? You mentioned this point about Valentina being picked up in the mid lane as a counter to Sora in the gold or Sora in the EXP. The only reason why that doesn't work is because in the mid lane, you want damage. And if you build damage and take Sora's ultimate, you'll be bursted down before you can cast the second phase of your ultimate.
I see what do you mean. Wouldn't be the best scenario to be in. Same could be said for Carby, because he has now been Siege 1v2. It looks like it won't be happening furthermore, because Team Entity decided that they want to focus on the turtle fight that's been started. Laito getting pulled in, Consecration, healing him up. There is Volk, it's getting separated. One ultimate has been popped, but the rest is still available. Yes, Volk doesn't have... there is RWM being popped on 4 members, actually, but not really that much damage just yet. Where is Boro trying to make something happen?
Whoa.
But what will happen is that he will die lying on the floor, because Wicked was with his great play and combination of his skills. This Sora looks deadly in his hands.
Big performance, as you've rightly mentioned. Instantly hopping with the Tempest form and then going in for the second phase of his slams. Shutting down everyone. This was the Gatling gun which we always talk about. I'm just waiting for the Luffy skin to show up, man. Everyone really likes that. But if this is the kind of rotation you're going to get from Wicked, yeah, I'm pretty worried about Basics. 3-0 start. You already have another pick up top. No way Castle is surviving that.
Don't even throw it to me. It was over before it even started.
Yeah. Now the back of it now, it's 1.6k gold lead already. We're less than 5 minutes into the game. And that's Entity already kicking things off on a fiery note.
Right now, Basics want to make something back up, but I don't think Laito is the right target. Yes, he doesn't have his Consecration available, so probably you could be counting with... Look at him, he's full HP again.
Now, this is the reason why I did not really like that Arlet pick coming in as well, because again, he can't do anything against the Uranus. Doesn't have a good wave clear. Doesn't really have any kind of priority. Can't outpoke him, can't out-sustain him. The only good thing that the Arlet can do is wait for the team fights and displace the enemy. That's something Laito can't do. But Laito can be annoying. He can just always be on your face, out-rotate the Arlet. And that's the reason why Entity is having this priority.
And right now there is a fight unfolding in their opposing jungle. As fast as it started, even faster indeed. 5 kills for Team Entity and Basics. They should stick to basics. This is not going... Anything is not going good for them. Everything is going bad. Every food in the fridge has been spoiled. This is not looking good.
They also want to try and take the next buff. Or at least try and steal that fun away. But good thing that Koji and Boro, both of them were there to save. And there we go.
Glorious pathway initiates. There is a pull-in. Tiso could be going down. He doesn't have his ultimate available, so I don't think there is anything saving him this time. Basics maybe with a little bit of an overextend, because right now they will pay with their lives, or at least with a life of Castle, as he drops further back into a deficit. 2 vote levels between those XP laners. That's drastic.
After all of that, you trade a Roma for an EXP and then also lose up the tower down bottom. I don't know what Basics were trying to do. I believe they've just been taunted a little bit more than they could handle against Team Entity. And Wicked wants to make individual plays.
Wicked doesn't even care that it's a high loss. He actually flickered. Yeah, makes sense, because there were butterfly stacks on him through, of course, through the lantern of Kojic, so better safe than sorry. Actually, even thinking about it, I mean, he would be alright even if he died, because there is no turtle. The wave could have been taken care of by Harley. But I guess better safe than sorry. You don't really want to give anything for Basics to come back with.
Flicker is something that can hop back up anytime soon, but if you give those 200 gold to the other side, yeah, good luck. You don't want any of those items to stack up on the other end. As we have a look at the gold for all of them, again, it's Laito all the way up on top, 4,400, and slowly followed up by Wicked as well.
There is Laito in the backline, and immediately Volky gets picked off. There is Boro as the next target. He is getting smacked around by Sora, but Sora gets pulled in and he barely survives. There is Carvey as well. Double kill for Enzo as they continue with the onslaught. Laito dancing and driving behind the enemy tower, surviving, being absolutely fine. Kojic needing to use his ultimate, but doesn't even matter because Enzo will get a double kill. And this leads us to 10 to 1, 23,000 to 16 for Team Entity.
7.5 minutes into the game already, and we've got somewhere around 7,000 lead. Yeah, good luck surviving that, Basics, because I don't know how they can make a comeback from this one. 90 seconds for the Lord. They don't have any tier 1s. The tier 2 down bottom has been taken out as well. Just the mid standing up and the top lane, but I don't know, man. Yes, they've got the Claude. They could potentially have that late game Trinity spike. But apart from that, I don't see anything else happening. They don't even have the first item on Boro, who is going for the Radiant Armor. So he doesn't have an anti-Cuirass. Doesn't really have anything else to save himself up. It's Enzo and Moji who's always going to poke him. And that Lightning Truncheon added as well on Enzo means he'll deal extra burst damage to the backline.
From what I'm seeing so far, this crazy initiation coming from Wicked as he pulls 4 members in. Carvey gets picked off and there is RWM being dropped. Castle is getting slain too. And it's immediately 3 members wiped off the face of the Land of Dawn.
Entity have got so much gold that they can do whatever they want around the map, and Basics can't do anything. They will have to respect all of that. And you can constantly see those recall taunts coming in as well, right? Walkie, alright, he's surviving. Just because of the regen at the last second, he's able to stay alive there. Otherwise, that could have been another pick coming in from Moji. 3 seconds for that Lord. They've got everything, and with the expanding rivers, they can roam around wherever they want and then reposition all the way towards the Lord.
They are just smacking them with the stacks of dollars that they have in their pockets. Literally what's happening. They are just bringing it out of their pockets, like smacking them left and right, and they don't even care. This is looking so bad for Basics. this could possibly be one of the fastest games we had so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, highly possible. 41 seconds, that's when the next wave will spawn in. 30 seconds till it reaches towards the other part of the map. And probably from mid. Hold on, Laito.
I don't
He's fine.
think you need to hold on. I think everything is fine. To kill a knight though, you would probably need him to stay in the mid lane for like 10 seconds straight.
Without the passive.
Yeah, and without ult.
Yeah, that otherwise it ain't happening. 10 more seconds, all the waves stacked up. The only thing that's gonna save them is the tower passive in the bottom lane. Mid lane is definitely going
Did you
down.
see Carvey? It was one hit from Harley. He got smacked around, but now there is last Hail Mary fight. Sora picks 3, but the fight continues. RWM getting popped. It's smacking everyone left and right. Walkie is trying to survive. He needs to re-engage. I mean, retreat to his base. But actually, this ended up going in the favor of Basics. They got 1 kill, yes, traded for the tower, but the base is still alive, and the Lord has been taken care of.
Yeah, but if it was zealous play coming in from Wicked out there, should have waited a little while, or at least should have focused down on that tower. He wanted to zone everyone off, but the rest of the team was just displaced by the final slash coming in from Castle. So I kind of like the idea of how Basics defended that, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. That is again all because Moji also used up deadly magic before that fight even broke out, right? If he would have got a pick onto the Claude on the other side, this would have been it. Having a look at the damage numbers. I don't even know why Laito is up there on top on the second place, but you know what? Whatever he's doing, go do it again and again.
That being popping consecration, not really having a care in the war, trying to give some conceal play. 3 members getting knocked up. There's a kick happening, but no one gets caught in RWM. So that means the biggest damage AoE that they have, it completely whiffs. There's Tiso with a 1v1 against Carvey. But Carvey, it actually wasn't a 1v1. The rest of the squad was there too.
It was a pincer play. You can clearly see Laito just going in for that chase, and that Tiso conceal was impeccable. He has got the way of the dragon to set his team up, and Moji is there to burst him down, right? This is the combo that I always talk about. Even though we haven't really seen it working to fruition, but just the threat of that happening is something that's keeping Basics at bay. 11,000 in that goal lead right now. 12.5 minutes into the map, or rather the game. Another Lord is going to go in for Entity. No problems there. I want to have a look at the items right now. I just saw Koji pick up the Wishing Lantern. So that means he should be able to deal a little bit more damage to the other people. But who's going to finish them?
Maybe he will finish them off. There was a little nerve happening, but it shouldn't matter comparatively against tanks, because the number that you need in order for the pass,
13 minutes and Carvey doesn't even have the Trinity full. I don't think so they can defend it.
That's tough. But they will definitely try as Lord marches onwards, and the rest of Team Entity, they are trying to set it up. But it looks like they are not going for the base crystal just yet. It looks like they are going for the top side tower. For now, no, they decided against it as Sora initiates with the rest. There is RWM. Tiso gets picked up though. And I don't know if you want to continue a castle with a flicker final slash play. Wicked gets picked off, and now Basics are continuing the onslaught. Stuns him up and he continues, but Boro, he is too low. So he calls for a tactical retreat.
We gotta go all the way back, and it's again the exact same thing that happened during the previous Lord attack. Wicked falling off as the very first player, and Tiso not being able to set a proper way of the dragon up for his team, I'd have to say. A bit of a struggle happening there. And on the back of it, 13 minutes and 5-second mark is when Carvey got the corrosion sight. As soon as he did, you instantly saw the change in the amount of burst damage there, and now Laito, it's fine. He had the consecration, so he was able to run away, but good thing for Basics, the lane that has lost its inhibitor is the lane that is closer to the Lord pit. so they can keep on clearing that and get ready for the contest conceal.
Kojic has to use his ultimate defensively to survive. He is getting chased by Laito, but looks like he will be fine. Concealed being burned, but no one paying with their life. Actually, there's final stage happening. Emoji disrespected for the last time. He shouldn't have been there. But luckily for Entity, this doesn't really mean anything at all, because Basics need to use it, but they cannot use it for Lord.
Conceal was popped up as well by Boro. It seems like they would want to press forward this fight as they try to take mid tier 1.
Mountain Choker on 2, get in the tower. Basics realize they need to get their items going, and that's how they will win.
Good discipline. I like what they're doing right now. Pushing in the far lane as well. 15 seconds for the lot to pop up. Oh, Tiso.
Tiso with a flicker play kicking in, but this is very tanky. A lot RWM being dropped just on his single head. There is no one left in there. Sora maybe going a little bit too deep, needs to flicker out of harm's way, but there's Volk. There is 2 fights being played, and Wicked picks him off. The battle of the W's is going in favor of Team Entity, as Moji is making a crazy flank all around the map. Will he catch someone off guard? Looks like not, but he will be at least able to be able to push mid lane and set up a Lord take.
I have no clue what was Wicked trying to do on this fight. Just tried to re-rotate all the way towards mid and then went back, but it's fine now. He's got his ultimate available as well to help out with the Lord. And this is the spell vamp of the Sora. You go in for the Thunder form and you instantly are all the way back up to full HP. From almost what, last bar? Pretty solid play coming in from Tiso as well. On the back of that, Wicked went in with the Tempest form, or rather the Thunder form, to instantly burst down Walkie. Walkie would have survived it if he did not traceless into the slams. He could have he almost made it back alive there, but yeah, now things seem difficult.
Things could be even more difficult if you will lose your base crystal, and that will mean that Team Entity will hop with a 1-game lead. Castle is trying to clean up the bottom wave. Lord is still trying to approach the base. BOD being finished for Walk. RWM being dropped, untargetable for a bit. RWM has been dropped down. Sora with 3-man pool. And there is Castle continuing the onslaught. Volky chasing down Tiso. Wicked gets picked up. It could be maybe a successful defense. Enzo gets killed too. Base Crystal is still alive. Like, oh, can he get it? I don't know. He did it.
At the last attack before he fell, he made sure to close it all out for an oh my god is what I'll say. If Laito did not get that last basic attack, I know for a fact Basics would have closed this entire game out. They won the entire fight in the perfect manner. Throughout that game, they showcased relentless defense after defense after defense, and this could have been the third one, but man, that one final attack there is what was needed.
Relentless, that's the correct phrase to use here. Relentless. That's what relentlessness and perseverance.
Yeah.
That's what Basics in their arsenal, and that's what they need to use against Team Entity. Because honestly, yes, in this phase of the game, it looked bad. But if we are looking late game on, last 4 to 5 minutes, that was a performance that today's meta shift wouldn't be shy about. That would be probably a performance they would even like for themselves. Because those last couple of minutes, the defenses, this last fight especially, that was so well executed. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, Laito with that last auto attack. Actually, it wasn't Laito who got it. It was a cannon minion that hit his spear. But yes, it was thanks to Laito. Because
oh my god,
he just did the damage, and then the minion. Actually, it wasn't the cannon, it was the melee minion. He got the last hit. And part. Because if the last hit didn't kill, he would re-aggro onto the heroes, and the base would have been saved. But unfortunately, that's not the story. Honestly, looking at the gold and the kills and the length of the game, Basics, this could be a crazy series.
They survive for longer than necessary is what I'll say. With everything that happened, all the 3 turtles, 9 turrets to 1, all 3 laws for Entity, the 3,000 gold difference clearly shows you that, yeah, Basics almost made that comeback. 4-1 and 12 in the hands of Laito on that Uranus. Full build out there, and adding the Justice Pauldron along with the Radiant Armor is the big reason why he was standing with almost half or plus, you could say 65% of his total HP there. He was bursted down with a Blazing Duet, but then went back, and with the passive of Justice Pauldron, he was able to heal himself back up. Instant burst healing. And Oracle buffs up that even more.
Do you see it, Scared?
Yeah, I saw
Do
that.
you
I saw
see
that.
The healing is double the amount of damage that he did, and that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is that even though he had doubled the healing of his damage, he was still on top of the damage charts.
Yes. That's the big thing. He was always there, constantly poking you down in your backline and then just repositioning whenever he needed to when he was low enough. You can look at the total damage taken as well. 207,000 damage tanked. I like how they've termed it as total hurt, right? Because it hurts being the EX billionaire there. Always taking the beating for the entire team. And then getting blamed up as well. I wish I get some good EX billionaires in my games, but that's a different story for another evening. Big performance by Laito. And if this continues, I think so Entity can close this one out. But Basics, as you rightfully mentioned at the last minute, they were relentless.
But the question is if their relentlessness will stay in them, if they can keep it up. Because even Meta Shift were looking not that bad in the first game. But then it started falling apart, and Entity started being much more smooth with their teamwork, and Meta Shift, they were just crumbling and nothing was working out for them. So the question is, was this the strongest Basics can be, or was this somewhere in the middle and Basics will scale up? Because people always like to say, and I like to say that too, it always matters who is your opponent. After the first game, you can kind of rearrange, try to respect him a little bit more, respect him a little bit less, and then get back into the series. So I think the second game will really tell us a little bit more about this story, and it will tell us if this is the one story that will be told. But Scared, as right now,
I know.
we will not be knowing it right now. We will know it after some time, right?
Yeah, that's the thing out here. Yes, I know that you're excited to go in the second one. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Second game right after the short break. Who's going to win it? We'll find that out. With Entity now being one step closer to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, Basics will have to pull a rabbit out of their hat if they want to equalize the series and make us go longer in this best of five, because that's what happened when we saw the first two best of fives here of this evening. You've got Warren and me scared here to witness if that's going to be possible or not in the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026 as the draft for game 2 is up and ready.
Well, it will be dangerous grass, so let's see how the teams can utilize that, if we will be having some assassins. With that super high prio on Kalia, I can see it working very, very well in this specific map modifier. So maybe she would be even higher, but honestly, how can she be even higher? They are first picking, first banning it. So the question is, will she be picked or will she be banned? Honestly.
It's a tough one. I think so. She could potentially be banned out by Entity themselves, but for Basics, if you throw another question towards me, and I give a solid, confident answer, just slap this entire scenario on my face. But yeah, all right. Kalia banned, Grog banned. You know what? I'm not even gonna make a prediction out there. I think. Whatever, they just can't go with the standard ones.
Yeah, I think it will be Yuzong. The question is if it will be Basics or Entity. I think it will be Entity because I feel Yuzong is very, very solid first pick, what you can go for. At the same time, Claude has to be respected, but I think we didn't see that many Claude first picks. Like usually when he is open, people go for something else, and then the red side goes for him as a second pick.
Potentially that could be the case out here, but for now they're going to respect the Sora of Wicked. I don't think so they would want to play it for themselves. Yeah, they're like, yeah, Wicked was a bit too annoying on that, specifically in that Tempest form. Constantly giving us that CC as well and setting his team up for success. So that's one part of it. Jushin. I'm predicting an Eve.
Yeah.
And also a Lancelot.
Oh, you mean in the bans department? I was thinking the first pick.
Yeah.
Because if Juxin is banned, I feel like Eve has kind of free reign over the mid lane. Because if you cannot contest... Yes, you can go with Kimi, but I feel like Kimi has the big drop in the mid game, where Eve just kind of scales up linearly, but Kimi drops down and then comes online again. Ooh, Tiso will not be able to play his Chow, so definitely in the eyes of Basics, it was a big problem. I can see why. Baxia, alright, so that means Eve and Lancelot open. The question is what you go for. At the same time, it's still Yuzong. I think you have to go Yuzong. I think that's the highest value.
It's open, yeah. You don't let that go through. It's Eve though. Eve picked up.
That's a blunder. I think that's a blunder.
Laito should pick up the Yuzong now. I don't know about the blunder as of yet, since Eve also has got the similar priority. But now with the Yuzong and the Claude opening, if in case Entity wants to go with it, things would be looking pretty tough for Basics. Yeah, if you've got to find something for yourself.
Let me just
Grok
explain.
banned out.
Go.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm just predicting what next they could pick. A high loss or a Gato probably, since Grok is banned out.
High loss
you were
could
explaining
be...
something.
Yes, high loss could be your ticket out of the grasp of the Black Dragon when he will try to land on your head. High loss can kind of pop in the glorious pathway and you can run away. Though it's not the best synergy with Eve, typically someone who has the best synergy with high loss and his pathway would be Kimi, but of course you cannot go for that. Let me just explain why I don't really like Eve first pick. What I'm worried about is that you kinda want a very specific team against you, that being team with not that much amount of dashes, and if so, only like one max. That kinda just wants to stand in one place so you can drop it on their heads. Because RWM, that's your most important spell that you have. But if you pick her so soon, yes, you have her picked, but then your opponents can kind of think about it. And this is exactly what is happening with Team Entity. If you look at their team comp, they have Gato, they have Claude, they have Yuzong. So if you try to put RWM on top of their heads, they are immediately jumping on top of you, and you have to cancel it out and run for your life.
As the fun fact, now you can pick up a Kimi if you're Entity. Just because 3 people are gonna dive on the other side, yes, Boro will try to chase him down. Kimi is known for kiting. She is pretty good at that. So she can just move around the map, while also Kimi can be the initiator of the team with the traction pulse. And then you can pair it up with the AOG as well as the Black Dragon form into the Blazing Duet in the backline. I don't really like that Hilda carry pick coming in from basics. The only reason is they do not gel up well with the Eve. The RWM needs someone to, or rather RWM is the initiation, and then you need someone to protect the Eve since she's immovable. So that Hilda doesn't give you that. You need that in your EXP now.
There is one super important thing to consider, and that is for basics, you need to realize that you are building a front-to-back composition, and you need to keep that in mind. Because what you have right now is sane front-to-back, you just need to finish it up.
True. Farsa banned out. I think so. Kimi should be the ban here for basics.
Yeah.
There's an option of a Valentina too. So Entity can drop down their own real-world manipulation. So it's like a pick your poison scenario. You ban out either a Kimi or a Valentina. Both of those are a really good pick for Entity. And if anything, Enzo can still potentially pick up one of his pocket, comfort picks, pocket picks. Maybe a Lilia.
It will be Joy, actually.
Banned out a Joy. I don't know.
I mean, I kind of agree, because Team Entity, they don't have magic damage, so they kind of need that. And yes, Valentina can steal your RWM, and yes, there could be something else being picked up for you that could be troublesome. But honestly, Joy, she could be deadly, and we saw very, very, very successful Moji. We saw very successful Moji on Joy. I have to remind everyone, today he was super good on Joy. I think it's in everyone's heads, especially in the heads of basics players. So I see where they're coming from.
It definitely is a respect band there. But again, Joy, I did not really see that well gel up with the entire team. Apart from the fact that, they all can eventually jump in for that dive. But you've got a Frederick, you've got a constant taunts. Akai and CC being logged in. Akai just to counter and have that tank jungle like the Fredrin. At least there's something, but I don't know,
you
man.
Don't
I'm
like
still
it.
not a big fan of it. Nah, I do not. It should be a Kimi pick from Entity.
I think so, yes. Especially since you have 3 beefy frontliners, so the fights will be long. But at the same time, honestly, you have 3 beefy frontliners against Carry. Carry is super happy about that fact.
It's a Kimi, I told you. Yeah, there's 3 beefy frontliners. Carry can only hit 1.
Yeah,
and one of them will be on top of her with the Petrify.
Yes,
good luck.
Right. But there is the heavy spin, The Panda will spin and keep him alive.
And here's the fun fact. With real-world manipulation, you would want everyone to be together in a Ube kind of strategy. Akai just throws everyone away. He's like, psych, no one's standing here.
But if you find the right spots, and there is plenty of them on the map, you can actually pin them to the wall and they are not moving anywhere. But it's
a very
tricky. It's
niche
finicky.
scenario.
Yeah,
it is. It is very tricky. And here's the thing. Most of the fights are actually going to happen around the turtle pit, right? So not a lot of walls around you to try and pin all of them. So I think that could be a bit of a trouble there, Warren. I don't know. I'm really liking the draft of Entity here. What do you think about it?
I think I kinda said that I have a lot of good hopes coming from basics. I think Their team comp is interesting, is innovative. I think it could work. And Tiso is getting smacked.
Big one there. That's a lot of work coming in from Koji, right? I think so. Enzo should have been the one to actually go in for that poke, but it's an entirely different thing. Though you still have the revitalize there. So it's going to be fine, while Castle on the other end. It's just going to make sure to have one of the most back and forth 1v1s in the EXP lane.
Hilda invading on top of Fredrin. She doesn't want to let him breathe at all. Did she stole it? I don't think she did. Boro could be dying for his actions. Nah, he actually goes for Wicked.
Wow, wants to chase him down though with the Purify. Just to help him out and run back to safety out here. Now Boro could be in a bit of trouble as Tiso tries to charge up his taunt, the Unbreakable. None of that working out, but at least Wicked is not having the worst of the worst times.
Carvey burning up his flicker. That
Whoa,
could be deadly.
he stole it! Walkie. He's fine.
He got the purple buff. You are absolutely correct. So he is building for himself, together with that Boros invade, he's building for himself a pretty decent lead. So this fight that will be happening in Naruto Turtle could be very nice. He's actually almost level 5 compared to Moji's level 3.
That's a big and a tough one out here though. Moji will have to run back to safety as Boro hops in as well with the power of Wilderness. They instantly delete him. And with that, free turtle.
I've been telling you that this could work. I know it's maybe too soon to say it, and I know I might caster curse it, but I think Basics have cooked up a very nice comp.
For now, right? And seems tough, man. Moji has lost his early buff and it seems like it's going to lose again.
AOG, Tiso, there's RWM, it's getting deadly. Moji is able to survive barely, but there is Tiso getting pinned against the wall, and this is exactly what I've been talking about. He was dealt with, but at the last second he almost survived.
You could see that basic attack going flying through the air to reach him. That was pretty fun to see, but Walkie just walking up, stealing that one buff away. That was the butterfly effect. And now they're just carrying it even more forward. The difference in the items, early Fury Hammers, even on Boro, that's where he gets the damage.
Castle Borax Rush. Are we expecting Lighto to do Hunter Strike from what we are so far seeing? I think that Boro could be in trouble. I think that he will go Shoes into Queen's Wings into Hunter Strike probably, because that's exactly what we saw earlier today, and I think it was either from him or it was someone else, but that build looked pretty nice. And if you look at Basics, they have kind of similar comp in a sense where there is just 2 squishy carries that you have to deal with, and if you deal with them, there's not enough damage for Basics.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's a bit tough. Oh, could be a pin down? Nah.
He is fine, scared. Don't even raise your voice.
My God, he just recalled as well on top of them, right? It's just like daunting there, even though this team is losing the entire early game. That's a bit bold coming in from him.
They are 1 point up.
For now, but there we go. Turtle.
But right now, Boro is initiating, going between 3 members, and he doesn't care. But maybe he should have cared, because now his flicker has been burned. Kessel waiting in the bush, trying to go for something. Boro already healed up, because it's Hilda, and those bushes, they are good on her skin. It's always super healthy. Claude is trying to flank, maybe, or trying to cook something up. Keeping him alive. Turtle will go in the hands of Basics. And this is scary, because late game is also their strong card.
You've got the carry as well working out for you, right? So yeah, I kind of agree. And Koji he's going to be pretty annoying, outranging Enzo almost at every moment. But here's the thing. Entity just wants to play for Wicked. As long as Wicked is staying alive, he's not falling down. That's all they really need. And as soon as they say to get top.
All right, we've got a pause incoming. Let's use up this time to talk about the state of the game and what Entity has to do in order for them to win. Are we thinking they are on their power spikes yet, or do they have to scale up more?
Scale up a lot, specifically for Wicked there, right? Trinity, he's only got one item right now at what, almost 5.5 to 6 minutes in the game. So I believe it should be his second item though, if he's farming well. Otherwise, on the other side, ends on that Kimi, kind of on the struggling end though, more definitely on that Fredrin. He hasn't really had that level advantage against Walkie right from the 2nd minute mark itself, and Walkie invaded and stole away that buff. But the big rotational gap that's coming in is from Litho. Litho's always been faster in those rotations, but the timing is just not matching up with his team.
Oh, he used BMI, so these saw AOGs to keep him safe.
I really thought that we might actually see a proper contest out there, but yeah, that's not happening right now. Look at the space that Boro is taking. This is just insanely high.
Direction pull, pulling in the Panda boy. Actually, Panda is going in heavy, spinning Tiso away from his friends in the towers. And he gets picked off just like that.
The strength of the Akai. Doesn't matter where he's moving in, he can take up a lot of damage and then instantly give you one setup. But look at the back line.
Castle?
Yeah. This.
Wait, how did... Can we get a replay of that? Like, how and why? Those are the two questions I have.
Jumped in a little
How
too
and
deep,
why?
but Dragon
These are
Form?
questions to be answered later, because there is Lighto who is already initiating in. His Petrify has been popped and he doesn't really do any damage. But the same cannot be said for Moji, because he did plenty. But will it be enough? RWM being dropped for survival, for defense, and it will be quite a successful defense. Double kill, though a shutdown goes in the pockets of Lighto.
Bit of a bounty gold as well, probably hopping up in their back pocket, so it's gonna help them out a little bit. And again, Wicked, instead of getting that one pick out on the back of that Blazing Duet, means he will be building up towards his Trinity soon. I wanna have a look at the items as well. Garvey, if he decides to move up, he could be in trouble. Alright, it's fine. I thought Tiso would want to initiate by going in with the AOG there, but he was just standing there to give out the vision.
She's fine.
Garvey.
He might not be fine. Wicked with a face check. Actually, it was Garvey who face checked him, but Wicked, he doesn't have enough damage where it came from, because Garvey was able to sustain himself up, and especially Boro run up to his younger sister. Of course, not lore-wise, but he saved his little sister right here.
At least in the lore of this game. Oh!
There is Yuzong with the Black Dragon form going for Boro, but Boro is quite tanky and he is getting pinned against the wall once again. And yes, Scared, it's very specific, but if you get it right, there is not a worse feeling, maybe Cyclops Ultimate, but there is not a worse feeling than Akai heavy spinning you next to a wall.
Yeah, this is just a big brain play coming in from Basics, man. They didn't really have the best draft here, but Boro's rotation has been on point. He's out-rotating Tiso on that Gato, and they're just winning out on all of these engages. Walkie's just walking around having his own fun time, doing whatever he wants with that Akai, even though it is not supposed to happen. Because every other pick is technically a counter pick on the other side. Man, this is working so very well. And Wicked's losing his life in that 2v1 against Garvey. That wasn't good.
Also, the worst part about this scenario is that for Kimi, this is a double-edged sword. Because on one hand, actually, Fredrin barely keeping alive. But on one hand, Kimi is behind, so she doesn't have that much damage. Yes, that makes sense, obviously. But also, her teammates that make the front line and that extend the fight so she can do more damage are behind too. So she cannot fight for long periods of times, and she also doesn't have damage. But there is Petrify coming in because Yuzong decided that maybe they have just enough as they go in. But Tiso, he went a little bit too deep. There's Wicked with blasting. Blasting on left and right, but I don't know, it wasn't enough. He died for his actions, but maybe Laito can fix it. He can. He only picked off Walkie, and this means Basics will be getting one more tower into their pockets. Actually, the 7th tower of this game, and 10 minutes into the second one, and this looks like completely different Basics.
7,000 gold lead for themselves right now. Carvy's gonna take the mid inhib as well. And since the bottom one's been taken away, that is the far lane inhibitor. Basics will have the high ground towards the Lord as well. They're setting it up perfectly. All of them having higher levels. 14 of Castle to a 10 of Laito. Walkie with 12. Moji only close man with level 11. But Castle is having his own fun time here, man. 1, 1, and 4 with the War Axe, Brute Force, Oracle. He's going in for probably the Hunter Strike or maybe the Malefic Roar, one of those two. And both of them will be helpful.
I'm feeling like Malefic Roar would be a little bit more. Because if you look at Wicked, he has defensive emblems, defensive shoes. Yes, against Enzo, it could probably be better to go Hunter Strike, but other than that, everyone has armor. All across the board, so I'm feeling like the Malefic Roar should be the better approach. Of course, we will see Laito with that completed Hunter Strike and Queen's Wings, exactly as I said. So that's why he's packing a lot of punch.
One of the big things that I've noticed is that Voki doesn't have a magic defense. Even now he's going in for the
Moji
anti-Curas. Oh!
decided to go on a walk and die for nothing. Or will you care to explain what happened there?
I don't know, just trying to clear out the wave in the uncharted territories. And then just got bonged instantly. Not quite sure as to what the idea behind that was, but a mistake which Basics have capitalized on. And with this Lord, they should be able to end the game considering the lead that they have. Now coming back onto the point. Enzo has got a ton of magic damage and Voki is not able to tank all of that because he's got no magic defense, and even now he's going in for anti-QS, even more physical defense.
Boro, he is going for Moji Wu immediately after getting respawn, gets vault, pinned to the wall with heavy spin. Tiso with a big play, but Wicked gets picked off. Double kill, can Laito save it? Can he catch it out? Crazy first spell, he is healing through the Shire residue, but it's not enough AOG defensively for Tiso, but I'm fearful that this base crystal is already done and destroyed.
Big one yet again coming in from Basics. They do not like to give up so early on. Entity won that first one, but right in the second, it all started in the second minute. You saw that purple buff steal by Walkie, and since then, Moji just couldn't do anything. Throughout that entire game, Goldeners were left alone for their own farm, just picked off once, and apart from that, nothing else, untouched. And if you do not take care of a carry early on, you get an 802 Carvey with the Trinity, including a Malefic gun.
Do we know where it kind of fell apart? Was there a specific moment where we could say, yes, Team Entity should have played it differently?
Second minute. Moji losing the buff. That's where the entire structure was written for this game.
Yeah, and then he fallen back, and then it happened like Walkie was level 5 compared to Moji's level 3. Just rough stuff. I believe it was Battle of Retributions, and Fredrin missed his, so that's very unfortunate. Garvey, 802. Finally, for the first time today, great carry performance against Claude. Because all the times today we were seeing that Claude is the better hero, Claude is popping off, Claude is doing so much more, but finally our lovely lady is getting the recognition she deserves. I was telling you in the draft scared that she can shred those tanks. Yes, she can only hit one target, But well, if there is Akai spinning around and you pin one and push everyone away, that's your target.
And it was executed perfectly. Difficult win conditions, which you rightly mentioned, right? But all of them being, teched over. That's what mattered for them. Basics, they brought themselves back up for this one, and I believe they've kind of taken those recalls in the first game to their own ego, right? And you don't tilt Walkie off. Otherwise, you'll see plays like these. I still cannot get over the fact that he just randomly walked in the tier 1 of mid, pushed out Gato all the way towards his own tower while he tried to pop in the revitalize and maybe go in for the AOG to run away, but you can't do that because the heavy spin is constantly pushing you. And that was like one of the most charred moments for me. He's like, yeah, I can do whatever I want. What are you gonna do? Take me down? Haha, good luck, try it.
If you have quick enough fingers, you can be thinking about Winter Crown, you can be thinking about Flicker, but those tools were not at Gato's disposal, and Tiso just kind of a disrespect to the Panda Boy himself.
It was.
Walking in when he is there ready to spin you around. Come on, man. You can do better than that. But we will see if Base 6 can keep up their pace or if Entity can actually do better, because this game wasn't really suiting them that well. But we will get to know a little bit more about that and a little bit more about how this BO5 unfolds after a quick break.
With the scoreline now equalized, ladies and gentlemen, Basics are back up to move the series to at least game number 4. Until and unless we're going to see another 2-2 scoreline and move it to game number 5. You all are watching the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. Warden with me alongside Scariot, and man, that comeback, or rather I must have to say that game 2 from Basics was super controlled, and I'd have to say I did not expect that kind of performance from them, with how much in control they were looking at and how Entity couldn't find their footing.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving the energy that Basics are bringing onto the table, because they are showing us that they are not gonna just roll over and die. They will fight back. It's
Yes.
like when you back Mouse into a corner, she will start scratching, she will start biting, and you are not getting out of this one scot-free. This is exactly what Basics are showing us. And honestly, after the second game, I don't think they are Mouse. I think they are more so like a tiger or something, because that was a great performance, especially against Entity that themselves put Meta Shift, the latest European champions, to loser bracket. So big stuff happening here. Basics going with the Sora and Kalia ban, and Team Entity, they don't want no more of that Hilda and Grok being shown. Still thinking about those last bans though. The question is, will Yuzong go through? Of course, him being one of my favorite heroes. But in the last game for Entity, Yuzong didn't really matter.
It's just that how Basics were able to deal with him probably.
I think
You know,
they
just-
want to go Yeef if they ban Kimi. That's my guess.
Could be. Claude is also open.
Yeah, but if you
Eve or
ban
Yuzong?
Kimi, why would you go Claude first pick? That's the question.
Eve or YZ. One of those two.
Let's see about that. I'm putting my money on Eve. I think that makes the most sense.
YZ, I think so. YZ sounds to be a pretty solid call here. Yeah. It's going to be the Yuzong.
Of course, Kat,
Next
if
with
you
the
list
priority.
all the heroes, then you will be correct. Yes. One of the leftover 155 heroes will be picked up. I agree. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think so. Eve is a good shout as well, but Yuzong just provides you a lot more rotational power as soon as he's in the EXP lane. Until and unless you get ganked up there, so that's the only thing. Eve found the answer. Kato, no, they go for the box here.
For the first
I
time
like
being
it.
open. Not for the first time, but for what I am trying to say is that he wasn't really that open that often, and now one of the times that he is open, he is being immediately picked up for Basics. Makes a lot of
Yes.
sense. Yuzong so much healing, you want to cut that.
I like the idea as well. Claude and Jushin on the other side. You've got the dive with the Yuzhong, and Jushin kite around really good. You've already got the Lantern Flare and the Crimson Beacon. You could pair it all up with a good roaming that helps you clear it, or rather the waves, so that you have the priority in the river. Now the question is, what would Basics lock in? Jungle, they have maybe something in the EXP lane to try and counter the YZ. I think so. 4-Vis is a very early
you
shot,
will.
but yeah. It's a Lapu.
It's a Lapu Lapu. It's being locked in. He will be in the hands of Castle. So whereas Castle had a pretty nice game on Yuzong, Laito had a pretty nice game on Lapu. They will be now switching things up. They will be kind of handshaking on those picks. One thing I'm not really sure about is Juxin. Yes, you mentioned how you like it, but I would beg to differ, because yes, I know she has a very good matchup into Yves, but other than that, the teamfight scenario, where does she really fit in? Because Yuzong and Claude, they are going much further back than she can reach. Juxin, not the fastest, and definitely not the one with the longest range. So that's what I'm a little bit fearful about. Team Entity will really need to choose their fights wisely, because if they leave Juxin too far behind, she cannot follow on that.
I agree on that part. I think so you can pair it up with an assassin jungle, and Zuxian can be the set maker for the team. You knock anyone up, and the assassin will hop in to try and clear it up. And that's why the Joy has been banned out by basics. They know Moji likes to play it, and they'd rather have him on the tank jungle right now than give him the Joy in the jungle. I don't think so they've got a problem with the Fredrin. Carry Moscow banned away. I think so this is a good call for a Granger. But individually, Granger loses against a Claude, and even Yu Jong is not going to make his life easy. Maybe a Harith?
Yeah, I don't know about
That's
basics,
too much
but
magic.
Bruno.
Alright, fair. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's fair.
You can tell me why you are not a big fan, but before I let you answer that, I'd like to add that I see the vision, because Bruno, he is one of the heroes, one of the marksmen that have crowd control in their kit. So he can cancel out Claude by himself. Yes, Claude can cancel it by Purify, but he needs to use it prematurely. And if he is able to tackle in the right moment, he can cancel out of that just by his own doing. Actually, I'm surprised by this scenario, because Yisen, Shinwave Gato, I have to say I'm quite surprised by that. Since you banned, yeah, I'm not saying I don't like it, but you banned Kerry and you banned Moscow, typical tank shredders, and then you went with not really that tanky team comp.
Here's the thing. Yes, you ban out the tank shredders, but I feel it's more of just to choke down that gold lane. And now, since the Gato has been locked up, not a lot of options there. You lock in the Khalid of the Boro. You've got a couple of diving in the backline type of boys with Castle and Boro. So yeah, Enzo will have to be careful about it. Moji and Wicked will dive on your backline. And I believe that is where Waki will hop in to try and maybe save the life of Koji. It is going to be a tough battle for the mages though, because it's more about survival for them. And now the only reason why I think Bruno is a little bit difficult to handle against a composition of Yu Jong and a Claude is that they are going to dive on top of you, and you don't have a lot of escape means. So he'll be forced to pick either a Flicker at this point just to try and create that gap, or maybe if it's a Purify, then it's just to try and purify the stacks of Shard residue. But that means you will be vulnerable to the blazing duet of Claude. So he's in a tough position here to try and survive. That's the only reason.
But he can go from the laning phase with already a decent advantage, because Bruno, he is one of those heroes that can be really menacing during the laning phase. Moji trying to force Boro away.
Yeah, no way Boro has just got him down to half HP. Moji can have a bit of problem there, but the revitalize, oh, this could be a big outplay. Boro instantly flickering out of there. Nice attempt, I'd have to say, but still, it is a decent start for both of these teams.
Decent start so far. Castle not really being able to do anything against Lighto so far, makes sense. If not the strongest, one of the strongest, that being Yuzong on XP during the early phases of the game especially. Carvin not really going for a trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Oh, Moji.
Boro! He was trying to borrow that orange buff, in the end didn't happen, but actually nice distraction, because the way he did that, he run in, turtling around for the BMI, but Wicked is able to save himself. Tiso with a taunt, can it get through Boro? He got caught, but still it's a roamer. Who gets the kill? Got the kill, that's bad. You are not happy about that if you are a cold Carby.
I mean, I think so. It should be. Yeah, if you're Carvey, yes, definitely. But for the side of Team Entity, that's absolutely fine. Anyone apart from Tiso and that kill is verified. And now, even though his one camp was stolen away, Moji still is able to take that gargoyle up. Oh, nice shot by Carvey. Taking that gold crab, definitely gonna help him.
There is fight happening mid lane, and Boro could be dying again. Indeed, he died already twice in 2 minutes.
And this is the strength of the combination of a Jushin along with the Yi Sun Shin, man. Waki
driving around, but it looks like he doesn't have driver's license, because now he's got himself into a little bit of a scuffle. RWM going for Lighto, shredding him up, so you get at least one kill in retaliation. At least 2 kills in retaliation,
What?
but Tiso stealing it away right from under your noses.
At the very last second, man. It's a jungler that was traded out for a mid laner, but man, that was picture perfect. And Wicked, it's gonna be collapsed on probably. It is just to try and get Karvi a little bit of gold there. AOG.
He will be fine, though he will have to use a flicker. But I would like to add onto this scenario, situation that just unfolded, that if Boro didn't die 2 times, he would have level 4, and he would probably be able to at least force Purify out of Wicked. But unfortunately, that's not the
Yes.
story.
That's again that early strength of the Jushin along with the Yi Sun-shin. Even though Yi Sun-shin alone cannot get those kills, he doesn't have enough damage. But Enzo with the Lantern
Enzo with the Lantern can follow up on that and make the kill available to Moji. Because before he gets some of those BODs, some of those Hunter Strikes, he is not really online. Gold earned, Claude is in the lead. That's funny because he was actually big target of all the actions of Basics. They were definitely trying to shut him down, which is the correct way to maneuver around it.
Yeah.
Because Bruno wants to end up with a lead from the laning phase, which is not really happening because there is that one shining kill. Or make it 1v1 on the bottom side. Bruno needs to retreat now. And actually not a right moment to choose this 1v1 because Karvi could be getting dove by Moji. Moji decided against it. He decided to go for his jungle instead, but maybe it's something that could be happening in the future.
in the possible future, yes. But here's the thing, Wicked, he's just playing around with Karvi a little bit, and we've seen him do this thing a lot, even previously. But out here right now, again, it seems that Entity for now, as they have got this map control, they've got the river control, Basics will need to be very careful about this fight. If this doesn't go in their favor, if they give up a lot of people's lives for this one turtle, then Entity will snowball out of control and they'd not have any more chances to come back in this game. Koji with the Lightning Truncheon can definitely poke out Teso a lot more.
Loki trying to fish for some kills, so far just tanking some hits. Castle is there in the right spot, but Claude is already home, and this is not a best fight. It's 5v4, use fine and find Woki, but Woki is able to secure the turtle and he doesn't care about the damage so far because Yuzong is not really doing anything to this big man. Raging Slash is as a disengage tool for Castle to survive, and in the meantime Bruno, he's been farming up.
He's just making sure to get those early items, right? You want that Heart's Claw. Oh, hold on, Boro.
I think you should go Tiso, because Tiso, he got pummeled by that football. I don't know if you know it from real life, but once I got a football in my face, it wasn't the best day of my life.
I just got hit by a basketball that was struck by a footballer, so I couldn't understand.
Raging Slash has led to Castle being in. Luckily for there was Kojic able to lend him a helping hand, keep him alive.
Now look at the bottom side again. That's Boro who's struggling to even stand up. That means a tier 1 for the bottom, that too for free. Now, alright, he's not actually going in for it. Moji is going to be going back, considering Basics can rotate down bottom faster. Entity, they're kind of lacking behind right now with 1,000 gold. I want to have a look at the early few items to see what all have been cooked up by these players. Teso just picked up the Radiant Armor. Karvi should have completed his Heart's Claw by now. Maybe going in for the Berserker's Fury. Teso.
Walkie driving in, going for Tiso for his trespassing. He finally was able to apprehend this criminal, and in the meantime Castle is in the back line trying to Raging Slash his way out of here, and he will be kept alive actually. Luckily for him, he was able to switch forms at the latest second.
At the very last second out here as well, and as you rightfully mentioned, the timer ran out for the bravest fighter, but Black Dragon form.
He will be just meeting his friend Turtle over here and not really anything happening, and that means Laito have his Black Dragon form for the next fight that could be upcoming. Bruno is not here though, he's farming, but doesn't matter because RVM finishes off Laito, and now fight continues. AUG used defensively to keep Tiso alive.
Free Turtle. Oh.
Big Cat through BMI is trying to move in, but completely misses anyone involved. The same can be said for Boros Raging Sandstorm, because that whiffed.
It's fine. It happens sometimes. I think so. It was just to force back that blazing to it to make sure that that doesn't cause a lot of problem. Wicket is already building up towards the golden stuff as well. And on the bottom side, we are seeing Laito.
Action.
Yeah. It's taken down instantly. Now the tier 2 is also going to be pushed up by basics. That is tough for Laito on the Yuzhong.
I am loving what I'm seeing. Of course, on one side, my heart is sad for Wicked and Laito, because I was very big fan of how they were able to step up to meta shift. But looks like it's not for free, and it will not be for free, because they need to fight back if they want to deliver. Because basics right now, they are looking like they will be river sweeping. Tiso gets picked off for his actions. Laito needing to burn his Petrify. Everything is going super good for basics and super bad for Entity.
The only good thing that's been working out for Entity is the fact that Moji has got higher level than Walkie right now. He's still a level up, ready to take the fights whenever it shows up. Yeah, that's... And now he's also completed the BOD. I think so. If Wicked also completes his Trinity, they're good to go.
But question is, will it be enough as Landshaker hits on top of your head usefully, but keeping his flicker.
They've got to keep those spells up right now, especially before the Lord. But oh, Laito wants to re-engage.
AOG following him through, but Laito, he is alone, completely left alone in this turtle pit, and that means that he will be dying alone and forgotten by the rest of his team. This was a little bit too deep. How we were praising the teamwork of Team Entity, it looks like it got kicked from the window. I'm not seeing it anymore, as now Tiso approaches randomly, trying to face check, trying to gather some information, but gets picked off as well, and basics are just getting more gold and more resources as Wicked tries to make a play, but he doesn't have his Trinity. I don't believe he is even on his second item. I think he doesn't have his second item yet.
I think so. He's just got, yeah, he's making the last one.
Actually, he has.
But here's the thing, the
not so
big
far
problem.
behind.
But the big problem is that there's a Malefic gun now being picked up on the other side by Karvi. So yeah, this could be a pretty big problem, considering he will be hitting you like a truck from a mile away. And you also have already completed the Chastis Pauldron on Walkie, so that means not a lot of attack speed coming in if you end up hitting him with the Blazing Duet. And without the Corrosion Scythe, you need somewhere around 400 more gold right now to complete it. Probably by the next wave that Lord marches down to, you will have it completed. But that, I don't think so that still would be enough to burst down through the front line. You can try and pick off Kojik, but for that you need to make a big combo with the Dragon.
Right now you are trying to pick off Tiso, and you will be successful in that doing, as they are trying to make their escape. AOG is defensively, but doesn't matter. He has been already picked off. Golden Aura will be getting burned quite soon, and Lore is not onto the top, and it looks like wants to burn the bottom gold or two. Corrosion Side completed for Claude. Claude will try to make the best of it. Wicked needs to retreat. Now there is Yuzong on 3 members. Charizard burning them up, but will it be enough? Because the base crystal will be targeted now. Wicked has been killed off. Base crystal is getting hit. There is RWM trying to force them away, but it's not forcing anyone anywhere because they still keep on fighting. They're pushing the top tower. They got the top tower. They are getting the mid tower, and they are continuing with the 5 mega kill for Kojik as he picks up Laito, killing spree for Boro. And now you go for the base crystal and finish it off in style. 3-13 for Team Entity, but 13-3 for Team Basics. How well they were able to come back into this series.
Big one out there, man. The win condition was clear. Make sure that your Bruno farms up faster than the Claude on the other side. And they just kept on rotating into his lane, making sure that he's getting those gold towers as well. Even if it's just a couple of shots on that tower, all they wanted was that extra bit of gold for him. And as soon as he got the Haskell and Berserker's period completed, he was just entirely let loose. All of those fights, playing in the RWM, it just meant that they can always have a specific area under their control. So even though Laito, he was trying to go in for the Black Dragon form, trying to take them all down, it was not working out because he was not tanky enough and he wasn't getting a proper combination brought in by Entity.
Honestly, the last fight could have been maybe successful, at least in the defense department, but as we could clearly see, especially in this replay, Laito was there alone when Big Cat was super low, so it was desynced. If, and that's just if and maybe, but if they were together, then maybe they would be able to defend, though it's a big maybe. Carvey, we can see he had his win of nature, so not really making it easy for anyone doing physical damage to him. And since Enzo was so behind, well, then it didn't matter that he's doing magical. He was able to barely finish 2 items, and one of those items is Sky Piercer, one of the cheapest items, if not the cheapest item if we are not counting shoes. So that's not really something you should be proud about. Definitely not a match to be proud about for Team N. Everything crumbled apart, but on the other side, Basics, they worked like a well-oiled machine.
Kojik's performance was phenomenal in that one. Specifically the Lightning Truncheon pick early on because it enabled him to poke more, force the other side to recall more, and put them in those dangerously low HPs. And that's after that he went in for that glowing one, right? And I believe it is again with the entire team discussion where one would go for the dominance ice early on so that he can go in for extra bit of damage. And that's the understanding that you're looking at. Divine Glaive adding into the mix, so even though there were the Radiant Armors on the other side, it wouldn't have really mattered. I like the build coming in from him, and that is the reason why he's already on top with those damage chart numbers, right? Extremely high, over 70,000 there. The Eve is a priority for a specific reason. Apart from the Kalia, I believe this is something you'd have to look forward to. Maybe even more than Yu Jong.
But I just want to say, I was calling it. I called it yesterday. I said Basics will be one of the teams that will be contesting the finals. And here we are. They are stepping up to Entity that before them beat down Meta Shift into the lower bracket. This is a crazy story. I cannot stress this enough. We are watching history unmake itself right in front of our eyes.
And I think so. It's going to continue even further right now if this is how Entity is going to play. But Basics, we've known them to pull themselves back up. They did that in game number 2 once. Game 3, yes, things did not go out well for them, but maybe game 4 could be something that they're looking forward to. And I think so. I still feel that it's going to fall all the way back down to draft because the mechanical skills of all of these players are on point. It is just the synergy between the heroes that sometimes become the key difference. Will that improve, or will we see Entity close out the series and become the first grand finalist, people? All of that action after the short break. Just one step away from moving into the grand finals. Basics stand at the door, ladies and gentlemen. Will Entity allow that to happen, or will they hold that fort down, defend, and move into the game number 5? We'll find that out here right now in the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. Warren alongside me, scared. Man, this is the upper bracket finals, which we kind of wanted to see, but the surprises are just never ending, specifically with what happened in the previous game, Warren.
The previous game and the game before that, like, if we are talking surprises, definitely second and third game, biggest upset. I would even go as far to say that even bigger upset that the 9th episode of Stranger Things didn't happen. Still sad about that. Yeah, I think quite a surprise. But Basics are stepping up. They are showing us a great performance. And honestly, if they can keep this up, they will be the new Entity. You know, if they keep this up, they are actually what Entity wanted to be. And against Metashift, it was like, it was just luck, or I don't know what it was. Because now against Basics, which paper-wise, I would, yes, I said they are contender for the finals, but I would put them lower skill power-wise than Metashift. But right now, Basics are showing their strengths, and their strengths are gigantic. They are looking confident, they are playing well together, there is no one left behind. I'm not feeling there are many chinks in the armor, but those chinks, they will have to be found by Team Entity if they want to come back.
I believe I kind of agree with the power ranking that you said, and a lot of people would do too, because everyone thought Metashift is technically the final boss there. But yeah, Entity coming out on top, even Basics out here in the upper bracket finals clearly showcase that they are the stronger ones here. You don't really want to deal with them. Now having a look at the bans, Sora, Kalia, straightforward, Hilda, and the Yuzhong, a bit of a respect being shown out. Baxia taken away, you don't want to give it. Maybe the Eve or the Claude. Eve, I think so, is a bigger priority.
Looks like, at least so far,
Sure.
Moji thinking, yes. Yes.
Just saying, they don't want to give Tiso that show. That's all.
Yeah, they don't, but they are fine with giving Enzo that Eve, which is surprising because, as I mentioned before, Enzo, he is known for his Eve.
It's gonna be tough to deal with it now. You've got to take away the Gato. But if you do that, there could be a Hylos on the other side. Claude should be a prio, yeah.
Pop, just
They
like
go
that.
for a Grok and a Claude. Now, that is interesting to see, like the Grok pick. Because if a Gato goes on the other side, things will be looking problematic.
Yes, but at the same time, this was the best opportunity you had for Grok, because you know they cannot go Valentina. Yes, they could go Valentina XP, as you said, but there is no Sora, so it wouldn't really make sense. Ooh, Entity with that Esmeralda Joy. There is, though, one thing that I am not sure if they realize, and that is Basics can just go full front line. Yes, they have Claude, they will probably have mid lane, but they can go full front line, magic defense, and you are not doing damage.
That is true. Because all of your 3 people are very high magic damage heroes. But here's the thing, they haven't really picked up their marksman, so carry could be banned out in the next phase. So that's just adding on to a little bit of more insult on the injury. Jungle, Baxia banned out.
I think
You can
just
go
pick
Yi and
X.
Shin.
I think just pick X or jungle. Or I
Jushin.
mid. Okay.
Fair enough.
I think right now you want to ban. I don't know, because before I wanted to say. What are
Carry.
we thinking? What
Go
are we
for a
thinking? Gold line?
carry in Moscow.
Yeah, gold line.
Carry Moscow or a carry Hylos.
I think carry Moscow is better because yes, Hylos can be there, but he also does magic damage, so it's not really helping the case. I think carry Moscow, and you force them into something super weird. Maybe Beatrix, something like that.
Beatrix is only good if you've got either a Kalia or a Cho. Both of them have been banned out.
Yeah, but if you think how basics want to play, they want to hop in, so it kind of sets itself up for Beatrix, if you know what I mean.
It does, but again, 3 people hopping on top of you when you've got no one to protect? That could be a problem for a Beatrix. Out here, the next ban, Hylos or a Gato. One of those two. You
Nah, I'm
can't give
calling
both
Moscow.
of them to ET. Hylos or Gato. It's a Gato. Yeah, you can't give it into that kill box. That kill box will become you could say unlivable at all. Inescapable. You can't walk out of there. Hayabusa or Yi Sun-shin.
Do you really? Don't you want to ban Akai or something like that? Okay, Arlott.
Arlott.
I dig it. I think it's fine.
Castle has played it previously, so it is understandable. Plus that displacement really causes problem for Enzo as well as Moji.
Absolutely. I think this has to be something beefy. You have the squishies, you have marksman, you don't want more squishies. Something beefy.
Lapu.
Lapu could be fine, though he struggles in the laning phase against Esme, but Wu doesn't.
Glue!
Actually, Glue jumping on top of Joy could be nasty. True. I like what you think. Alright, it's Haya in the end.
It was understandable. Either Haya Lance or Yi Sun-shin. Haya, Waki is more comfortable on that.
It's one of his
Gold.
heroes.
One of his heroes. What's the gold left here? Granger. Bruno probably again, maybe.
I guess you just trade the Bruno, because you saw it's been successful in the last game against you. I guess you run it back.
Yeah.
Or am I missing something?
It's just tough, man. I don't know. Wicked's comfort here. He can go for Granger whenever he wants to. I like the Khalid pick here, though. You have a bit of dive to pair it all the way up,
Alright.
and yeah, it's a Moscow.
But he kind of does the same thing that Bruno did in the last game. He can just split, but this time he can join the fights with the SOD. So I see the vision, but at the same time, you are kind of putting yourself into a little bit of a bad spot on your own, because if you split push, Hayabusa is going to go for you for sure. And you have to be ready for that. So if there is no Khalid, no Joy, no Esmeralda hiding in the bushes, and it's just 1v1, I find it hard to believe that he will be able to survive.
It will be tough, I agree. But if anyone can do it, then it's going to be Wicked. Lapu should be a good shout here.
Yeah,
You got a bit of a priority with the range. Oh, it's even better. I like it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sold on the idea just yet. I know that his passive will be constantly up. Like, constantly. I don't think there will be a single moment in the teamfights where his passive will be down for like more than 4 seconds. I think that's just not happening. But at the same time, he will have pretty hard time landing his spells. I'm not thinking the first spell, but the second spell especially, it will be very finicky and very tricky to land it onto Joy, to land it onto Esmeralda with her movement speed, to land it onto Khalid with his dashes. So it will really come down to how well Castle can execute. Because if you look over at their team, his CC on his second spell will be one of the core tools to deal with Joy.
I agree that the slight bit of displacement there, the knock up and the pull towards you, that also sets you up for the bonks constantly. So it is going to be tough to deal with, but another thing that's going to be pretty tough would be Tiso. He wanted to try and annoy Woki a bit, but it doesn't matter. He just gets poked out of there because of the lantern flare.
And now he gets vault off and pulled into... How... For a second I thought the tower shot didn't register, but in the end it did. But he survived.
He just flickered out of it. One more basic attack and he was done there. And that first opener could have actually been the same snowball effect that we've been talking about multiple times. You don't want to let that happen in the hands of Basic. They do not give you another chance.
Actually, there is Tiso in big trouble. He could be going down again. He will try to survive himself, but he pulled himself into the tower too. The possibly last game, last chance of this series for Team Entity is not starting well.
Oh, Enzo. Even he had to flicker out of that one. This is going from tough to even more difficult. The only good thing that's happening is Wicked being able to freeze the lane in his favor. So the Moscow is not having a tough time against the Claude at least.
18 seconds for the turtle. Also, there's one thing going for Basics too, and that is in the later stages, if you have dominance eyes on Feathers, you can actually win the 1v1s against Esmeralda. So that's something you can keep in mind. Lapu, he can do that too, but I feel like Feathers has a little bit easier time. But right now he decided that he will take the fight anyway, because he's first level 4. Volky gets picked off though, and that means Esmeralda gets her level 4, and she can try to survive. I don't know why she didn't use her ultimate defensively. Laito used that flicker and still dying and not even ulting. I guess he was too slow on the button click. But that means that the gold has been equalized still.
Oh, maybe not for long. Tiso
will be
Yugi
fine.
Shadow Kill. Yeah, Walker didn't have the Yugi Shadow Kill. That's the only reason why Tiso is fine.
Castle with a 1v2. He will try to heal himself up, and you need to keep in mind, he is one tanky guy, but is he tanky enough? Nah, not enough. Even with a usage of Flicker, he still goes down.
I told you, man. I think so. This one series might actually is looking back and forth. Tiso is gonna get the level 4 first though, but Oro not that far behind. So for this first turtle, that has been delayed for a while, we might potentially see the roamers giving the set.
Oh, Raging Sense. He flickered out into the right side to hit the right target. There is Castle, but he's almost dead. XP laner traded for Rome. Not really that good of a trade, but you get Turtle on top of that. And maybe Moji as a cherry on top. That's true. Kojik with a double kill, and this is suddenly Jukshin that can do a lot more than she did in the last game. Not to Esmeralda though.
Yeah, you've got to run back from Esmeralda. The Esma counter is a lot of picks there, right? Even the 4VS, also the Kojik with the shield. He'll not be able to sustain in front of her. But that's about it. On the back of it, a really good trade from Basic. They just pushed them back at the right moment. Even though Tiso got in a great set, he still did not get a follow-up on time.
Raging Sandstorm to keep Tiso alive as he will recon to the tower.
Yeah, it's just constant beating for the Khalid, man. I feel bad for him right now. He's trying to do the same thing that he likes to do, be it on the Hilda or be it on any other roamer, but Khalid is just not tanky enough right now. That's the only reason why he's not able to soak up that much damage.
And it will be even worse. Honestly, the deeper you go into the game, the less tanky he will be. Taking into consideration, yes, he builds defensive items, but he is a roamer, not having that much gold, so he won't really be that tanky. The biggest moment for roamers typically would be mid-game, where you are the tankiest, but then you kinda get shredded by all the penetration and stuff. Tiso, he will be fine. But there is technical charge going in, actually re-engaging on Moji. And even though he is quite mobile on that Joy, not mobile enough to survive. Laito pushing Kojik away to use his ultimate defensively. But now there is Vacant pinning Castle against the wall. Castle needing to flicker out of harm's way. Volky is still dancing around. Boro will be escaping. Basics, make a retreat. Volky, where did you find yourself at? I don't know. How did he decide to do this? What he did.
Not the best possible place to be at out, specifically when you had Wicked on the other end with the SOD. Nice Spear of Misery on him, and with this they can eventually get this next turtle for free. Unless
Unless Boro has something to say about that, and there is
Resets it.
Castle. Castle is running at you and resetting the turtle successfully. Nice play from Basics.
Oh my god, now with that you will have Walkie hopped up here. That is so cheeky, so smart. The annoying little micro plays of Grok. Having a look at the items here. Hunter Strike, Radiant Armor is completed as well for Boro and Castle. Just to soak up a lot of burst damage there. Look at mid.
Quicksand Guard will keep Tiso alive, but he needed to flicker to survive. But there is Kojik, as he has his back targeted by the rest of Team Entity, because this time he ain't surviving, and this shutdown will be a nice addition towards the gold keep of Team Entity.
Yeah. And up on top as well, you can see Wicked will be pushing out that tier 1 too. Castle will have to go back to defend there. Even though Entity are actually getting a few picks here and there, right? But you could still see most of the control is still being showcased by Basics. They're not letting the neutral objectives flow freely on the other side. And that, on one end, I would have to say, is a pretty solid win coming in for them. Because the later this game goes, the stronger Hayabusa and Claude will get.
RWM being dropped, Kojik needs to flicker immediately to survive. He's trying to regen. He might look to continue the fight. Loki is dancing around here, but there is Moscow already in the bushes. I don't know if you know about it. Kojik initiates for Laito. Laito getting bursted down, but he is still alive and barely surviving through the usage of Flicker. Castle reinitiates on Tiso. Goes for him. There is the mark of Phevus. Will he jump for it? Yes, he goes for it like a madman. And there is Carvey with great ultimate usage. But is it enough damage? I'm not quite sure. And there is Moji cleaning up the backline. Double kill for Moji. And he goes for Woki too, as he might be taking him home. Woki, can you live though? Boro on the opposing side. Woki still trying to dance around. Mega kill goes to Moji, as Moji makes his stand again on Joy.
Walkie just wanted to deny that goal to Moji, but it still didn't matter. The only good thing that he did in... Yeah, he was in combat, yes, exactly. So that still went in for Moji, but one good thing, at least he cleared out the minions down bottom lane, so that's a bit of a chip damage on that tower, but it's only some consolation overall. A really messy team fight happening in, and you asked the right question at the right moment. The 4vs had the mark, so Castle still jumped inside. And I believe that was only because he thought maybe you'll have enough damage coming in from Claude to try and take care of all of them. But it was just not enough. Everyone was a little bit too tanky. Without the Trinity, Claude can pick off the squishy targets, not the beefy targets.
Exactly. His Trinity was not yet available, and with this not best play that just happened, he is just slowing himself down on the path to achieving the Trinity.
Just because of all of that overextension out there, Moji found a perfect angle
for Enzo.
Yeah. Now he's going to be dealing a lot more damage though. We saw in the previous game as well. All right, around a quarter of HP was being taken down just by one spam of the Void Crystal. Just one Void Blast, that's all you need.
I would love to see items. I think Wicked has the Trinity. I'm not sure, but I think he has.
If he does, then Karvi should also have it.
And now I think he's ahead a little bit as we approach another fight that will be happening on the first floor. RWM being dropped, Castle needs to retreat, and he is squishy as they get. Wicked in the backline with this, so D go in for Kojik, finishing him off, but he will get Tectonic Charge into the wall and knocked up. Karvi will finish him off. Moji in the meantime, there is Laito tanking them all up. He is still staying alive, flickers over the wall to keep himself alive. Tiso, no Quicksand Guard to keep him alive, and there is Laito still dancing on the knife's edge. He doesn't care, but he should care. But maybe not, because it was all a bait for Moji as he goes unstoppable and tries to go for Woki as well, and this is the same situation repeating itself. History is happening again.
Yeah, but it's a 2v3. The Lord is marching down though. Should be taken care of before even it reaches the inhibitors.
Moji, he is ready to deliver more damage,
SOD.
and there is a SOD Wicked with another kill up his belt. Golden Aura has been lost on the mid lane and got earned. Talk me about that, Scared.
First of all, I'd have to say Wicked is a nasty player. He just decided he will join in the fight with the SOD first. Hopped in to try and take care of Kojik. Oh, hold on.
Raging Sandstorm keeps you alive. Laito, he is Esmeralda. It's like Uranus in female clothes.
Wow. At this point, I want to see the items before all of that. I did see a dominant size being picked up by Boro, but I don't think so. It was. I don't think anyone else has got any anti-heal, considering Laito was getting a ton of shield in that previous fight.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Malefic Gun for Wicked. The clock is ticking, and it's not ticking in the favor of basics.
True. That is one additional item though, but you mentioned about the Malefic Gun. Castle picks up the Chastis Pauldron too, just to slow down that attack speed. They have hit the 32k gold mark now, so all of the major items are now being completed from their side. Entity with a 38k gold lead, they're looking for the 42k mark just to complete their last items and then going for those item swaps as well.
Raging Sandstorm initiates. Walkie gets immediately deleted, and the rest of the team will follow through soon. Castle getting bursted down, but Moji is getting actually picked off. Tiso too. So double kill in retaliation. Carvey forcing Laito away as he needs to burn his flicker. I feel like he has been using his flickers on cooldown in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's been tough, but what a blazing duet from Carvey. This could have very well been it, but he just decided to hop it in at the right possible moment, bursting down Moji as well as Tiso. Finally, we get to look at the items. All right. Dominance Eye is completed, but only one. Kojik also has got the anti-heal, but that man was constantly running away in that fight. That's the reason why we didn't see any of that. Winter Crown completed. You've also got the Wishing Lantern, so he's going to be a little bit more annoying, but you still need a bit of a penetration now, considering the Athena shield is going to be completed by Tiso.
Concentrated energy on Moji. You need those anti-heals, and as you said, you have just one. Yes, you have a second on Kojik. Can hear Landos.
As of now, I think so it's fine. He's got the Sky Piercer as well. Don't know about the number of stacks that he has. Probably less than 30.
There could be a final fight happening of this game and of this series, possibly if Basics can take it home. But as soon as it started, even faster it ended. No member, no player, no team wants to do a mistake that would lead to them losing. For Basics, it would be dropping match point. For Team Entity, it would be losing the whole series.
Look at the positioning of Wicked. The only thing that he wants to do is split push. And if there's anyone except for Walkie, he will use the SOD to join in that fight and maybe go for an int from the side. Or if it feels like that the Lord fight is blowing up a little bit too much, he can just SOD towards the Lord.
Oh, he has been of nature. And Kojik needed to use his ultimate defensively. Yes, he burnt Moji's, but Joy, she is one of those heroes that has ultimate almost all the time available to her. So, in no time, it will be ready again, ready to rumble. Now Kojik is trying to move in, and Moscow will keep on split pushing and looking, fishing for that SOD. Let's look on the map. Moji gets picked off, and they will get the Lord too. Carvey and SOD is nowhere to be seen. It looks like Wicked decided to not even join the fight. Yes, he hit Carvey, but I don't think he should be joining. He went for it. He's a madman. He almost got him off, and he will finish him off. But there is Castle trying to go for Wicked. He has just his Pauldron, but I don't think it's enough. There is no Blade Armor. armor, so he is not surviving this, but he is maybe surviving for long enough for Voki to regain his cooldowns and continue with the onslaught. No Yugi Shadoki available. He tries to go for Wicked. Wicked is dancing on the knife's edge, and it looks like he is dancing so well that he will not just stay alive, but maybe get some kills too. But nah, there was Yugi Shadoki available too. Voki, who just got it off cooldown.
Wicket turned into a link for a second there, standing up on top of that wall because of that wall of Grog. But man, what a fight. What a decision making. He pushed up the top tier 3, threw out the SOD, realizing where Kavi would be recalling from, cancelled the recall, and then looked at the timer. Hold on.
Tectonic charge as fight continues. Moji immediately dying after respawn, and Woki even getting two. Double kill for Woki. And right now it looks like the dreams of Team Entity to come back into this series are crumbling. Because even without Lord, they could be possibly thinking about, and of course depends if you can find the right angle. Iso spamming the recalls, they will see, maybe at least get the tower. Yes, that's for sure, trying to wall them off. Moji 15 seconds to do, same for Enzo Castle. Iso is trying to force them away, but they are going straight for the base because they know what their target is. Lito gets picked off, there are minions available. Oh, not anymore, not close enough though. Boro gets picked off, Tiso too, but you just have enough manpower to finish the base crystal anyway. What a series
what a big
this was.
performance. Man, I agree. What a series this was. I've got to hop back in here, man, instantly, because if you have a look at the replay, it was just impeccable. The entire time you could see Entity having that advantage. It just felt like there was no way for Basics to make that comeback. Every other moment it was Moji outplaying Woki. Even Wicked, he was trying his level best to go in for those split pushes. He was having a lot of success at that. Lito on the Esmeralda did everything that he could. Falling star moons, being on the nerves, and even after all of that, it was not enough. Just one turnaround from Basics at the Lord, and that flipped the entire game.
Flip is the right word to use, because Basics, it looked like they don't have it anymore. Well, more so that they don't have it, it looked like Entity got it back. But in the end, it wasn't enough. But honestly, props to Wicked. He was playing out of his mind in this game, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. I don't want to pin it on anyone, but Moji, those two last deaths, they were not really it. Maybe if they didn't happen, maybe something else could have happened. But really, I wouldn't like to pin it on Moji specifically. He had wonderful 95% of the game. Just those two last deaths were a little bit not nice. But at the same time, you could think about it like that, or you could think about it in a different way, where Basics just were in the right place at the right time and caught him off guard.
True. I agree. And you know, I'd want to bring the attention back onto that one play from Wicked. He's got the highest damage as well out there, so that's one thing that's going to go to him. Boro, being the absolute chad in this entire game, had the full build as well, apart from just one item with the Chastis Pauldron, Dominance Ice, Radiant Armor too. He was always on the faces of the enemies, and a few of those tectonic charges just set his team up for such a good success. Specifically one towards at the very last near the purple buff, right? He instantly went in for the tech charge, and as soon as he did it, Woki hopped in with the Yugi Shadow kill, finished off a couple of players, and then instantly moved back on the other side to capitalize onto that advantage. Wicked pushed out the inhibitor, right? He threw out the SOD to stop Karvi from recalling. He could have pushed the base, but realized that the clock is about to hit 11. Minions are about to spawn, so he'll not be able to end the game. So he took the SOD to hop back into the fight to maybe take down Karvi. That was the best possible decision, but it's just the fact that the entire team around him felt that he could not capitalize on back of it.
It was a pretty wild decision, but of course, given the circumstance, it was the best decision he could have done. Unfortunately for Team Entity, it wasn't enough. And as we glance once more over those beautiful results of today, let's run it through. Basics against White Army, that was the reason why Basics was right now in this winner's bracket, BO5. White Army getting pushed into the lower bracket, then they had to fight it off against Final Rain. They survived that battle, so Final Rain had to say goodbye, but White Army, they survived. We have a look at the bracket as well. White Army is still fighting. They will be fighting tomorrow against Meta Shift. Zero Vision was also another team that we had to say goodbye today. Team Entity, they are waiting just before the grand finals in the lower bracket for their respective opponent for maybe another chance at trying to make it happen and get the grand finals for themselves. This is tomorrow's schedule. Scared, talk to me about those matches.
Meta Shift taking on White Knights. First of all, White Army, that is going to be the big game. We know that Meta Shift haven't been looking that clean, but still, every single individual player is really solid. And same goes for White Army. Some faces that are new, some faces that are already known, but they have got what it takes. The winner will move on to face Entity, and the winner from that second match will move on to face Basics into that grand finals. It's a lower bracket run. I wouldn't really call it an elimination anymore now because it is for the qualification to reach that trophy. Basics are already there, as you rightfully mentioned, so 3 teams that you've got to predict. One of them will move into the grand finals. Warren, before we move all the way out, who do you think that would be?
Out of those teams, out of those 3 teams, it's really hard to say because 2 of them I would predict into the grand finals. One of the predicted teams that I said is already in the grand finals. And the only team I forgot about was Entity. But they showed me today great performance and then not so great performance. So for me, it's really hard to say. But what's a little bit easier would be the clash between Meta Shift and White Army. Because I strongly believe that even in this rougher state in which Meta Shift is, I think they will still have the upper hand compared to White Army. I think White Army is a very, very decent team. I think they have a lot to offer, but I believe that the experience and the length, how long Meta Shift plays together with those members, I think that will prevail, and I think that will lead for them to them advancing against Entity and have another shot at beating their rivals. But who will win that one?
Could be possible.
That's hard to say. That's hard to say. Like, I will stop here. That's hard to say. Entity against Meta Shift, really tough.
It is going to be tough, but I still feel that Meta Shift might actually catch on to that one and would potentially become the team to face against the teams in the grand finals itself. I think so Meta Shift will make it all the way from the lower bracket, but ladies and gentlemen, all of that is now going to be kept in the box, locked up, only to be opened up tomorrow. What's gonna happen out there? We will find all of that out. Till then, thank you so much for being here. You know what? It was super fun to be on the desk with you, Warren, and also y'all are watching the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. The action continues, and the winner will be crowned as the champions. Catch all of that. Till then, good night.